Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 661 to 680. Chapter 661. This axe is still too light. However, before he could react, the sight of the sight made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. I saw Escanor, whose height difference was several times. The moment he raised his head, the axe clenched tightly in his right hand, without any fancy, just raised his head with an axe. PFF'd. The stinging sound of the air suddenly sounded. The heavy iron rod stopped abruptly before half a meter away from Escanor. Looking at the frozen scene, there is also the blood splashing from the throat of the fish giant. Huge head thrown flying, the steady iron rod that was clenched in his hand was cut off at the waist. Bang! The sound of 4 heavy objects landing suddenly echoed. Splash of blood, the area of more than 10 meters was dyed red. Looking at this scene, the huge scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Escanor with a hint of disbelief. They may not know about the others, but this giant who was easily beheaded by Escanor's gestures was in existence with a reward of more than 70 million. It can be said that the fish giant is the most popular existence in the competition for the place to join the 100 Beast Pirates. However, now it is such a child's play, in front of everyone's eyes, was easily beheaded. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this is true? This axe is still too light. Escanor glanced lightly at the black axe dripping with blood. This fish giant is too slow and lacks strength, it's really not worth my shot. Looks like it might be fun to take your head. Voice was like a tide, and at this moment, it swept the audience like a hurricane. When the people present saw Escanor's gaze falling on Shipshead, let alone them, the nerves of Cavendish, who was in the room, suddenly became tense. It can be said that in the face of Escanor's arrogance, they never expected to give such an answer. Shipshead is a pirate with a bounty of more than 200 million, and the fact that he has the Beast Pirates as a big backer is enough for people to weigh 1 or 2. Even some pirates who offered a reward of hundreds of millions did not dare to speak provocatively. Now this arrogant person is still in front of more than 500 pirates, talking crazy. This is simply insane. No, it should be said that for the pirates present, this seems to be a new opportunity to join the 4 Emperor's pirates. Haha, you arrogant person, you really like this character. Shipshead laughed coldly, and the next moment a gloom flashed on his face. However, it is one thing to be liked, and it is another thing to provoke the majesty of our beast pirates in public. Cavendish, is this yours? Today, I intend to recruit you to join the Beast Pirates, but according to Kaido's habit, it seems that I will beat you to half-death first, and then drag them back. Speaking of this, a stern look flashed across Shipshead's face, and he said, "Come on, as long as you can take them down, no matter what means you use, you can be eligible to join the Beast Pirates." In other words, at the end of this game, whoever can stand here, no matter what. It's one pirate group, or 10 tens, it's fine. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be filled with magic sound. In the beginning, they squeezed their heads for a chance. Now that Escanor's initiative is delivered to the door, it has become a sweet pastry. What's more, the threshold for joining this time, but there is no requirement for the number of people. Kill. The sound of shouting to kill resounded throughout the venue in an instant. It can be said that most of the pirates gathered in this place are for the opportunity to join the Beast Pirates. Shipshead threw again, no doubt touching their nerves. Looking at the chaotic situation and the pirates rushing in, Cavendish was stunned. He didn't even think of picking up a conversation at random, and he even picked up a lunatic. Of the same party, and I am afraid that he will become the enemy of the Beast Pirates after the fact. No, it should be said, whether it can survive or not is another matter. Give me death. A pirate came to Cavendish first. The thick and heavy knife in his hand was suddenly raised and slashed down towards Cavendish. The violent scene made Cavendish wake up suddenly, looking at the sharp blade that was rapidly expanding in his pupils, and the cold light was flowing. The moment when his nerves were tense, he quickly pulled away and quickly moved laterally, and at the same time, with a flip of his hand, the saber around his waist, Durantal instantly unsheathed. Beautiful sword Swan Lake. PFF'd. The stinging sound of the air suddenly sounded. The cold blue light circulated on the blade. Cavendish swept past the incoming crowd. Waiting to show up again, it has already appeared more than 10 meters away. Chapter 662. Are you bullying the good and afraid of being soft? The dozen or so pirates who had been attacking in a frenzy were even more like a freeze. PFF'd. Scarlet blood arrows, without warning, splashed out from the throats of the pirates. Who was originally like a freeze, stared roundly, and fell to the ground in disbelief. They already knew that Cavendish with a bounty of 98 million was not easy. It's just, I never thought that Cavendish would be so fast. One face, they killed dozens of them in seconds. The most important thing is that when they die, they don't even see how the other party will make a move. Bang bang bang. The sound of dozens of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed, and the pirates who were rushing up could not help but stiffen in the air. He was clearly taken aback by the shocking scene in front of him. More, they all woke up, turned around and rushed towards Escanor. Just now, the fish giant was beheaded by an axe, and the scene was very shocking. However, compared to the Cavendish, which is too fast to catch, the seemingly bulky Escanor was undoubtedly a moving target in their eyes. After all, two fists cannot hold up the concept of four enemies, no matter what exists in any world. What's more, there are hundreds of them. Among them, there are at least a dozen people with tens of millions of bounties. Most importantly, in their eyes, the arrogance of the character template of Escanor, under the siege, seemed to be dumbfounded, standing in place. Are these bastards bullying the good and afraid of being soft? Cavendish's expression froze, and he shouted in a hurry, "Who let you be my subordinate? I'll save you." Abandoning these words, Cavendish staggered, moved quickly in the crowd, and rushed towards Escanor. However, just after taking a few steps, the moment when the air was broken, a cobweb shrouded his face and fell. The beautiful sword blue bird. Cavendish's face changed, and Durand in his hand swung back in an instant. PFF'd. The cyan sword gang instantly tore the shrouded cobwebs directly, turned into a half spider, with 6 hands, and stopped in front of him. Little devil, just stay here obediently and watch that arrogant person be divided. There is still a glimmer of hope for you to survive. Falling down abruptly. Seeing that he has devil fruit and shoots to snipe Cavendish, the pirates in the field gathered around one after another. No one is willing to do the truth of falling into trouble. However, in the face of such a lineup, more eyes are still subconsciously locked on Escanor. At the moment when Cavendish was stopped, 5 pirates with a bounty of tens of millions all set their hands to ace. Kano hit it off. The crowd, all kinds of weapons clenched in their hands, glowing with cold light, slashed down with force. A madman, no matter what. How strong are you? Become as obediently, and join the beast pirates as a stepping stone. The bald man who took the lead, the heavy hammer clenched in his hand, appeared in front of Escanor and slammed it into his chest first. A powerful blow, immediately. Bring on the sound of wind and thunder. A close distance, the arrogant Escanor seemed unable to react, silently watching the attacks from all directions fall. It's done. The 5 people who shot 5 looked at Escanor, who was as dumb as a statue, and there was a hint of joy on his face. Bang! The dull thunderous thumping sound suddenly sounded. The tyrannical impact rolled back like a hurricane, setting off a large swath of sand and dust. However, the sight of the sight, and the huge anti-shock force in their hands made their pupils shrink suddenly. At Escanor standing in place like a rock. That body covered with pitch black like metal, like an iron tower, shook everyone's nerves. Full body armed and domineering, is this a monster from the New World? The voiceless exclamation sounded suddenly. In the first half of the Great Channel, the use of domineering is basically zero. That's because they don't have the right way to learn domineering. The only way, only by joining a large pirate group, can you have the opportunity to contact. However, there are also strong and weak points in domineering. Local armed color is domineering, it is only entry level. Can carry out full body armor and domineering, and can also accurately defend. Looking at the second half of the Great Waterway, that is also a remarkable existence. It can be said that these pirates who consider themselves extraordinary and have tens of millions of bounties. In front of him are all the younger brothers. Is this your attack? Escanor tilted his head slightly, looked arrogantly at the 5 who shot, and said, I also really want to be your stepping stone, but unfortunately, you have disappointed me too much. Flowering cherry blossoms are broken. The domineering black ink quickly covered the giant axe, and the moment when the cherry blossoms were turbulent like water. Escanor didn't have any fancy, and he smashed out of the sky. PFF'd. The pitch-black slashing ripples opened like a full moon. Wherever they passed, the 5 captains who were close at hand bore the brunt of the brunt, along with the weapons in their hands, and cut them off in the middle. Splatter of blood, the slashing posture, the remaining power swept away unabated. Chapter 663. Are you going to die? Wherever they passed, the pirates along the way were cut in half one after another. In the end, the slash hit the rock dozens of meters away, accompanied by a low roaring explosion. Eventually collapsed into the void. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Look at the vacuum area that was immediately cleared, and the corpse lying in a pool of blood. The people present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, showing disbelief on their faces. The huge battlefield fell into a brief silence. Dozens of corpses lay down on the ground, and the blood spattered, staining the floor red. Severed limbs, as well as internal organs, etc., were scattered on the ground. In the face of this scene, many people still have a nauseating urge to vomit. If not, it is because of the iron rule that the gun hits the first bird. I'm afraid he has already run away. This guy, it turned out to be pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. No wonder my invitation just now was completely ignored. Cavendish's expression froze. Thinking of the various invitations just now, I couldn't hold back my face. This is a wrong expression on the horse. However, this messy thought just flashed in Cavendish's mind. An awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air sounded behind him without warning. Looked like a ghost, and appeared first behind him, from the cadre of the beast pirates, with a reward of more than 200 million sips hide. Cavendish's expression changed dramatically, he didn't even think about it. As soon as the other party sees that the wind direction is not right, they will commit themselves to shooting themselves. Little devil, die for me, you can only blame you for having a relationship with this guy. Shipshead snarled coldly. The dagger clenched tightly in his hand, under the domineering arrogance of the armed color, stabbed toward Cavendish with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. The speed is so fast and the strength is so great that under this close distance, people have a feeling that there is no way to hide. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils, Cavendish was not reconciled. A flick of his right hand, Durand shot out again. PFF'd. A white silk thread, without warning, shot out from the side and wrapped directly around Durand. Let Cavendish's attacking posture stagnate. With this delay, Poothhead's attack could not be stopped at all. The only thing that can be done is to watch helplessly, and the armed sword is sent into his chest. Are you going to die? Cavendish's expression froze, and a trace of bitterness flashed across his face. Subconsciously, eyes closed. Moment. An awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air rang in his ears without warning. Dang, the crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. It made Cavendish's nerves tense. He opened his eyes hastily, and what he saw was an Escanor who seemed to have grown in size. The stabbed Tachi was caught with bare hands before it was an inch away from his chest. Your opponent is me, don't do anything to others, it will annoy me very much. Escanor turned his head to look at Shipshead, who was close at hand. Looking at this like a ghost, he appeared first in front of him. Escanor, who was not hindered by his huge body at all. Shipshead's face sank, and he growled angrily. The thunder of the sheep. Bang! Light blue thunder, blooming on the left hand of Shipshead. The 5 fingers clenched suddenly, without any fancy, and slammed down towards Longyu's chest. Bang! The distance is so close, there is no way to hide. No, it should be said that Escanor, who is like an iron tower, has no intention of dodging at all. With an arrogant look on his face, he looked down at his chest and said, "Is this your confidence? It really made me wait in vain." A small voice echoed in the void. At this moment, it was as if a magic sound had been poured into it, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Who was still indifferent after suffering 2 major killer moves in succession? Everyone's nerves were almost broken all of a sudden. No, the next scene that came into view made people's pupils shrink. Escanor grabbed the void with his left hand, and the muscles of his 5 fingers tightened, and the fiery flames bloomed like a frenzy. Unmerciful son. Arrogant words came out. Dormant, the magic power in the body, in Escanor's hands, crazily compressed and condensed, turned into a fireball the size of a human head. A scorching high temperature was emitted, not only making the surrounding air scorching and sizzling. The pirates who got closer, even Cavendish, felt a tingling in their skin. No, it should be said that the weapons in the hands of some pirates, as well as the leather armor and so on, showed signs of melting under this high temperature. Crazy. No, it should be said, they are crazy. Watching the terrifying attack in Escanor's hands, in this blazing heat. There is even more, an inexplicable chill, in the soles of the feet, straight to the forehead. This is a natural reaction of the body and cannot be suppressed at all. Chapter 664. Who is this provoking? If this attack were to fall on them, who would be able to resist the chance that they would be able to join the beast pirates when they encountered a rare chance in 100 years? Now it seems that it is simply kicked to a very thick iron plate. Escape. A single thought flashed through Shipshead's mind. At this moment, he felt that the shadow of death enveloped him directly. The neural reflexes that have been rolling on the edge of life and death all year round made him react immediately. The artificial devil fruit, the power of sheep, is forced to the extreme. The muscles of both feet tightened quickly, like a slingshot, and the entire lacing shot backed away. The force of the ejection was so great that it shattered together with the ground beneath his feet, and appeared dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. In Shipshead's eyes, he only needed 2 more breaths to appear 200 meters away. Once a sufficient distance is drawn, as a sheep, his running speed is also an outstanding existence in the animal system. However, the moment when the idea had just started, Shipshead looked back subconsciously. Escanor moved. His right hand, which was clenched tightly against the blade, was released. Then, he suddenly pressed on Shipshead from the air. Magic shock. Boom. When the 5 fingers were tense, a huge tide of magic power, like a vast ocean, instantly enveloped Shipshead. Shipshead felt as if he was immersed in a deep swamp, giving people a feeling of inexplicable suffocation. He could react. Escanor squinted, and the tyrannical magic power that had trapped Shipshead suddenly exploded. He fled in a hurry, only to feel the sound of the air breaking in his ears. Flew out of the open space hundreds of meters away, as if changing shape. Before he could react, a body like an iron tower followed him. As soon as he appeared above Shipshead, Escanor spoke again with an air of arrogance. Blast of mercy. Boom. A low air explosion sounded without warning. The fiery flame orb was thrown at Escanor. Head across to Shipshead below. The speed was so fast that it appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Let Sips in midair. Originally, it was not as good as defense, and the only way to do it was to push the armed arrogance to the extreme. Bang! The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the sky resounded through the sky. The violent blow not only broke Shipshead's tension, but also everyone in the field. Looking at the fiery fireball that appeared in front of him in an instant, the only thing Sipshead could do was to hurriedly raise his domineering hands that were covered with armament to block. The unmerciful sun hit Sipshead's hands in an instant. That were crazily compressed to the extreme were suddenly detonated. Bang! The fiery flames rolled back like a tidal wave. The flames that filled the sky were even more soaring into the sky. The pirates present only felt that the flames in front of them rose, and their vision was taken away. Of extreme heat is coming. Who were slightly inferior were the first to be overwhelmed and were directly overturned. For a time, the huge tavern area seemed to have fallen into doomsday. Dust rolled back, the flames soared into the sky, and the sound of the explosion resounded through the sky like thunder. The aftermath of the shock swept across the radius of the book for several kilometers. Some pirates and businessmen passing by were shocked by this scene. Especially knowing that there are people stationed here, the nerves are suddenly prying. They never imagined that in just 1.5 months, the third island of the Chambord archipelago would encounter the fate of a big uproar again. Moreover, this incident is still related to one of the 4 emperors, the 100 Beast Pirates. This is to provoke someone. It should be said, what kind of bad luck did the Beast Pirates encounter, and they were called to the door again. Boom! A thunderous explosion rolled and dispersed. Was standing on a tree branch in the distance, spit out a cigarette, looked at Ai Yin beside her, and said, "You girl, you've finished watching the show, and it's time to go back. Next, you don't need to stay here stubbornly, waiting for Laxus to come back. He said that he will join you at the Navy headquarters." Abandoning these words, Shachi turned around and left first. In her eyes, she already knew the result of this battle. If it wasn't for Ai Yin, who had just woken up, she would have insisted on coming to join in the fun. She didn't want to spend her legs running here to eat dust. "Sister Shachi, is Escanor a friend of the teacher?" Ain couldn't help but ask. "Friend?" Shachi's stride could not help but stop in midair, secretly relieved, and said, "It should be possible to say this." That moment, Shachi was still there, worrying. Ain suddenly said, "Escanor is her teacher." If, faced with such a question, Shachi didn't know how to explain it. "Well, Sister Shachi, let's go." Ain also quickly turned and left. During this time, Zepha also sent Bins to bring her back. However, Ain repeatedly refused to wait for Laxus to return safely. Chapter 665, Pulling You to the Bottom. Afterwards, Bins returned to the Navy headquarters because he was going to take the recruit assessment. Then it was staged. The Beast Kaido was so embarrassed that he issued a bounty and wanted order. Right now, everything has come to an end because of Escanor's appearance, and Ain's focus has returned to training. After all, there is less than 1.5 months left until the bet with Admiral Akainu. Rumble. The aftermath of the explosion rolled and dispersed. That swept up the sky was dispersed with the sea breeze. Until everything calmed down. The explosion center, which originally belonged to the battlefield, directly added a deep pit hundreds of meters in size. The surrounding rocks were even more scorched by the high temperature, and they appeared to be charred. A charred corpse, half covered by sand and dust, lay down in a deep pit. Within a radius of several thousand meters, many pirates gathered here. Their strength was slightly inferior, and they also hated it. Even Cavendish, who offered a bounty of 98 million, looked grey at this moment, and his clothes were also burned by the high temperature, and holes appeared one after another. Normal times, Cavendish would definitely turn on the runaway mode for the sake of his beauty. However, after seeing Escanor's powerful strength with his own eyes, he doesn't have the confidence to hate him now. In particular, seeing Sipshead, who even offered a bounty of more than 200 million, was instantly hit hard and turned into coke. Cavendish clearly knew that he didn't even have control over his domineering, and rushing to find a place would be his own death. Call. Escanor took a deep breath and fell into the ruins. Sipshead lying motionless in the sand, he spoke again lightly. As expected of an animal-type devil fruit person, the strength of this vitality is not. Ordinary people can compare, but I still don't have the habit of leaving a curse. The inexplicable words made Cavendish's expression stagnate. Bang! Hidden in the ruins, the Sea of Sips, with its charred body, burst forth without warning. At this close distance, he walked out of Kano's front as if going crazy. You bastard, even if I die, I will put you at the bottom. Master Jack, and Kaido boss, will never let you go. A hysterical roar resounded suddenly. However, it looks like a flashback. Escanor had already prepared for the violent hipshead. The moment when the right hand was covered with a domineering look, the 5 fingers merged into a hand knife, without any fancy, and slashed down towards the attacking Sip's head. Slash with a hand axe. Bang! A tyrannical wave of air slashed and vented out under the hand axe. Hip's head, who was attacking from the front, suddenly stopped in midair. The invisible slash crossed his body and quickly extended to the ruined rock dozens of meters away. With the sound of a roaring explosion, the huge rock slashed in 2 pieces. No, it should be said that, as well as Ship's head, it was directly split in half. The corpse that was hit hard on the ground, blood gushing out, and the ground was stained red. Escanor took a look, as if he had done something trivial, then turned around and walked slowly towards the port. Seeing this scene, the remaining pirates secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even more, their expressions changed drastically, and they didn't have time to think about getting out and running away. In the face of the beast pirates' mindless and short-sighted way of doing things. Now Alaxis has made Kaido go wild. Now suddenly, an Escanor appeared, directly killing one of the 3 plagues, Drought Jack's confidant, Ship's head. If this thing gets out, I'm afraid, not only Escanor will encounter a frantic pursuit, but even the survivors like them will also be affected. Thinking of this, the scene suddenly became completely chaotic. Only Cavendish still stood there with a bewildered face. After thinking again and again, he hurried forward with gritted teeth. Hey, wait for me, how to say, we all fought side by side just now. I am now being targeted by the beast pirates, and you have the greatest responsibility. Hey, can you speak and give some reaction? What can I say? It is also a supernova that is just around the corner. It should be an honor for you to walk with me. With the departure of Cavendish and Escanor, the huge ruins did not become dead silence, but more news came. At the same time, it is placed in the Chambered Islands, and the eyeliners of various strengths. On the one hand, after a month and a half of Chambord Archipelago, the news that it was once again made a fuss, like a wing, quickly spread throughout the sea. It means that another new star is rising. To read the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 666, Before and After Not People. Marine Headquarters Marine Bando, in the Marshal's office. Sengoku was frowning at the report document in his hand, and Garp was lying on the sofa as always, eating senbei. From time to time, he looked up at the frowning Warring States and said, "Duent, look, that kid won't die so easily. If he really died, that kid wouldn't be so crazy and free." Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku sighed heavily, put down the document in his hand, and said, "Cap, you're still the same, and you don't care about business at all. Don't forget, there is still a bet between Laxus and Akainu. If he misses the time, it will not only be the loss of our navy, but also the kid, who will enter the navy boot camp, and also it's going to be tough." Having said this, the Warring States sighed, and the girl who stayed in the Chambord Islands, repeatedly refused our recall. "I heard that recently, in the Chambord Archipelago, because the beast Kaido suffered a loss and finally couldn't find Laxus, he angered the students who were studying on the boat. As soon as Zephyr learned of this, he immediately contacted me and let me help him take care of his students." "Hey, Carp, don't think about eating all day, okay? Your grandson, isn't he training with Laxus too? Are you not worried?" Sengoku couldn't accept Garp's devoured appearance. It can be said that they are the best friend and the worst enemy. Of the theft of senbei alone is enough to make them fall in love and kill each other. Pity that a single challenger country has absolutely no chance of winning. Only thing I can do, I can only stare at it, and let the so-called food feud be over. Warring states, what's there to worry about? Garp put the last senbei into his mouth, patted the dust on his body, and sneaked his hand into the cabinet. However, as soon as he touched the counter, Garp felt the murderous gaze, he coughed dryly, and withdrew his hand. Warring states, don't worry so much, I don't worry about the end, if those guys really it will be dangerous, I think that guy will run out of his breath at the first time. If I'm not mistaken, Laxus is reluctant to come out. It must be to let Ain and the others train well alone. If we rashly intervene now, it will jeopardize his plan. In case it delays my grandson becoming stronger, how can I look at Garp, who speaks righteously, and suddenly becomes silent? At least, for the strange training program proposed by Laxus, this is completely beyond the scope of their common sense. As Garp said, if this time, Laxus doesn't come out now, it is because of training them to be self-reliant. Case they rashly intervene, Laxus' original intention is destroyed. It's not something they want to see either. Okay, the Warring States period, you need to pay attention to the changes in the sea during this period of time. Not long ago, I seem to hear that the rubbish of Judiciary Island has done a big thing. Garp changed the conversation. The current sea is unpredictable, especially when there is a madman skeleton demon. As a marshal in the Warring States period, you need to be more calm. Just like me, you can always maintain the identity of an outsider so that you can see the overall situation. A slightly long voice echoed in the office. Looking at Garp, who suddenly turned on the mouth cannon mode, Sengoku rolled his eyes helplessly, and was about to say something. A burst of rapid footsteps came from outside the closed door. Bang! The door was pushed open. Seeing the ghost spider rushing in quickly, the Warring States frowned and said, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, didn't I entrust you to be in charge of tracking things related to Laxus? Why did you suddenly break in? Marshal of the Warring States period is very bad. The Ghost Spider took a few quick breaths and said in a hurry. Ghost Spider, what happened? Garp exploded all of a sudden, and Huo Ran stood up and roared angrily. Isn't it that bastard Kaido, who doesn't even want the last old face, dares to shoot at my grandson? I'm going to fuck my mother. Looking at the front and back is not a person. It should be said that the previous moment was completely indifferent. Now watching the Ghost Spider hurried back, he has completely changed. Garp, who is not calm, rolled his eyes and said, Kapu, I think it's you who don't like the old face. Don't stop the Ghost Spider and let him speak. Clear. Seeing Garp, who was about to run wild, chasing Kaido all over the sea, the Ghost Spider couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and after a bit of relief, said, 10 minutes ago, I received information that it was the Chambord Islands. Something happened on the third island. The Chambord Islands. Warring States was stunned for a moment, and said, Zephyr, there seems to be a chief student. What's the name of Ain? Isn't he in the Chambord archipelago? Did the beast pirates attack her? In the eyes of Sengoku, if Luffy is bullied by the beast pirates, Garp, a naval hero, will go berserk. Then if Yin is bullied, I am afraid that Zephyr's actions are no exception. What's more, compared to Garp, Zephyr's family was killed by pirates. A little carelessness, Zephyr's rampage might be even more ferocious than Garp's. Chapter 667, Hidden. No. Ghost Spider hurriedly explained, yes. Pirates, one of the three plagues, Drought Jack's confidant, Hip's head, was beheaded in public in a tavern on the third island in the Chambord Islands. This is the surveillance video of the phone bug that happened. It seems that the super rookie of the West Sea recently, the handsome pirates, the White Horse Cavendish with a reward of 98 million participated in it. What Sengoku and Garp were suddenly stunned. Now on this sea, no matter what, the Navy or the pirates are all eager to hide, suffering from a dull loss, and the beast Kaido, who is full of anger, is worried that his fire will be scattered on his body. Even the Navy headquarters turned a blind eye to the reward order issued by Kaido to hunt down the beasts. It was only a recall order to bring Aang and the others back to the naval headquarters for protection. Kansei. The consensus reached by their Navy and Kaido, one of the four emperors, in order to avoid a head-on conflict. However, now suddenly someone runs out and tells them. Some people are not afraid of death. They stab the dragon's ass at such a juncture. Once the fire is burned, Kaido, the beast in his heart, knows that he will definitely become the target of his anger. Riding a horse is more fortunate than fortune. Thinking of this, no matter what was Carper the Warring States period, they couldn't wait to turn on the monitoring phone bug. They eagerly wanted to know which one of the characters dared to stab the dragon's butt at such a time. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Looking at the surveillance phone worm, and finally interrupted, the picture of the soaring flames, Sengoku and Garp all of a sudden, their faces are full of confusion. After looking at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The whole body is armed with domineering, 6-style shaving, and the ability to burn fruits that is suspected of being a natural type. He also killed Sipshead with a reward of more than 200 million. That kind of arrogance engraved in his bones, this guy cannot. The existence of ordinary people. Sengoku was the first to speak out. Looking at this one, the strong man who appeared without any warning smashed the four emperors who had offered a reward of more than 200 million as soon as he appeared. Such means and ruthlessness, if not, choose at this juncture, and take action against the beasts of Kaido. So that means, this guy, I am afraid he has some chi. Could it be that it is as hidden as Laxus? Messy thoughts flashed in Sengoku's mind. Faced with the analysis of the Warring States period, Garp also fell into silence, and said after a moment, "No, in the Warring States period, I think that this guy named Escanor is not a natural type with the ability to burn fruit. Don't forget, the burning fruit has fallen, by who? Z is currently the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division, in the hands of Fire Fist Ace. In the video just now, that guy named Escanor used a fire-like attack. However, the way he is attacked, he chooses to be domineering in full body armor. This alone can rule out the natural system." Regarding Carp's analysis, Sengoku nodded silently and said, "Cap, you were right, but why did this guy suddenly attack Hipshead? That kind of indifference and arrogance that is carved into his bones makes people feel unnatural. In the battle just now, he gave the impression that he hadn't fully exerted his strength yet. If you measure his strength according to the reward, I am afraid it can reach about 500 million. Who was waiting by the side of 500 million, suddenly changed slightly. On this sea, the pirates with a reward of 500 million, placed in the New World, are also very important existences. With outstanding strength can even be crowned with the title of the Great Pirate. Marshal of the Warring States period, will your definition of him be too high?" The ghost spider couldn't help but said. Gao Zongguo raised his brows and said, "Ghost spider, what you have to consider is too superficial. If you have the strength to defeat Hipshead, but at this juncture, without any confidence, who would be crazy enough to challenge Kaido, the madman?" Speaking of this, Warring States could not help but paused and said, "Unless he is also a lunatic." Madman Ghost Spider couldn't help but fell into silence. Facing the words of the Warring States period, he had no way to refute. As the Warring States said, "Unless you are really crazy, how can you choose to attack the beast pirates at this juncture?" Grumpy. The urgent voice of a phone bug rang suddenly, breaking the dead silence in the office. Everyone's eyes swiped, and their expressions changed dramatically when they saw the calling bug. "The world government calls." Carp raised his brows and said, "Is it empty and immortal?" "I don't know." Warring States shook his head and said, "It's been more than half a year since the last time he contacted me, and now I suddenly initiate a call. Won't something big happen?" While talking, Warring States answered the phone bug and said, "I'm Warring States, what's the matter?" Warring States. I am the 5 old stars. Next, I will announce the list of targets who will inherit the position of the former Shichibukai and the Sand Crocodile. After receiving the list, your navy will be responsible for contacting the target characters. The target recruits new people. Choose, come make up for the loss of Kibukai's strength. A low voice, with an unmistakable taste, came from inside the phone bug. Chapter 668, Madman. A low voice, with an unmistakable taste, came from inside the phone bug. These words fall, no matter. Was a ghost spider, or the look of Sengoku and Garp, also changed dramatically. At the same time, the new world is in the windless zone. The huge deck of the Moby Dick. Late at night, and the banquet on board was still going on. However, most of them gathered in front of the phone bug video. As the head of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, in the Chambord Islands, also have their own eyeliner. In particular, during this period of time, so many major events occurred one after another in the Chambord Islands. It can be said that as long as the power reaches a certain level, they will choose to arrange manpower on the island. The first is to help monitor the huge movements of Marin Vando. Second, to be able to get as soon as possible, what new people will appear in the first half of the 4 seas and the Great Waterway. Once they set foot in the new world, they can make a prediction as soon as possible whether it is worth recruiting. During this time, Island number 3, because of the cadre of the Beast Pirates, the stationing of Hip's head, and the release of a reward quest related to Laxus. Undoubtedly, many people's nerves were affected, and Whitebeard also issued an order for real-time monitoring. Facing this frontal provocation, Kaido finally jumped into the sea and disappeared without a trace, Laxus. They are also eager to know, the teenager known as the Navy Supernova. Be resurrected from the dead by jumping into the sea and jump out to save people because of the Beast Kaido's pursuit order. It was for this reason that Whitebeard got the information right away when Escanor was making trouble on the 3rd island. Dad, this guy seems to be able to handle it with ease. Joes frowned and spoke first. A few years ago, I had a turf war with that guy Jack, and a fight with this ship's head. That guy's strength is very good. If you want to defeat him, it is enough to prove that this guy named Escanor is not easy. Jaz's analysis is correct. The horse nodded and echoed. Only choose to attack the people of the 100 Beast Pirates at this time, this person is really a lunatic. If there is a chance, I can let Ita play 1 or 2 games. If he can be defeated, it can be considered to make up for the gap in challenging Laxus for a while. Having said that, Marco looked at Ace, who was absent-minded, patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Ace, don't worry too much. On this sea, you believe in the way of the strong. I believe that you who have the domineering power of the king and the natural devil fruit will become stronger sooner or later." Yes, Boss Marco is right. We all believe in Ace. You can become a big pirate on your own. Father's position, we do our part. If you want, you have to defeat us. Ace, didn't you say that you want to make Dad the Pirate King? Don't let us down. On the huge deck, comforting voices sounded one after another. Even Whitebeard reached out his big hand and patted Ace on the shoulder. Quan Dang comforted him. It can be said that only Rayleigh was in the field, and after watching the surveillance of the phone bug, he showed a look of stunned expression. Compared with other people who were kept in the dark, Rayleigh's first thought, 90% of this person, was Uchiha Ryu. Just by what method, he changed another identity, Rayleigh is unknown. However, at this juncture, there is absolutely no one other than him who can attack Kaido the Beast. Father, the USA island is ahead. A deep voice came from the viewing platform on the main mast. Whitebeard regained his senses, nodded and said, "Well, you guys have worked so hard during this time, so I deliberately took a detour and took the time to go back to my hometown with Sachi." "Dad, you are serious. We and Sachi are like brothers. This distance will not delay anything." The captain of the 13th Division, Atmos the Buffalo, spoke first. Of the captains also nodded in agreement. "Okay, I, Whitebeard, are very lucky to have sons like you. Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, however, the existence of the dark fruit really needs to be kept secret, otherwise, once it is spread out, it will probably make many immortals greedy, and for our Whitebeard pirates, it is also considered as one of them. Shock. By the way, where did that fellow Sachi go? Why didn't he attend the banquet? Can't wait to go back and spend time with his precious son. These words fell, everyone couldn't help but startled. As a pirate and the head of the 4 emperors, every time they meet, a banquet is a routine thing. So, they didn't pay much attention to who participated and who didn't. Now Whitebeard suddenly named Thatch to wake them up. Chapter 669, Captain Thatch is dead. When the banquet started, he seemed a little uncomfortable and went back to his pirate ship to rest. Joes was the first to speak. The 16 commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. However, they also have their own pirate ships to perform some delegated tasks. Otherwise, let the Moby Dick run all over the sea every day to perform some small tasks. I am afraid that Whitebeard's face will not know where to go. Oh, that guy would be uncomfortable too, it's really rare. Whitebeard snorted lightly and said, Joes, you go and inform Thatch, and the others are also preparing to dock. When this matter is over, we will return to Beehive Island. Dad, I'm going now. Joes responded, turned around and planned to leave. However, just after taking a few steps, a staggering figure came over from the stern. It's a big deal. Captain Thatch was killed. The hurried voices roared out without warning. That was originally extremely noisy instantly became, the needle fell and could be heard. Riley's expression changed suddenly. Subconsciously looked at Whitebeard, and his expression changed, letting him know clearly. The Whitebeard pirates are about to change. As a former opponent, Rayleigh knew exactly what Whitebeard's reverse scales, as the head of the 4 emperors, were. Dead son, that, Dad doesn't feel heartbroken, it's just that Rayleigh doesn't know who is crazy enough to do something to the white-bearded godson. Is it for the dark fruit? A messy thought flashed in Rayleigh's mind, looking at a Whitebeard who was crushing a wine bowl. Rayleigh knew clearly that the man who had been silent for a long time had awakened again in this sea. Bang! Whitebeard crushed the wine bowl, dormant, and the domineering arrogance in his body exploded like a frenzy. Angrily roared, Bastard's house, kill Sachi. Pause the banquet and let everyone check it out for me. I want to know right away, who killed Sachi, even if it's the King of Heaven, I must behead him. The rolling voices burst like thunder. Feeling the madness that came out through the body, the expressions of everyone present suddenly changed dramatically. Even Ace, who was absent-minded, suddenly woke up and started to act. For a time, in the face of Sachi's sudden death, the entire Whitebeard pirates became restless. According to Rayleigh, if the first pirate group to run wild is Kaido, then the second 4 emperors who run wild is Whitebeard, who were instantly mobilized. There were dozens of captains of the affiliated pirates. This means that once this incident spreads, half of the sea in the New World will be shaken. 3 days later, a single-masted pirate ship appeared in a certain sea area in the first half of the New World. The small ship, only 2 figures appeared on the deck. Brother Escanor, what are you doing in the first half of the Great Waterway instead of going to the New World to avoid the pursuit of Kaido by the 4 emperors and beasts? Cavendish couldn't help asking. Thinking of what happened 3 days ago, Cavendish's bowels are turning green. He finally understands what it is to strike up a conversation and take him on too. The bounty in his hand, he finally broke 500 million and reached 110 million won not long ago, and Cavendish license could not laugh. If there was no Kaido hanging behind him, he might still be able to burn high incense. The only thought now is how to live longer. I'm going to the capital of 7 waters. Escanor glanced at Cavendish sideways, and said, I advise you, don't follow me, or it will be a big deal. Major events. Cavendish couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, could it be that you still dislike the Chambord archipelago, isn't the matter on my stall not big enough? Beast Kaido can come out and fuck me at any time. This matter, but you implicated me, and now you are driving me away. You are irresponsible. Speaking of which, Cavendish grabbed the jug next to him, took a sip, and said, I'm on you now. What else can be bigger than provoke Kaido? Looking at Cavendish, who insisted on not leaving, and Long Yu, who used the character template of Escanor, he felt helpless. If Cavendish were to know, what was the purpose of his trip? I'm afraid, right now. It is also possible to jump ship and draw the line. However, since the reminder was also given, Cavendish insisted not to leave, and Long Yu was too lazy to bother. Eyes turned in vain, and followed the outline of the huge city in the distance. Long Yu knew that the capital of Seven Waters was finally coming. In Shachi's mouth, Long Yu learned of Robin's whereabouts. However, to enter the Judiciary Island, it is not that simple. At least, the whirlpool turbulence caused by the Gate of Justice is impossible for ordinary ships to approach. Chapter 670, Pirates. City of Seven Waters. Cavendish was slightly startled, and said, Are you here to replace this broken ship? I've already said that this broken ship is too slow. A little too big waves will be enough to sink the ship. However, do you have money? I heard that the capital of Seven Waters is specialized in getting boats for the Navy, and the price is very expensive. In this sea, if the shipbuilding craftsmanship is purely concerned, the capital of the Seven Waters can be called the best. Between them, they also believe in the iron rule that money is in place and strength is in place. Regardless of a navy or a pirate, as long as they have enough money, they don't care. What is your identity? We'll agree to this transaction. Even Roger, the Pirate King, owns the pirate ship, the Oro Jackson, which was created by Tom, the fisherman in the Seven Waters. Enough to make the Seven Waters city famous. Is it a boat? Glanced a little, and he could already see the moored ships at the port, and said, You are really strange, you are obviously a pirate. If you need a ship, why don't you grab one? I'm afraid it's not your turn to order a pirate ship. Grabbing a pirate ship, Cavendish is stunned. For such a simple, rude and direct solution, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. At least, they are indeed pirates. Why don't you go grab the people in front? Are you pirates? If it's a pirate, please go to number 2, dock number 2. A boatman peered at the watchtower at the mouth of the sea and shouted. The capital of Seven Waters welcomes pirates, and takes the principle of having money as the last word. However, in the face of the Navy headquarters, they still have to rely on the manufacture of warships to make a living. With the Navy headquarters turning a blind eye, the Seven Waters will still choose to divert pirates and warships. Arrange to go to the most secluded number 2 dock. At the same time, let the strongest boatman deal with it. It's a pirate. Long Yu responded at will. Quickly see the boatman to guide. Cavendish glanced helplessly without any intention of taking the helm, then quickly took the helm and drove to the number 2 dock. This time, Longyushan Changshui came to the capital of Seven Waters, not for shipbuilding and ship grabbing. Instead, it was to get the signposts to the Isle of Fa. According to the information given by Shachi, there are 2 ways to enter Fa Island. First, by recording the hour hand, open the Justice Gate of Fa Island, ride the swirling current of the dark tide, and reach the entrance of Fa Island directly. Second, take the sea train route built by the legendary boatmaker, Tom the Fishman. You can ignore the whirlpool currents and go directly to the Isle of Fa. However, the Gate of Justice was built by Baker Penga. When pushing the world government, the island of Fa, and the great underwater prison into the city, the 3 disrupted the entire sea with the whirlpool of the ocean. Once an ordinary ship sets foot, if the Gate of Justice is not opened, it will be attacked by the current and vortex, and the ship will be directly destroyed. It can be said that the first way is to let Fa Dao take the initiative to open the door of justice, which is simply impossible. What's more, the French island is to reduce the threat from the outside world. Still, pointing to the hands and feet of the clock on the Isle of Phi. not only has the use of timeliness, there are also strict rules for circulation. Once ordinary people are found, they will be charged with having the record hour hand of the Isle of Law. Turn in the record hour hand you got by accident and get a reward. According to Shachi, the recording hour hand of Fa Dao is one of the hardest things to get besides Lafluff. Therefore, this time Long Yu came to the Seven Waters to get the record hour hand, or to find someone to lead the way. Hey, your boat, it looks tattered too, do you need a replacement? A soft voice came from the coast. Long Yu regained his senses, followed the voice, and was the first to catch sight of the old face. Shanfeng Kaku, the second character in the middle. However, the current Shanfeng Kaku has not obtained the animal-type giraffe devil fruit. Therefore, in terms of strength, it is obviously inferior to that after a year and a half. No, I'm here to find someone. Long Yu patted the dust on his body and entered Escanor's character template again, his expression instantly replaced by arrogance. Feeling the temperament of Long Yu, the transformation occurred in an instant, and Cavendish's nerves suddenly tightened. According to the relationship during this period, Cavendish clearly knew that if he was in a coma, he would kill someone with his personality. So now the moment when Long Yu's temperament changes, it means that he has entered the battle mode. According to this inference, this time Long Yu is not here to grab the boat. Instead, he came to seek revenge. Looking for someone. Kaku was slightly startled and said, "The people who come here are all looking for boatmen to make boats. Do you have a candidate for ordering boats in your mind?" As a 9 next to 0, it belongs to one of the highest espionage organizations of the world government. Kaku and Lucci and others have been in the capital of Seven Waters for a long time as boatmen. Even Espagu, the head of the Seven Waters, could not see through their identities and origins. This made Kaku preconceived about what Long Yu said. "No, I'm here for 9. Escanor spoke abruptly. Chapter 671, Too Fast. The arrogant voice, like thunder at this moment, shook Kaku's nerves. Looking at Escanor's line of sight, his pupils shrank suddenly, and before he had time to think, his right foot suddenly kicked out like lightning. Hurricane, hurricane. Bang, bang. With both hands on the ground, Kaku's whole body spins like a spinning top. The moment both feet cut through the sky, one after another vacuum slash, like a frenzy, headed towards the pirate ship where Escanor was. The violent scene made Cavendish's face change dramatically in an instant. He never thought that the boatman in front of him would be the legendary 9. Cavendish has also heard about this most feared and most powerful espionage organization. The success rate of the rumored mission is 100%. Whatever is targeted by them, no matter what. Ordinary people, or the Revolutionary Army, even pirates, can't escape from their palms. Right now, Escanor can tell at a glance that this boatman is related to 9. This kind of crazy action sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. However, Escanor, who was still unmoved by the vacuum slash that came violently, made Cavendish's face change and helplessly shot. The beautiful sword blue bird. The moment Durand fell into his hands, the cyan blade of the sword slashed out in an instant. When the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sea, 200 meters apart, two unrelenting attacks collided with each other. Bang! The violent collision of air waves swept away on the sea. Looking at this scene, Kaku's figure flickered, and he quickly pulled away and retreated, intending to widen the distance and clarify things at the same time. Also secretly press the emergency phone bug. Bang! The sound of the slashing slams exploded like thunder. Gang winds swept across all directions, rolling up large tracts of sand and dust. Kaku was retreating quickly, but his eyes were always locked on the dust. He clearly knew that as long as the other party made a move, the dust in front of him would float and move. With enough distance, the card will shoot in time to snipe. Faced with this, as soon as he opened his mouth, he revealed his identity. The unknown guy, Kaku's mind, appeared 3 days ago, and obtained information from Judicial Island. They have been lurking here for a long time, but it does not mean that they have been disconnected from the outside world. As one of the many islands in this sea, they still regularly go to Bruno's tavern to exchange information. If he remembered correctly, this guy who popped up out of nowhere is the goal of the world government, and it is also the cause of chaos in the Chambord Islands, the third island, people of unknown origin. Thinking of this, many thoughts flashed in Kaku's mind. Whether or not Escanor can be beheaded afterward is another matter. However, it is absolutely impossible to let the two boatmen who stayed behind and the trash hiding in the dark leave alive on this pier. Without getting Pluto, this secret cannot be easily revealed. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Kaku's mind. The next moment, an inexplicable chill sprouted from his spine. The skills and life and death experience of the past battles made Kaku's nerves tense suddenly. I didn't have time to think about it. I hurried to lock the flying sand in front of my eyes. Bang! Escanor, standing on the bow deck, tensed the muscles of his feet to the extreme, and slammed down. When the entire pirate ship sank, the deck shattered. Even Cavendish was thrown into the air by this sudden burst of strength. The next moment, before they could react, Escanor had already burst out of the void like a cannonball. Bang! Ripples in the air surged open, and the distance of dozens of meters was only shortened in the blink of an eye. Looking at Escanor, who smashed the pirate ship with a kick of his feet, his pupils quickly enlarged. A simple thought flashed through Kaku's mind. Too fast. Facing this violent blow, Kaku had no way to hide, and kicked out again with his right foot like lightning. In this case, the only way to win the variable is to attack it. Lanjiao, round off. Spray. Two vacuum choppers burst out in an instant. As the two sides drew closer, he appeared in front of Escanor in the blink of an eye. Of breaking through the air resounded through the sky. However, in the face of this scene, Escanor raised his head slightly, the muscles of his feet tensed again, and he stepped on it suddenly. Moonwalk in the sky. Bang! The sound of gas explosion suddenly sounded. At the moment when Escanor's upper body was covered with a domineering aura of armament, facing the incoming vacuum slash, he didn't have the slightest evasion and defense. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, it collided head-on. Bang! A dull gas explosion sounded, and two vacuum slashes smashed into pieces before the eyes of the public. The simple and rude scene made Kaku's pupils shrink suddenly. This blow is round off. In his hands, it is one of the best killer moves. Chapter 672, Too Disappointing. Also imagined that Escanor would use various means to resist. However, this scene in front of him subverted his cognition. Is this the truth of 9? So disappointing. Escanor instantly appeared in front of Kaku. The dark armament color is domineering and quickly covers the fist. The 5 fingers of the right hand clenched suddenly, without any fancy. Hit Kaku head-on in the stomach. Bang! With a punch, the giant force is vented like a frenzy. Kaku felt as if he had been hit head-on by a sea king. The whole person flew upside down like a sandbag, took a big mouth, and blood gushed out. Bang! Kaku smashed on the iron arm of the dock dozens of meters away. The dull metal collision sound exploded like thunder. The huge dock, at this moment, seems to be a huge earthquake. Looking at Kaku, who was knocked out in one blow and slumped on the ground. Cavendish, who landed on the port, and the figure hiding in the dark almost split his eyes. I have never seen a pig run, and I have eaten pork. As for the members of 9, they do not know the details. However, they have already heard of the murderous name. However, the scene in front of us now gives people the illusion that the pig has lost its forefoot. Punch was smashed. Is Escanor too strong? 9 Teikai, since it's here, don't hide. Escanor suddenly turned back and looked at the void not far away. An inexplicable scene once again shook everyone's nerves. Open the air door. PFF'd. The fluctuations of the air surged open behind Escanor, turning into an air door out of thin air, which was pushed open directly. A figure with a cow in black tights, like a ghost, protruded from the air door. Devil fruit ability. Cavendish's expression changed suddenly. He didn't arrive at all, and there was a second person in 9 here. However, what shocked Cavendish even more was Escanor, who could even catch the enemy hidden in the air in advance. Broken iron. As soon as Bruno appeared, the muscles in his right hand suddenly tensed, turning into an iron block. Without any bells and whistles, his right hand slashed down towards Escanor's shoulder with a knife in his hand. Bang! Powerful slashing, causing turbulent air ripples. The huge impact made the ground under Escanor's feet shatter. One after another hideous cracks, like spiders, spread like a web. The seemingly incomparable blow is enough to easily shatter the rock. However, it landed in front of him, like an iron tower, on a stature with muscles protruding like a rock. Everyone present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. In the face of such a fierce attack, the tower body in front of him gave the illusion of being motionless. Are you tickling me? Escanor raised his eyebrows sideways and met Bruenor's gaze. If this is your confidence, then it's my turn. 6-style steel fist. PFF'd. The 5 fingers were suddenly clenched, and the moment when the armed color was domineering, it seemed that even the air was forced to burst. The next moment, there is no trace of fancy, under this close distance. Escanor struck with a bang. Bang! The blockage of the air seems to be, at this moment, it is also bombed. Under the ripples that stirred up the air along the way, Bruno felt a fierce and incomparable wind blowing head-on. At this moment, it seemed that even the skin of the face was blown into shape. A gust of cold air is even more at the spine, straight to the forehead. Fool, my defense is among us. But the strongest. Bruno roared angrily, his hands and fingers suddenly tightened, his muscles bulging like steel. Iron steel. In the 6 forms, in addition to the basic skills, there are also 6 forms strengthening skills, and 6 forms profound truth. Among them, being able to be selected as 9, not only requires mastering the basic skills of the 6 styles, but also must master the 6 styles of strengthening skills. That Bruno is using at the moment is to extend on the iron block, and it has an extended defense skill with stronger defense. Bang! The dark armed color is domineering, and the fists covered, instantly fell on Bruno's abdomen. That firm face, in an instant, became stiff and solidified. The next moment, under the distorted expression, the whole person flew upside down like a cannonball. Bang! Under the heavy hammer, the turbulent air ripples, like a wave rewinding. Bruno instantly hit the wall 100 meters away. The huge impact force directly smashed the thick wall. Looking at the moment before, Bruno was full of confidence in his own defense. In an instant, like a piece of paper, it was directly defeated. It can be said that now he is not only dumbfounded. I'm afraid I'm still doubting life. One punch. Another punch. Philo reminds you. Read 3 things to watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates find 99 novels and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be banned. And GT. Chapter 673, True Love. Cavendish, who was present, and the people hiding in the dark, were all stunned. They never thought that the dignified 9 would be so playful in front of Escanor. He couldn't even take a punch from the opponent. If it were them, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too much in the end. Cough Escanor, if you dare to take action against us, if it spreads to the Navy headquarters and the world government, it will be a big sin. Kaku was the first to get up from the ruins. As a 6-style powerhouse, Kaku didn't go into a coma directly, which is better than Bruno who lost consciousness. However, looking at that embarrassed posture, he still lost most of his combat effectiveness. Kaku, don't have uterine cavity with me. Escanor dissipated the breath of his body and walked towards Kaku. I'm here just to confirm with you Nico Robin's whereabouts. Nicole Robin. Cavendish was slightly startled, and he finally realized that he was completely kept in the dark. However, to be able to turn 9 over for a woman. This is true love. You're here for Nico Robin. Kaku's face changed dramatically. I thought that woman was just alone. I didn't expect to have this relationship with you. However, you can reveal my identity as soon as you meet. It seems that you have a very strong intelligence network. It should be clear what is behind Nico Robin. Speaking of which, Kaku took out one with his backhand and offered a reward order. Because you are making troubles in the Chambord Islands, the world government, and the naval headquarters have already discussed this. This is the bounty order just released. You also have a bounty. Cavendish was slightly startled, and when he saw the amount on the reward, his pupils could not help shrinking. 3 to 300 million reward. The first reward, it started 300 million inches. Cavendish looked in disbelief. No, it should be said that he can't wait now, carrying a knife and Escanor to death. Originally, he was eyeing the first person in the supernova. Now, it is rare to boil the skeleton demon into the sea and the fire fist to become the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard. Under the hope of the stars and the moon, a blank period finally appeared. Now there is $1 billion Escanor. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe in seeing it? Goddamn Escanor. Cavendish clenched Durandal in his hands. What's wrong? Escanor back. He glanced sideways with his head. This light-hearted attitude made Cavendish, who was looking at him, couldn't help but shudder. Looking at the sandbag-like fist, it was like pouring a basin of cold water on his head, and he said with a dry smile, I want to ask you, do you want to eat apples? I'm pretty good at peeling apples. Looking at Cavendish, who was stunned in seconds, Long Yu, who was in the template, couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Before he could speak again, Kaku's voice had already sounded again. Escanor, not long ago, our espionage system added a new task, which is to convey to you the decision from the world's official government. You have shown great strength on the Chambord Islands. However, he has also provoked Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, the beasts. He can take action against Laxus, who has the naval headquarters as his backing, and may also take action against you. So, the 5 old stars give you a choice to replace the sand crocodile and become the new Chiwahai candidate. As long as you promise, just because of Nicole Robin, the offense against us 9 will be written off. The slightly long-sounding voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment, and it echoed in the port for a long time and could not be dissipated. Starting price is 300 million. It is even invited by the world government to replace the vacant Shichibukai position. This feeling is that he is the king of the debut. Thinking of this, Cavendish almost crushed his fingers. People are more mad than people. Chiwahai. Escanor raised his brows and said, I think, apart from the benefits, you should have other requirements. And responsibilities often coexist. What's more, for the 5 old stars hidden behind the world government. That is completely the existence of the geese passing by and also pulling out the light. It would be very difficult to let you be Chiwahai without paying enough value. Escanor, you are indeed a smart person. To become the new Shichibukai, you need to promise to bring back the head of crocodile after the fact. Seeing Escanor's rhetorical question, Kaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looked around and said, at the same time, silence all those who know my identity here. As long as the other party is interested, there are prerequisites for negotiation. What's more, due to the privileges possessed by Chiwahai, for any pirate to have this halo, it is a sweet and delicious existence. With Kaku's eyes, no one will be willing to give up the fat that comes to their mouths. Silencing Cavendish's nerves suddenly tightened. No, it should be said that the people present are no exception. Chapter 674, I Still Like Women. After seeing Escanor, One Punch Man-like strength with his own eyes. No one believes that they can escape alive under the eyes of the other party. All eyes turned around, and the moment it landed on him, an inexplicable suppressed aura filled the air. Even Cavendish couldn't help clenching Durand in his hands. They desperately want to know what decision Escanor will make. It feels like fish on a cutting board. For a time, the huge port was shrouded in an inexplicably depressing atmosphere. All eyes were locked on Escanor. Sorry, I still like women. Escanor raised his brows and looked at Kaku sideways. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound, hitting the depths of the human soul. Looking at Escanor, who refused Shichibukai's position with an arrogant and indifferent expression. The people present looked in disbelief. Women, compared to status. Could it be that, Nico Robin, is it more fragrant than Shichibukai's position? Escanor, you know what you're talking about. Kaku's expression suddenly became anxious. The location of Chiwahai is simply a dream for you pirates. The 5 old stars have given conditions, but this condition can be completed slowly in the future. As long as you nod and agree now, you will have privileges that cannot be compared with others. You are now turning down this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a woman, it's not worth it at all. Don't forget how deeply involved Nico Robin is. If you have to stand up for her, what will be waiting for you will be the world government and the naval headquarters, endlessly chasing and killing. Speaking of which, Kaku eagerly looked at Escanor and said, you are a smart person, you should be very clear about which is more important. Facing the generous conditions given by Kaku, in Cavendish's eyes, it is also a sweet existence. If it was him, he would face the temptation of recruiting security. I am afraid that for a moment or 3, it is really impossible to refuse. Sorry, I'm a lunatic. Escanor said suddenly. Now, should you be able to tell me about Nico Robin's whereabouts and where is she now? Crazy. This horse is crazy. Hearing the words echoing in his mind, Kaku felt a huge shock. They never expected that Escar would give such a reply. However, there is nothing wrong with this. The way a lunatic behaves is completely beyond common sense. Escanor, you really are a lunatic. Kaku took a deep breath, suddenly raised his head to meet his eyes, and said, however, you are too late. Nico Robin has been sent to Fa Island, and a special person is responsible for guarding. As long as you are a person in this sea, you should know very well that this Fa Island is the righteous gateway of the world's main government. For 800 years, no one has dared to go wild. That woman, after being sent to the Fa Island, means that she will never be able to turn herself around, so she will just wait for her sentence to be pronounced. In the original book, the island of Fa has never been breached since its establishment. It is known as the Shield of Justice. Once the world's official government regards it as a guilty person, it means that he will never be able to leave alive when he sets foot on this island that never sleeps. Escanor is looking for Nico Robin by name. But in Kaku's eyes, this is simply unrealistic. It's good to know her whereabouts. Escanor said lightly. It's good to know. Kaku was stunned for a moment. However, he did not wait for him to respond. A rapid air fluctuation sounded suddenly. Air door. Ohm. The air behind Kaku suddenly oscillated, and the air door was suddenly pushed open. Bruno with blood on the corners of his mouth stuck out and grabbed Kaku. Without any hesitation, he dragged Kakulian and pulled it into the air door. The whole process was not at all muddled, before Kaku reacted. The air door was suddenly closed. Bang! The air gate disappeared into the void out of thin air. Looking at this violent scene, Cavendish suddenly woke up and said in a hurry, Escanor, don't hurry to chase. If you let them go, what happened here will be reported. In Cavendish's eyes, the horror, Escanor was a one-punch thing. If one punch doesn't fix it, then another punch is fine. But it was Escanor, not him. Now Cavendish, obviously tied to a broken boat in pursuit of love. He believed that Nine would not let him go. Thinking of the refusal that Escanor gave him to leave not long ago. It just made Cavendish regret his bowels. Let them run. Escanor replied indifferently, they are of some use to me. Aren't you leaving? Go. Cavendish can't wait now. With the Durand in his hand, he will peel a few more apples and let out a bad breath. Looking at Escanor, who seemed to have done something trivial, he gritted his teeth and said, I want to leave too. However, now that you let 9 go, they will tie me and you together, and they will never give up their pursuit of me, so you have to be responsible. Chapter 675, Are You Crazy? As a companion, I want to know what your plans are next. The Madness of Escanor's Provocation 9. Cavendish thought about it and left. However, when he thought about it, with his current strength alone, he would have absolutely no power to fight back against the world's official government. Cavendish still decided to hug Escanor's thigh. I'm going to Fahima to save people now. Escanor said arrogantly. If you decide, I can take you too. Is it okay to go to the Isle of Phi? Cavendish subconsciously nodded in agreement, then suddenly woke up and roared, You said you were going to Fa Island to save people. Escanor, are you crazy? No, you lunatic, do you know what you are thinking? That is the portal of the world's righteous mansion. Since its creation, no one has ever been able to leave. You are going to Fa Island now, this is completely to die. I know you're joking, Escanor, it's not funny. Having said this, Cavendish's smile was very bitter. Looking at Escanor who looked indifferent. He knew that he was not only on a pirate ship. Moreover, after being sold, it is still, Mizizi counts money for others. Sorry, I wasn't joking. Escanor replied lightly. Before he could speak again, an ethereal system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 10% fidelity, and the current fidelity is 40%. The system is unlocking randomly, please wait a moment. The sudden scene made Long Yu, who was in Escanor's character template, a little surprised. I thought it would take a little time to achieve 40% fidelity, but I didn't expect it at all. Before heading to the Isle of Fa, the chance came to me by chance. However, after thinking about it carefully, Long Yu also guessed that he was probably the one who said that for a woman, he was willing to talk like a lunatic. Lick the existence of nothing. Disappear directly into the world. Now that Long Yu has obtained the character template of Escanor, could it be that he has to go further and further on this dog-licking road? Escanor, what are you thinking? Do you regret it? Cavendish hurriedly asked. If you regret it, if you catch up now, you may be able to save it. Being a chihuahua is actually quite fragrant. Quote. Thinking of everything that happened just now, Cavendish still had a dreamlike illusion. Now God gives him another chance. The motherfucker will never get on this pirate ship. No, I'll save Nico Robin anyway. Long Yu quit the template character influence and said, since she chose to depend on me. Then, I will never watch her helplessly and be taken away by the people of the world's official government. Having said that, Long Yu looked back at Cavendish and said, I don't think you want to. One day, you will be abandoned. Cavendish was stunned, with a feeling that he couldn't refute. As a captain and a rookie at the same time, Cavendish went out to sea with a passion and never thought about such deep problems. As Long Yu said, if one day he falls into the hands of the Navy, or the world's official government, someone who would rescue his messy thoughts flashed in his mind, and Cavendish's expression changed. Finally, he took a deep breath, picked up his bangs, and said smugly, Don't worry, I will go with you, Fa Dao, it's not a good place. In Cavendish's eyes, at this juncture, he could say such words. How handsome he is, he can totally figure it out. If you don't die this time, come back alive. Not good to say, but it can also bring the fame to a new level. Let your beauty spread more widely in this sea. I don't need a tow bottle. Long Yu replied indifferently, his eyes turned in vain, and he landed on the broken hull not far away, and said, Lanchi, when are you hiding? Come out for me. Still, you want me to invite you out myself. The low voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magical sound, which made Frankie's nerves tense all of a sudden. Even Cavendish, who was planning to refute, was startled. They have already seen that Long Yu can easily perceive the enemy's means. However, even the opponent's name can be easily revealed. This feel like a foul. Escanor, do you know him? Cavendish couldn't help but ask. Frankie couldn't hold back either. He came out in the dark and said, do you know me? No. Long Yu glanced lightly and said, I don't know you, but I know everything about you. If it weren't for you, Mr. Tom, I wouldn't have died. Chapter 676. A reward of 300 million. Frankie's expression suddenly stiffened. Immediately, he rushed in front of Long Yu with a stride, and a pair of mechanical arms directly grabbed Long Yu's collar. The violent scene made Cavendish slightly startled. In his eyes, it wasn't the shock of Frankie's reaction. Instead, it's because of his stupidity. After seeing Long Yu's methods with his own eyes, this impulsive action of pulling his collar. It is not allowed to be simply and rudely rewarded with a punch. Facing Cavendish's interested gaze, Frankie's hands, an inch away from the collar, suddenly stiffened in the air. When he was close at hand, meeting this arrogant gaze, Frankie couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Recalling the awesome nine just now, who was punched one by one, he hurriedly said, your collar is wrinkled, I'll tidy it up for you. Boss Frankie, is this our goal this time? However, this little broken boat doesn't seem to be enough to see. Two figures flashed out in the dark. In the city of Seven Waters, the members of the Frankie family were all recruited boatmen who were rejected by Espagu. The bad guy who was drawn into the family by Frankie. Earn rewards by dismantling ships and selling their parts. However, due to the lack of legality, most of the French family conduct their activities by robbing pirates' ships and other methods. And cop who suddenly jumped out, wearing black leather pants, and wearing sunglasses. Frankie's eyes lit up, and he threw his backhand directly to the back of the two of them. Shut up, this is the boss of Escanor, but there is a reward of 300 million. I just wanted to tidy up his collar. Frankie hurriedly explained. A reward of 300 million inches. Zanbai and Cop's expressions turned pale all of a sudden. They finally know why the big brother, who has always been fearless, is so complimented. If they had known earlier, the person in front of them would have a reward of 300 million. Don't call me the boss, even my father can get away with it. Okay, don't give me nonsense here. Long Yu said to Frankie, I'm going to Fa Island now, and I need to take the sea train. You can lead me on the way. To the Isle of Phi. Zanbai was slightly startled, and said, Boss Scarno, the sea train can indeed go to Fa Island. However, that route is not something that ordinary people can take. I heard that the people who go to Fa Island are all prisoners. If the boss is going sightseeing, it is better to take other routes. What to see? Slapped Zanbai on the back of the head again, and said, Boss Escanor, he is going to save people. However, the sea train is running, but they won't give up and take you to the Isle of Law. I have a way to send you there, but only if you tell me why you know about Mr. Tom. For the death of his teacher, Frankie has always been brooding. Thinks that if it wasn't for the ship he randomly made that day, and the trial warship sent to attack the French island was stolen, Tom would not have to blame him. Sentenced to be executed by shooting. Right now, as soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, he pointed out the relationship between Tom and him. This undoubtedly touched Frankie's nerves. Looking at Frankie with a desperate look, Long Yu pondered for a while, then said, Do you want to see Tom again? Goodbye. Frankie was stunned, and immediately asked excitedly, Boss Escanor, you said let me meet Mr. Tom. It's Mr. Tom, is he still alive? Answer me quickly. The hurried voices echoed in the port. Frankie, who was a big boss, screaming very smoothly, and his integrity seemed to be lost, Cavendish was full of contempt. However, when I saw Long Yu mentioning the word Tom, I lost control of my emotions. Cavendish knew very well that there were probably other stories in it. However, in Cavendish's eyes, it is more important, but what is the relationship between Long Yu and Tom? At the same time, is Tom really still alive in this world? Or, in order to go to the Judiciary Island, Long Yu made up an excuse and deceived Frankie to help the big port, and the atmosphere suddenly became depressed. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Long Yu's body. Stop talking about Frankie and Cavendish. For Zanbai and Cop, over the years, I have always seen that one day, their boss smiled and held a wine glass, after getting rid of their tracking, disappeared alone for 24 hours. Every time I come back, I have a tired look on my face. At first, they thought that Frank, who became an Iron Man, could develop in what direction. However, over time, it was discovered that there was no Iron Man's reputation in the land of Smoke Willows. This made them gradually understand what Frankie had been doing in the 24 hours he was missing. As soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, he threw Tom out. This undoubtedly pried their nerves. No, Mr. Tom is already dead. Long Yu replied lightly. Chapter 677, Meeting the Dead. Seeing that his expression suddenly became lonely, with a slightly self-deprecating expression, Frankie continued, if you are willing to agree to the deal, I can still let you meet, but after so many years, what is the success rate? I can't guarantee it. Meet the dead. Frankie was stunned. No, it should be said that even Cavendish and the others were full of disbelief. In their eyes, the feeling of Long Yu right now is as if he is talking nonsense in a serious manner. Isn't it nonsense to meet with the dead? Whether or not to meet is your own decision. If I really want to insist on going to the French island, I believe you can't refuse my request. Long Yu glanced at it lightly. The choice is in your own hands. Frankie's face changed again. After seeing it with his own eyes, after Long Yu punched a 9, he clearly knew that there was no falsehood in his words mixed with threats. If Long Yu, he would really use tough tactics and use Zanbai and others as hostages to threaten him for help. Frankie has no right to refuse. Boss Frankie. Zanbai stopped talking. However, he was quickly stopped by Frankie's detective and said, I promise to make a deal with you, but I hope you can keep your promise and not do anything to my people. Don't worry. Replied indifferently, looked at the time, and said, there are still 3 hours before noon. First go to Mr. Tom's tomb, complete the transaction with you, and then send. I will go to Fa Island, lest you call me Empty Glove White Wolf. The fish man who had been dead for 10 years, Long Yu could not guarantee that he could use the Bone King to revive the dead and come back to life. However, as long as the fishman Tom has a strong obsession after his death, Long Yu still has the confidence to forcibly summon his soul within the Yellow Spring. The most important thing is that when the fidelity of Escanor's character template reaches 40%, he will get a reward. Of Escanor, and I am the only one in the sky and the world. This is the special magic physique that Escanor obtained after being attached to the power of the sun in the original 7 deadly sins. With the passage of time, the more noon, the stronger his power will be. When 1 minute reaches noon, Escanor is known as the strongest being among them. At that moment, he will be regarded as non-existent. Pity that the system rewarded to Long Yu as the only one in the sky and the world, obviously missing a minute at noon. However, for him now, it is enough to deal with Fa Dao and his party. Go to Mr. Tom's grave first. Fran. She couldn't help but startled, and looked at Long Yu with a face full of surprise. At first, after hearing Long Yu open his mouth and break the relationship between him and Mr. Tom, he was extremely shocked. At the back, Long Yu threatened to let him meet Mr. Tom. That moment, his mind was completely hot, and he subconsciously agreed to the transaction with Long Yu. Now that he calmed down, there was a bit of bitterness in his heart. The dead is bullshit. However, the arrow had to be sent on the string, according to Long Yu's last statement, even if he refused. Huge gap in strength with 1 punch and 1 9. Even if Long Yu gave him a bad check, let him go to Judicial Island first. Frankie still couldn't refuse. However, as soon as Long Yu opened his mouth, he threatened to let him meet his long-dead teacher first. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed it. Could it be that he really had a way? Frankie couldn't help but look at Long Yu one more time. Looking at this man with muscular tendons and an arrogant look on his face, the hope in his heart was ignited again. Other hand, in the capital of the Seven Waters, in the office of Espejo. Wearing glasses and wearing black silk stockings, Khalifa looked down at the document in her hand. During the time she was lurking by Espejo's side, she checked any documents that came to and from the office every day. Although, the chances of finding any clues about the design of Hades are almost impossible. However, in order to end this undercover life, Khalifa will not give up this boring, day-to-day behavior. Who? Khalifa raised her head suddenly. She chose this time to infiltrate Espejo's office to investigate the whereabouts of Hades. It is clear that Espejo will leave the office and go to a place at a certain time every day. According to Espejo's living habits over the years, he should have half an hour before returning to the office. A footsteps suddenly sounded, causing Khalifa's eyes to suddenly become sharper. They nine spent so much effort in order to get the king's manufacturing blueprint, and lurked here. She didn't want to fall short at this juncture. Khalifa, hurry up and contact Lucci, our lurking mission failed. Kaku supported Bruno, who was stumbling, and turned in directly from the window. Looking at the embarrassed two, Khalifa's pupils shrank slightly. In 9, Carly's strength is like the bottom of the existence. Chapter 678, Mission Leaked. However, she knew very well, except for Rob Lucci, who is known as the most powerful weapon in the world in the past 800 years. Yamake's Kaku is definitely one of the best out of 9. Paired with Bruno, who has the superhuman door fruit. In the capital of Seven Waters, this sea area is located in the first half of the Great Waterway. Not their opponents at all, let alone hitting them hard. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Khalifa would never have believed it. However, what worries Khalifa the most at the moment is the task of spending years lurking and searching for clues about Hades. Kaku, you said the mission was leaked. Who shot you? That's a provocation to the world's official government. As the world's most powerful spy organization, second only to Zero. Khalifa knew very well that they represented the face of the world's righteous government. As the world's most powerful spy organization, second only to Zero. Khalifa knew very well that they represented the face of the world's righteous government. Now the other party actually knows that they dare to attack under their identities. That is to openly tore his face and confront them with the official government of the world. This kind of person, if not a brainless lunatic, is a strong person on one side. It's Escanor. Kaku put the injured Bruno on the sofa, took a breath, and said anxiously, he came for Nico Robin, and at the moment of meeting, he directly broke my identity. Thinking of the scene of the fight just now, Kaku's scalp is still numb. One punch knocked out their proud killer. One punch knocked them out. That completely subverted their cognition. However, Kaku was more concerned about why their identities were leaked. Was Nico Robin's arrest leaked? Escanor. Khalifa couldn't help but said, isn't he the initiator of the chaos in the Chambord Islands 3 days ago? The world government also proposed to invite Chiwahai to replace the vacancy of the sand crocodile. Why would he take action against you? Why don't you tell him this? In Khalifa's eyes, Shichibukai's invitation was like a sweet pastry. Except for a very few pirates, when I heard this invitation, it was a yawn, and my chin was full. Now Kaku and Bruno have been beaten by Fat, this is unscientific. Seeing Khalifa's face makes sense. Of course, Kaku smiled bitterly. I had the same idea as you at first. However, that guy is a total lunatic. For Nico Robin's sake, he even disdains Shichibukai's position. Most importantly, he is arrogant. After learning that Nicole Robin was sent to Justice Island, he didn't stop us at all from escaping, giving people a very strange feeling. Strange feeling? Khalifa was slightly startled, and said, Kaku, what do you feel strange when you say it? You won't tell me that he might go to the Isle of Phi to save people, right? In Khalifa's eyes, the establishment of Fa Island is an existence that has never been breached in the past 800 years. The Navy garrison alone has reached tens of thousands of people. Not to mention, it also has natural vortex defenses such as the Gate of Justice. And various troops under strict guard. As one of the face of the world's main government, Fa Dao, unless it is a fool, absolutely no one will run to seek death. However, now Kaku told her, there is a kind of strange feeling, is there really a fool in this world? Maybe he is pretending. Said after a moment of silence. Long history of 800 years, as the face of the world's official government, it is known as the island that never sleeps. Based on this historical background alone, Kaku subconsciously acquiesced to Khalifa's rebuttal. Facing the island of Phi with such a defensive front, unless you are a fool. Otherwise, no one would go to the island to run wild. Kaku, don't worry too much, this time Lucci was recruited to capture Nico Robin, and now you have found out that Nico Robin and Escanor have a deep relationship, which is an important credit. 1, and perhaps offsetting, the mission failed this time. Khalifa set up her glasses and changed the conversation. What's more, we have been lurking in the Seven Waters capital. For such a long time, we still haven't found the whereabouts of Pluto. I'm afraid Pluto is not here. Combining the factors and inferring, I don't think the above will take anger on us. Looking at the eloquent Khalifa who was analyzing, Bruno who was lying on the sofa couldn't help but say, Khalifa, don't forget, our boss is a fool. However, if Lucci is willing to say a few good words to us, maybe this matter can be saved 1 or 2 times. Facing Bruno's utterance, Khalifa was unable to refute for a moment. As the highest commander of 9, he has only 9 Dao strength, which is lower than ordinary people. If this kind of thing spreads out. Chapter 679, Going is also being abused. That's totally humiliating people in their faces. The most important thing, in their eyes, if Spandam is not because of the blessings of his father's relationship with the Halo. Still an idiot with no IQ. If Spandam really insists on prosecuting them. They also can't eat and walk around. Okay, it's a waste of time for us to discuss here. Hurriedly said, before Espagu has not returned, let's take the sea train and return to Fa Island. Now get in touch with Lucci and let him deal with Spandam for a while. Facing Kaku's proposal, Khalifa and Bruno nodded in agreement. As Khalifa, who was in charge of communication, he took out the phone bug with his backhand and dialed directly. La Island, built on the tallest judicial tower among the 3 major islands. In the huge conference hall, 4 or 5 figures sat sparsely on the sofa. One of them, a purple-haired man wearing a mask, was sitting at the desk. Looking at the report on the desktop, his face lit up with joy. Lucci, I'm very happy that you can capture Nico Robin this time. This is the official government of the world. The devil's son who has been chasing for 20 years is now in my hands. I am afraid that this time I will be able to rank among 0. Spandam watched excitedly, standing in front of the desk, above the burly figure with an indifferent face. As a 9th, Spandam is only 9 in Dao. He has always believed in the truth that there is no problem with his own garbage, the most important thing is to have enough rights, and there is no garbage under his command. Called Rob Lucci, the most powerful human weapon in the French island for 800 years, is simply the ace of his trump cards. HMPH, Sir Spandam, you're just making a fuss, facing a mere woman, wouldn't it be better to leave it to us? Who is slender and has 2 long black beards, said dissatisfiedly. Suddenly sending Lucci back in the capital of 7 Waters, in case that break 5, and the mission is leaked, it will be more than the loss. Although, I have long known that this task could not be completed, but I also really want Lucci and Kaku, so don't stay on the Judiciary Island. Having said this, Gabra covered his mouth and said, Lucci, I'm sorry, I just like to tell the truth, I just don't want to make you spend a lot of time on unfinished tasks. Anything goes wrong. Otherwise, at this juncture, if something goes wrong, you are wasting your efforts. Now, as a ninth, Gabu is the third strongest taijutsu after Rob Lucci and Kaku. In addition to being proficient in the extension skills of iron blocks, he also has the habit of lying, and he prefers to compete with Rob Lucci and Kaku for the first person. Right now, the task of capturing Nico Robin is a huge credit. However, Spandam chose to bring Rob Lucci back. For him, it is undoubtedly a kind of contempt and shame. Gabra, don't challenge Lucci again. The owl said coldly, you have indeed become stronger, but the current Lucci has 370 strength. You only have 190 Dao strength, but the difference is too big, and you will be abused if you go. I won't say it out, but things will get out. The owl who opened his mouth and put the chain on, showing no mercy, Gabra's face became anxious and said, Owl, your hand is absolutely inaccurate. Also, last time, you promised not to tell me about my being dumped. The next day, the whole Fahima knew about it. I'm going to kill you. No, my hand is accurate. You all believe that Sir Spandam has only 9 points of Dao strength, but a normal person has 11. Also, my mouth is the strictest, and I will never tell others what is right or wrong. Speaking, the owl pulled the chain on its mouth again. However, as long as people who are familiar with owls know well, he is the first person to talk. You bastard owl, shut up for me, as a superior, I don't need to fight at all. Spandam roared loudly. Also, I have an elephant sword that takes devil fruit, and it's not something ordinary people can compare to. Looking at the furious Spandam, the people present were already used to it. As a newspaper organization second only to Zero, to be able to join, the minimum foundation is to be proficient in 6 styles. In the original work, there is a newcomer known as the Newcomer King, who is only proficient in 3 styles, after being defeated. Was directly obliterated by Lucci, and Spandam did not pursue it at all afterwards. It can be said that in the 9th, one's own strength is the fundamental. Even Spandam, who is the commander, also relies on this. Okay, Sir Spandam, if Nico Robin's mission is over, I should also return to the 7 Waters and continue the next mission. Rob Lucci said indifferently. Chapter 680, Double Happiness. Icebagu's approval for me is not very much. If the time is delayed, with Asbagu's caution, some clues may be found. As a hidden mission for several years, Rob Lucci has already figured out Asbagu's character. In Lucci's eyes, they couldn't find any clues about Hades' design, which was entirely due to Asbagu's caution. HMPH, that old guy, if he hadn't been worried about spooking the grass, I would have killed him with 1 shot. Spandam slapped the table angrily and said, Lucci, this time you are also considered to have made a big contribution. As long as you can get the design of Hades, I will take you to Zero, and by that time, we will be able to enjoy endless prosperity and wealth. During this time, as long as Spandam thought about this, he could wake up with a smile while falling asleep. That was a wish that even his father had struggled for most of his life to achieve. Right now, even the son of the devil who had escaped for 20 years could fall into their hands. This gave Spandam a kind of urge to approach this goal infinitely. Mosamoxi, emergency contact, I'm Khalifa. The rapid phone bug rang out without warning. The nerves of everyone present were suddenly shaken. Spandam was stunned for a moment, then his face showed joy, and he said excitedly, it's the emergency contact of Khalifa, it won't be a good thing, get the whereabouts of Hades. In Spandam's eyes, the emergency phone worm had not rang for a long time. Right now, it suddenly sounded, and the first thing that came to mind in his mind was this one. Sir Spandam, don't rejoice too soon, in case it's just empty joy. Gabra rolled her eyes in dismay. Robin, who had escaped for 20 years, was caught by Rob Lucci, and if they even got the blueprint of Hades. The days that followed, for Gabra, who was always competitive. Not only was he overwhelmed by the strength of the battle, but he was also overwhelmed to the point of being unable to turn around. Let's talk on the phone first. Rob Luch frowned and reached out to pick up the phone bug. I'm Lucci. If Khalifa has something to do, I need to use this phone bug to contact me. In Spandam's eyes, Khalifa's urgent contact is a double happiness. However, in Lucci's eyes, Chubagu saw through his identity. Otherwise, no, as soon as he left, a flaw was revealed, and Khalifa and the others caught it. Lucci, something is bad. Our lurking mission failed, and Escanor's identity was discovered by Escanor. He came for Nico Robin, and Kaku and Bruno were seriously injured. Khalifa's hurried voice came out from inside the phone bug. The expressions of the people who had different expressions suddenly became stiff. All eyes turned and locked on the phone bug. Regardless of Gabra or Owl, they just couldn't get used to Lucci completing the task. However, he was absolutely unwilling to see that the mission that had spent years lurking in the Seven Waters City had failed. Does this count as a calamity? Khalifa, what happened? Isn't Escanor the candidate for the new Shichibukai that the world government intends to recruit? How does he have a relationship with Nico Robin? Spandam's expression sank, and he snatched the phone bug in Lucci's hand, and roared angrily, Kaku and Bruno, aren't they the elites of 9? Did the lurking missions over the years make your body rust? Facing this comment, Lucci couldn't help frowning. He is also a member of the stealth mission. In Spandam's terms, Kaku and Bruno's bodies are rusted. That mean that his body is also rusted? No. Spandam obviously noticed the change in Lucci's expression, and hurriedly changed the subject. Khalifa, you said that Kaku and Bruno were seriously injured by Escanor. How about Escanor's injury? He dared to attack us and ruined our mission. At least he needs to be caught. As for how the 5 old stars deal with him, that is another matter. If we say that Nico Robin, the child of the devil, is a threat to the existence of the world of Hades would be the quickest way to enhance the power of the world government. Perhaps, Pluto is difficult to make. However, with the world government, and Vegapunk beyond the human mind for 500 years. Perhaps, Pluto cannot be mass-produced. However, as long as there are enough materials, or alternative materials, it may not be impossible for Vegapunk to replicate 3 or 5 ships. Once it really reaches this level, I am afraid the whole sea will change. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 681 to 700. Chapter 681, Forcibly Break into Sifa Island. In the huge office, the inexplicably depressing atmosphere, like an invisible big hand, tightened everyone's nerves. Everyone's eyes locked on the phone bug. They are eager to know what the final result of the battle between Kaku and Escanor will be. 2 of them were seriously injured, so is Escanor also injured? No, we were beaten by him with 1 punch. S voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's tense nerves were almost broken at once. Even Gabra and the others couldn't help it, and suddenly stood up. They don't want to admit that Kaku and Bruno's strength, ranking and positioning among 9. 1 punch can defeat the 2 of them, but they don't pay much attention to Bruno. However, the existence of Kaku, but even Gabra is secretly regarded as a competitor. However, even he can't stand a punch now. What is Escano's strength? Kaku, this is not the time to joke, and this joke is not funny. You tell me honestly, Escar Nuo's end, isn't it tragic? Spandam caught the phone bug and roared in a hurry. However, as soon as the voice fell, Lucci grabbed his wrist. Sir Spandam, as a member of the 9, no one would joke with own honor. Lucci said indifferently. It appears that the world government has underestimated Escanor. Having said that, Rob Lucci took the phone bug and said, Kaku, that. Where is Escanor? Lucci, are you going to trouble him? Kaku asked eagerly. That guy has an extremely arrogant personality. I'm afraid he hasn't left the 7 waters yet. I had a brief negotiation with him. He seems to have a kind of Nicole Robin, inexplicable persistence, giving people a feeling that he will roam the island of law. The person who forced the way into Fa Dao was slightly startled again. Even Rob Lucci's brows could not help frowning. In the face of Kaku's mixed guesses, they were obviously difficult to accept. Kaku, what nonsense are you talking about? Spandam roared angrily. Don't make excuses for your failure, but if it is involved in the plan to capture the blueprint of Hades, you must find a way to make up for this mistake. Also, the existence of Fa Dao represents the face of the world government. No one dares to take action against Fa Dao, unless it is a fool. The hysterical voice echoed in the office, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Facing Spandam's decision, the people present fell silent. In them. His eyes, no matter how powerful Escanor is, he is only a mere person. The Judiciary Island is the government agency of this giant behemoth on the sea. Absolutely not. A person can be provocative. Kaku, you take the sea train and return to Judicial Island first. I will take the sea train and return to the Seven Waters to clean up the mess. Rob Lucci said indifferently. Lucci, you are going. Spandam's face was ecstatic. In his eyes, Rob Lucci is the strongest existence of 9. As the owl said, Lucci's Dao strength value, but 2 Gabra, can barely equal. Still not counting, on the basis of devil fruit ability. Once Rob Lucci shows all his cards, no one knows what his strength will be. Lucci, don't underestimate the enemy. If you go, let Gabra accompany him. Although he has a big mouth, his strength is still good. Kaku hurriedly proposed. Lucci, I rest for a few hours and use a special serum, and I will be able to recover a little or two soon. Bruno's voice sounded immediately. Having my superhuman and door fruit ability, if something else happens, we can also get out. Looking at the 2 Kaku who expressed their position in an instant, the expressions of the people present also changed slightly. Especially the owl and the lion snuggled up, and even Gabra thought that Kaku and Bruno were afraid of being beaten. Lucci, it will take 2.5 hours before the sea train returns to the French island. If the door of justice is opened, I'm afraid it will take a day to use warships to go to the capital of Seven Waters. Spandam said with a gloomy face. To make up for the failure of Pluto's mission, we need to be sure about the next action, and we must not make any mistakes. Next, I'll ask Gabra to practice with you, restore your state to the peak, and wait for Bruno and Kaku to return before you set off. Speaking of which, Spandam grabbed the elephant sword and said sternly, I want that bastard who prevented me from being promoted to 0, completely regret being my enemy. During this period of time, don't worry, I will mobilize the espionage personnel on the Seven Waters to find out as soon as possible, Escanor's movements, even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, he will surely die. Looking at Spandam who was going his own way, Lucci nodded in agreement after being silent for a while. As he said, after several years of lurking undercover life, Lucci often fought against pirates. However, in the first half of the Great Waterway, there are not many pirates who make him face up. In front of all the boatmen, he was even more unable to do his best. Chapter 682, Hulk Island, the capital of Seven Waters. It can be said that he has not warmed up for a long time. Now Spandam asked Gabra and Lucci also felt eager to try it. Haha, I didn't expect that. I always wanted to fight with you, Lucci, under such circumstances. Gabra laughed loudly, patted the dust on his body, and walked out. Lucci, I hope your body doesn't rust, or you lose to me. Your title of the strongest is left to me. Is it? Replied indifferently, I hope you can let me use all my strength. Abandoning these words, Lucci turned around and walked out first. In the Island of Law, there is still a preset martial arts platform, and usually let the naval soldiers and members of other espionage organizations learn from each other. Now it's obviously going to come in handy. Looking at Lucci and Gabra, they left the French island one after the other. The other members present, even Spandam couldn't hold back, and quickly followed. They were also curious about Lucci's strength. On the other hand, Hulk Island, the capital of 7 waters. Abandoned ships by pirates and merchants, and even the Carrera Company. According to the boatman, this is the burial place of the ships. It was also the site of the original Tom Shipbuilding Company. Around this abandoned island, you can see Mr. Tom's grave. This is the guy who took a lot of effort to bring Mr. Tom's body back. Several figures appeared on Hulk Island, and it was Frankie who took the lead. Followed by Longfeather, Cavendish, and Brother Zanbai, who appeared in the form of Escanor. Boss Frankie, this is the first time I know this place. Zanbai looked around with a probe, showing a curious expression. Been on Hulk Island for a long time. However, in the deepest part of Hulk Island, they rarely dabble. After all, they were the disintegration of the ship, and the ships they needed were either snatched back or ships that had just been sent to the outskirts of Hulk Island. Therefore, all along, they did not have time to go to the island. So, I don't know if there is a tomb inside. Shut up, don't you see that Boss Chi's heart is a little heavy? Don't speak, no one says you are dumb. Cope glared at Zanbai and told him to shut up obediently. After all, anyone could feel that as he advanced towards the depths of Hulk Island, Frankie's expression became heavier. It seems that you came today. Not the time, there's someone ahead. Long Yu raised his brows and said lightly. Some people are unpredictable about Long Yu, the means of this unpredictable prophet, Frankie is unpredictable. However, he knew very well that there were only a few people who would come to such a bad place. Moreover, over the years, he has also figured out who will come. Frankie, this is not a place you can come, hurry up. A deep voice suddenly came from the open space behind the ruins. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Zanbai and Kopp couldn't help but froze. Their brains are more muscular than IQ. However, now is the captain of the 7 waters, Espagu, the owner of the Carrera Shipbuilding Company, unexpectedly appeared in Mr. Frankie's tomb. This made them unable to bear, and shouted in a hurry, Asbagu, you can't stand Frankie, but it's shameless for you to attack Mr. Tom's grave. For the memory of Boss Frankie, we will definitely defeat you. As the two of Zanbai opened their throats, they were about to charge towards Espagu. However, as soon as he took a half step, he was kicked flying by Cavendish. Shut up, it really is a guy full of muscles, just take a good look at it. An often thwarted supernova, Cavendish's IQ is still online. At least, when Espagu and Frankie met, there was no such. This convinced Cavendish that the relationship between the two was not simple. Oh, Espagu, don't be so impulsive, it's rare for little Frankie, can't you just say a few words at ease when you meet for the first time? A tall figure walked out beside him. If Long Yu remembers correctly, this old man is exactly the one in the original book. After Sauron arrived at Fishman Island and saw a real mermaid, he automatically deleted his brain memory. The unforgettable old man fish, Mrs. Kokolo. Also the secretary of Tom's Shipbuilding Company. It is said that the falling of the shell on the chest will trigger the existence of the end of the world. According to Luffy's name, she feels like a monster mother-in-law. Kokoro, you don't know the reason at all. Espagu turned his head and glared at Kokoro. If anyone else knew that Frankie went to pay homage to Mr. Tom's grave, he had no choice but to die. Don't forget, how many eyeliners of the world's official government are lurking in the 7 waters. Chapter 683, Detonation. In the huge ruined site, an inexplicable and oppressive aura enveloped it, giving people a kind of lingering feeling. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Escanor's body, with a hint of inexplicable urgency. As Granny Kokoro said, instead of questioning it here, let Escanor know clearly after a try. Phew, Long Yu let out a deep breath. Character template reaches 70%, he can borrow the character abilities of other templates. Although, it is not completely universal. However, it is not difficult to awaken the soul of Tom the Murloc with the help of the resurrection of the dead. As long as he is persistent, everything is enough. Thinking of this, the magic power in Long Yu's body is surging. An inexplicable chill rolled back like a frenzy. Another criss-crossing blood-colored veins appeared under the feet. With an extremely mysterious attitude, it was quickly reorganized and constructed. When the last blood-colored veins that circulated completely converged at the feet of Long Yu, a dazzling blood-colored light rose into the sky like a frenzy. The blood light instantly grabbed everyone's attention, and the inexplicable scene tightened everyone's nerves. However, before they could make any move, the blood in front of them all converged like a tide. The moment the vision was restored, the illusory figure that first came into view caused the pupils of those present to shrink suddenly. Am I dazzled? Couldn't help but take the lead and said, Aesbagu, hurry up and slap me twice, I want to know if you were dreaming. Pick you. Aesbagu's eyes were also straight, looking at the familiar figure. He took a deep breath, and said, I can't smoke your iron face. However, this scene is too real, I seem to see Mr. Tom. An illusory figure stood quietly in front of Long Yu. Looking at the beige Murloc Tom, Long Yu nodded towards him and said, since you don't want to be resurrected, then let's have a good chat. Wow, haha, I didn't expect to be able to see these two little bastards. Fishman Tom laughed loudly and said, brother, thank you very much. No, this is a deal. I originally planned to invite a craftsman, but now it seems that it's okay. Long Yu waved his hand, turned and left. The familiar loud laughter, like a magic sound at this moment, echoed in the ruins for a long time and could not be dissipated. Touching his face that was flushed even by the iron, Frankie looked at the long-lost figure that was close at hand. Thinking back to that day, the feeling of powerlessness blocking the sea train with bare hands. Hold back in the eyes. The coke inside suddenly poured out. Mr. Tom, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I never thought things would turn out like this. I tried very hard to save you, but I'm too weak, I can't do it. Aesbagu is right, if it wasn't for me, Mr. Tom, I wouldn't be dead. A hysterical cry broke out suddenly. The helplessness and regret that had been accumulated for a long time exploded like a tide in an instant. Who has always been the boss of the Seven Waters gangster and has a fierce face? Like a helpless child, with staggering steps, he stumbled towards the Fishman Tom. For a moment, except for Aesbagu's silent tears, the people present could not help but be silent. Adult world, no matter what. No matter what happens, you can be strong. However, once you encounter the softness hidden in the deepest part of your heart. Who doesn't cry like a helpless child? Whoa, you bastard, the old man didn't blame you. Over the years, your mischief seems to have increased rather than decreased. What's the matter, has your French battleship reached number 100? Let the old man see how it goes. You bastard kid, I'm a ghost, but can't you just stop rubbing against me with your cola snot? Looking at it for a while, and returning to the old teaching screen, Aesbagu wiped away the tears with his sleeve, then looked at Long Yu who passed by and said, Your Excellency Ascano, I'm sorry just now, I doubted it. I want to know, why are you going to Justice Island? In the eyes of the world's official government, the only target that could possibly control the design of Hades, Aesbagu knew very well. If you don't get Mr. Tom's superb shipbuilding craftsmanship, it's the only way for the world to get the design of Hades. I am afraid that the official government of the world has already killed him. Aesbagu is very clear about the power possessed by the Isle of Fa. Right now, Escanor insists on making a deal with Frankie, and getting the way to the French Isle is undoubtedly beyond his understanding. If you say, I'm here to save people, would you believe it? Long Yu's footsteps stopped abruptly, met Aesbagu's gaze, and said slowly. Faced with the arrogance between the lines, Aesbagu fell into silence. After a while, he said, I know why Frankie believes you. Come with me, I remember that in Mr. Tom's abandoned warehouse, there is a sea train used for the test that day, which should be able to help you. These words, Aesbagu turned around and left first. Long Yu watched this scene and followed suit. Chapter 684, Judicial Island. Fa Island. The huge sealed training room, the heavy steel door, made a creaking sound, and was pushed open with a bang. With a naked upper body, showing strong muscles, walked out first. The white dove with a familiar identification mark hovered slightly in the sky and landed on the man. Lu Qi, you finally came out, the sea train is ready for you. Bruno said urgently. More than 10 minutes ago, after he rushed back from the Seven Waters, he came here to wait non-stop. Not only did he stop, he needed to accompany Lu Qi to the capital of Seven Waters again. More importantly, he has to take a stand for the defeat at the hands of Escanor. However, as soon as Bruno approached, Lu Qi's right hand stuck out like lightning and grabbed his neck. He pinched Bruno into the air abruptly. Lu Qi. Khalifa's expression changed suddenly. They had already anticipated that Lu Qi, who had always been indifferent and had absolutely no partner thinking, would be unhappy because of the failure of the mission. However, I never thought that Lu Qi would shoot directly when they met. HMPH, you failed in your mission, and you can still come back with a shameless face. If you didn't look at it, it was all garbage. I would have ended you guys who failed early in the morning. Lu Qi snorted coldly and threw Bruno out. His eyes turned in vain and fell on Kaku. Kaku, in the phone bug, you once said that Escanor's appearance is related to Nico Robin. Lu Qi said with a cold face. It was also mentioned that the guy is arrogant and may come to Fahima. 2.5 hours have passed now, and you have all returned safely. It seems that you are overestimating such a guy of unknown origin. Still find excuses for your failures. The cold and stern voice made the expressions of the people present change slightly. Looking at the murderous Lu Qi, Spandam couldn't hold back first, and said with a smile, Lu Qi, you are all my subordinates, don't hurt the peace. It's good that Kaku and the others can come back safely. The so-called Escanor will come to Faisal, that's a big joke. 800 years ago, the island was established until the child was the first to kill him with an elephant sword in his hand. Seeing that as the 9th commander, Spawn's words and persuasion, the tense atmosphere in the field eased a little or two. Seeing this, Khalifa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all these years of getting along, she clearly knew that Lu Qi seemed to be 1,000 miles away from others. But all he's doing now is acting for Spandam. At least after Escanor is resolved, it can be guaranteed that Spandam, who is now dissuading him, will not be held accountable. Lu Qi, it's getting late, I'll take you to the sea train station. Bruno hurriedly got up on the ground and spoke again as if nothing had happened. However, as soon as these words fell, Lu Qi did not wait for his position. A rush of phone bugs rang out without warning. Sir Spandam, something is wrong. There is an unregistered sea train moving at a super high speed. His target is probably Judiciary Island. The inexplicable words, at this moment, as if filled with magic sound, echoed in the heaven and earth for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. In such a huge scene, after a brief silence, Spandam caught the phone bug and hurriedly shouted, You bastard, haven't you woken up yet? This is Judiciary Island, who would come here for nothing? Show me a little more clearly. If you report wrong, don't blame me for taking your head off. The end, Spandam roared almost hysterically. No, Sir Spandam, we can see it very clearly. There is a burly figure standing on the sea train. We have switched the railway track to a dead-end road. Please issue the follow-up order quickly. The hasty report words came out from the phone bug. The people present looked at each other. Kaku took the lead and couldn't hold back, and said, This person, I am afraid it is Escanor, with his arrogant personality, he really came. The guy is here. Spandam was stunned. A moment ago, he still swore that no one would dare to attack Fahima. If there was, he would use the elephant sword in his hand to clean up the person who came. However, now there is an Escanor who even Kaku and Bruno were killed with one punch. This face slap came too fast. No, It should be said, it came too hard. Cough. Lucci, today's weather is a bit too hot. I seem to have a heat stroke, and I need to take a good rest. Deal with. I'll leave the matter of Escanor to you. Spandam took the lead with a dry cough and added. Whose Dao strength value is only 9, who likes to back away from battle, the people present have long been surprised. Everyone's eyes turned and locked on Lucci's body. Chapter 685, Rampage-like Impact. Gabra's voice came out first in the secret room. Monster, Lucci, you are a monster. I won't admit defeat. I will defeat you next time. Bruno, open the air door quickly. I'm going to find that. Escanor vents his anger. I want to prove that I'm the strongest existence in 9 besides Lucci. Looking at Gabra, who was very embarrassed, he walked out of the secret room. They know clearly who will win. Gabra, Kaku's Dao strength value is stronger than you. If you go, you will probably end up the same. The owl opened the zipper on its mouth and made up for it in time. Fart, don't forget, I am a devil fruit person. That guy can defeat Kaku, but he is definitely not my opponent. Gabra hurriedly retorted. Bruno, open the door for me quickly. It's delayed, and we'll all have to eat and walk around. Looking at Gabra who was going his own way, Bruno opened the air door after hesitating for a while. Whoosh! Gabra stomped on his feet, directly cast a shave and disappeared in place, and reappeared and burrowed into the air door. The rest of the people, watching this scene, quickly followed. Bruno, take me with you. I want to see with my own eyes. This arrogant person is killed. Sir Spandam, aren't you suffering from heat stroke? Do you want to rest? Stride suddenly stopped. Shut up, time is running out. If a good show ends, it's not good. Other hand, it is 10,000 meters away from the main gate of the island and on the sea level. That was rushing forward, like a runaway, approached the Fa island quickly with a galloping attitude. The whistle of the train had already alerted the naval soldiers stationed at the front door. Faced with something like this that never happened, the Navy soldiers gathered here instead showed inexplicable curiosity. In their eyes, it is one of the 3 major portals of the world's official government. This kind of violent shock is completely a foolish act of self-destruction. There was a slight vibration in the air, and a fan of air was pushed open. I saw Gabra soon and rushed out first. Followed by Kaku, Khalifa, known as the strongest Rob Lucci in the French island for 800 years. Looking at this long-lost powerhouse, the Navy soldiers present were stunned at first, and then showed a look of shock. In their eyes, this act of rushing towards Fa Island is an act of self-destruction. However, at the moment, as the strongest espionage team in the French island, Weaving 9, but was alarmed, and all appeared on the stage. This scene undoubtedly touched everyone's nerves. In their eyes, what is the existence of the Comer to be able to have such a big welcome ceremony? Get out of the way, don't obstruct Lao Tzu's sight. I want to see, what is the origin of this Escanor? Spandam's shouts sounded suddenly. Who surrounded the front row were startled at first, and then they all showed shock. Escanor. Which one was in the Chambord archipelago, making trouble on the 3rd island, and beheading his subordinates when the beast Kaido was shriveled? A few days ago, I was also in charge of printing a new reward order. That guy seems to be worth 300 million. Starting at 300 million inches. The huge scene suddenly turned into a loud noise. If the person coming is an unknown guy, they may not take it to heart. However, this time, the starting bounty is 300 million, Escanor known as the Madman. This made them feel an inexplicable urgency in their hearts. I desperately want to know what the madness in front of me is capable of. This height is at least 3 meters, but it looks like a guy full of muscles. Spandam froze for a moment, then smiled relentlessly. However, these words fell in the ears of Kaku and Bruno, but they looked stagnant. Before I could think about it, I hurriedly looked at the speeding sea train. First to enter the eye, is a huge figure that is like an iron tower, supporting the sweater to the point of tearing. The indifference and arrogance on his face made him feel more and more deeply carved into his bones. Kaku, Bruno, why are your faces a little obedient? Did you see the guy who hit you hard with one punch, and you couldn't hold it back? Gabra patted Kaku's shoulder and said. Oh, look, I really can't control my mouth. Kaku, I didn't deliberately tell this matter to let everyone know. However, don't worry, I will beat this defiant guy to the ground and ask him to beg you for mercy. Spoke, Gabra stood out from the crowd with a smug face. This seemingly inadvertent remark made the faces of the navy in the field change suddenly, and there was an uproar. In their eyes, 9 is the strongest existence on the Isle of Law. Now Gabra, this seemingly casual remark completely subverted their cognition. Chapter 686. No knife flow, no knife. If it's not a joke to hit the 9 members with one punch, what is the strength of the comers? At this moment, they finally understand why the 9 members of the strongest espionage organization are all on the stage, giving people a feeling of being ready. Be careful Gabra, the guy seems to have changed, it looks like he's become taller and stronger. Kaku couldn't help but reminded. Get taller and stronger. Gabra looked back and said, Kaku, you won't be dazzled. What's more, what about getting taller and stronger? Could it really change the gap in strength? Speaking of which, a sly look flashed across Gabra's face. I'll let him understand what the heaviest fist is. As one of the 9, the essence of the 6th form, especially Gabra, who has tempered iron blocks into his own strengthening skills. Not only can it move in the case of iron blocks, but it can also combine its own attack power and defense into a more powerful fighting method. The empty space formed by the dispersal of the naval garrison around, Gabra looked up at the speeding and approaching sea train in the distance. Sir Spandam, after 10 seconds, they will hit the broken sea rail. According to this evolution, the sea train will directly collide with the outer guardrail. At that time, I am afraid that it will directly crash the car, and there is no need for the adults to take action. A herald hurriedly explained. In their eyes, the speed of the sea train is very fast, but once it lacks the rails on which it can move forward. In such a fast-moving situation, what awaits them will be car crashes. For this kind of victory without a fight, they most want to see it. That guy moved. Kaku was the first to speak. The moment the small voice fell, everyone's nerves were tense. Eyes turned and locked on Escanor, with a hint of urgency on his face. Desperately wanting to see, this lunatic, facing Fa Dao, and the strongest 9, will be able to turn out, what a big wave. On the sea train, Cavendish and Frankie couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva when they looked at Long Yu's back. In a short period of time, the sea train was activated and the forward speed was increased to the extreme. This undoubtedly makes the sea train effective. They followed Long Yu with a mortal mentality, but this did not mean that they died in a wasteland. Cavendish, you're still hanging. Pirates who have rewarded over 100 million yuan, hurry up and think of a way. Frankie spoke hastily. Think of a way. Cavendish couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, even you, the conductor, can't do anything, what can I do as a passenger? However, I believe Escanor should have figured out a way. Boss Escanor. Frankie was stunned for a moment, looked at Long Yu, who was standing in front of the train like an iron tower, and said, have you noticed that Boss Escanor's body size seems to be a circle bigger? It gives people the feeling that it is more arrogant, and the aura emanating from gestures gives people a kind of inexplicable depressing taste. Faced with Frankie's analysis, Cavendish was silent. He's been with Escanor longer than Frankie. Clearly, the reason why Frankie asked this question. Looking up, he almost climbed to the sun in the center of the sky. Cavendish couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and said, Frank, wait a moment, if the alarm clock rings at 12 o'clock, try to stay away as much as possible. Escanor sighed. Don't ask why, as long as you know, absolutely not, it's enough. The inexplicable words made Frankie startled. Before he could ask further questions, a slow voice rang out. Hold tight, we have reached our destination. Long Yu's eyes turned, and he quickly passed over everyone in front of the gate. It finally landed on the iron fence. Looking at the rapidly shortened distance, Long Yu took a deep breath and entered Escanor's personality template again. Arrogant color, defiant expression, climbed on his face. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, the 5 fingers of his right hand merged. Without any bells and whistles, he slashed down towards the iron guardrail 100 meters away. No knife flow, no knife. Bang! With a wave of his hand, he was dormant, and the huge magic power in Escanor exploded like a frenzy. The invisible slash, as if crossing the sky, split the sea in front of it with force. It spread to the iron guardrail with a swift stance like a thunderbolt. Boom! The guardrail collapsed. The huge impact force caused the entire guardrail to collapse. The fierce slashing aura, even more unabated, quickly spread towards the coast. That or rolled up or even more turbulent like ripples. Bang Long Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise block collection IP, and GT. Chapter 687. A Group of Wolves with Stars. The indestructible guardrail was shattered in response. The tyrannical slash, with an unabated posture, chased after you, Gabra. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Even Gabra didn't expect it at all. The other party was empty-handed. Not only did he split the guardrail, but he also shot him at a distance of 100 meters. In the face of such a close attack, and the prediction is wrong. Was absolutely no way for Gabra to hide, and the only thing he could do was to watch the vacuum slash rapidly expand in his pupils. 6 Style Strengthening Technique Iron Block Steel. Bang Gabra took a heavy step, and the muscles all over his body suddenly tensed, giving people a feeling of steel-like, rapid bulge. That quickly enlarged in the pupil, without any bells and whistles, he faced it directly. The roaring and tyrannical slash swept away with an awe-inspiring gust of wind. Who was standing on the spot like an iron tower, was vented by the surging force of the huge force, and the whole person was forced back 7 or 8 meters. With his feet on the heavy floor, 2 deep grooves were directly scraped. The splattered sword gang air wave directly overturned the navy garrison that was a little closer. On Gabra's body was even more than half shattered abruptly. They could react. Long Yu, who was standing on the locomotive, tensed the muscles of his legs to the extreme again. Without any bells and whistles, he kicked out suddenly. The sturdy locomotive cover was dented down in an instant. The huge impact force caused the locomotive that was originally galloping to stagnate for a short time, and the sea train that was advancing frantically was also offset by most of the situation. Looking at the familiar scene, Kaku's face changed drastically, and he roared in a hurry. Gabra, be careful. Drinking like thunder, Gabra, who had just received the attack, looked slightly stagnant. The next moment, before he could react, a huge body like an iron tower took the lead and came to him like a ghost. Without any fancy, the 5 fingers of his right hand clenched suddenly, turning into a fist and punching him in the abdomen. With a punch, the air seemed to be penetrated. However, watching this violent scene, Gabra's face showed a hint of ecstasy. In his eyes, this kind of fist-like attack. With the super defensive power he possesses after he casts the iron block enhancement skills. His bare hands, I am afraid that this arrogant person in front of him will definitely be able to make his intestines green with regret. Witnessing this scene, Kaku's face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, Gabra, don't. Do not. Gabra could not help but startled. Pity that he didn't wait for him to respond. A huge fist, like a cannonball, smashed heavily on his abdomen. A thunderous crash resounded. The moment the fist landed on the abdomen, the air ripples and the huge impact is released. Gabra felt like a sea train colliding head-on. That were rooted in the ground were instantly detached from the ground. Under the gust of wind whistling beside both ears, the whole person flew upside down like a cannonball. The Navy soldiers along the way were smashed into the air, eventually spanning hundreds of meters, and smashed hard on the huge gate of justice. The heavy door slammed, and there was a rolling crash. Under the release of the huge impact force, the gate made of concrete cracked and smashed a big hole like a spider web. Looking at Gabra, who was smashed into the air with a punch, and half of his body fell into the concrete gate. The huge field fell into a dead silence, only the sound of swallowing saliva remained. A moment ago, still, laughing and wondering why Kaku and Bruno, who were 9, lost with one punch. Now, they finally understand what is going on. This kind of explosive attack of tons, I am afraid that Rauhu can't stand it. Kaku, hurry up and save me. Spandam's shouts came from the ruins. He was not hit head-on by Gabra, who flew upside down, but he was also hit by other Navy soldiers who flew in. Didn't even expect that this madman in front of him, with a single blow, could be so terrifying. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Gabra's roar sounded like thunder. Whose half-body was originally embedded in the concrete gate, let out a low wolf howl, directly detonating the dormant devil fruit power in his body. After transforming into a dog, fruit and wolf form, he kicked his feet abruptly. The whole person turned into an afterimage and appeared in the air. Lanzhou group of wolves and stars. Gabra showed his figure, without any fancy, he kicked his right foot out of the air like lightning. The sound of bang 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 for air tearing sounded suddenly. The light blue vacuum slash, like the incarnation of 4 tigers and wolves, struck Long Yu across the sky. In the face of this violent blow, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Long Yu's body. They eagerly wanted to see how Long Yu would react to Gabra's counterattack after using the animal-type devil fruit to greatly improve his own strength. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, it was the first to catch sight of Long Yu, who stood motionless and stood there. 6-type strengthening technique iron block steel. Chapter 688, Overwhelmed. Of the crashing metal rang out like thunder. Under the impact of the huge air wave, the surrounding thick floor shattered a lot. Under the sand and dust that rolled up the sky, an iron tower-like figure walked out slowly. Looking at Long Yu, who walked out of the dust as if unscathed, Kaku's mind flashed this terrifying thought. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, this change is difficult to detect. However, Kaku, who has been paying attention to this problem, clearly distinguishes it. Moreover, the power contained in the punch just now was several points stronger than before. At least, in Kaku's eyes, Gabra's 6-type strengthening technique, iron block steel, can play a defense that is definitely twice as powerful as Bruno. However, now it also ends up in the same fate as Bruno. Could it be that the madman in front of him became stronger, and messy thoughts flashed in Kaku's mind? An unexpected voice came to my ears again. Go ahead, I still owe you a punch. Head looked at Gabra, and said slowly. The inexplicable words made the expressions of the people in the field stagnate for a while. Even Cavendish and Frankie, who had just landed on the sea train that barely stopped, were stunned. The face of thousands of Navy soldiers staring around, there are also a group of 9. Long Yu not only did not pursue the victory, but instead uttered wild words. In their eyes, this is nothing short of lunatic. You bastard, who is crazy with you, dares to break into the French island, and even hurts this commander, all you have to do is shoot at random. Spandam had just been rescued from the rubble. Thinking of the humiliation just now, I was the first to lose my breath and roared in anger. Come here, shoot this arrogant person to death for me, and let him know that there is only one way to die if he rushes into the FA island. Yes, a group of Navy soldiers, fierce gods, who were still eating melons, took out their muskets and lined up to point at Long Yu. In their eyes, Long Yu's performance just now was unparalleled, and even the members of 9 couldn't bear the blow. However, their navy garrisoned 2,000 or 3,000 troops. Even more scattered, far apart, the other party has no way to attack them at the same time. As there is a glitch in the process. Then waiting for Long Yu, there will be bullets pouring down from the sky like a torrential rain. There is also a cannon waiting to burst into action. However, a thought just sprouted in his mind, and the words that fell in his ears were like an invisible hammer, hitting the depths of his soul. An ant should have the attitude of an ant. If you plan to use the body of an ant to shake a towering tree, then please accept the beating of the society. Long Yu spoke slowly. In front of everyone's eyes, the step fell. Bang! Dormant, the domineering arrogance in the body exploded in an instant. The heavy floor, which was already overwhelmed underfoot, cracked open, was the first to be unbearable, and shattered in response. Everyone just felt that there was a slight stagnation in the air circulating in the sky. The next moment, the domineering swept head-on, brought an inexplicable feeling of suffocation, and swept the audience with a rolling gesture. Bang! The naval soldiers stationed around only felt a roar in their minds. Together with the congregation 9, with no exceptions. They suddenly woke up. They were the first to catch their eyes. It was the Navy garrison who fell to the ground, lost consciousness, foaming at the mouth, and rolled their eyes. Gathered on the front island, a large army of nearly 3,000 people. Under this tyrannical mental shock. Like a thriving leek, it was directly harvested. Which had already opened the safety lock, lost its strength and smashed to the ground with a group of naval soldiers. The strange scene caused the pupils of the dozen or so people who only existed in the field to suddenly shrink. Hiding behind Kaku, Long Yu vented his domineering and avoided it. He did not encounter Spandam, who fainted from the shock. His open mouth and chin were almost dislocated. A moment ago, he also swore that he would drown Uchiha Long Yu by relying on crowd tactics. He didn't think of it at all. The other party just took a half step forward and narrowed his eyes slightly. He directly killed thousands of his garrison troops. In the face of this kind of staring and killing, does this mean that the tens of thousands of naval soldiers stationed on the Island of Justice cannot be used? Kakaku, what the hell is going on? Spandam was in a hurry. At this moment, for the first time, he felt that he was out of order. As the highest ruler of the Isle of Faith, Spandam has always believed that he has the natural defense line of the whirlpool formed by the door of justice. Tens of thousands of Navy garrison troops, coupled with what is known as the strongest 9 in the past 800 years, the garrisoned island of Fa is absolutely impregnable. However, this scene in front of him fell in Spandam's eyes. Against this so-called copper wall and iron wall, stepping on a horse is just paper paste. Chapter 689, Stop, or Die. It's domineering and domineering. Lu Chi said indifferently. I didn't expect that in the first half of the Great Waterway, I could encounter an existence with the appearance of an emperor. You can stand here soberly, not only because Kaku helped you resist most of the mental shock, but also because he deliberately avoided you from the target of his domineering attack. Having said that, Lu Chi looked at Long Yu and said, this kind of existence can no longer be defeated through crowd tactics. Don't have any more stupid ideas. Let the Navy garrison on the second island and the third island, Duent come to die, he can give us 9. Quote. The small voice made the few remaining sober people in the Navy garrison react quickly. Without any hesitation, he turned and walked away. Looking at the garrison soldiers lying on the ground, they didn't want to follow in the footsteps of these people. Luluki, are you sure? Spandam hurriedly asked. No, if his target is me, I can't stay here any longer. I'm going to get out of this damn place right now. Abandoning these words, Spandam took the lead and turned around and left. He has confidence in 9 but as a man who cherishes his life. Spandam will never allow it, his own life is not guaranteed. Stop, or die. The simple 5 characters were swallowed in Long Yu's mouth. It made Spandam's nerves tense at once, who wanted to escape from this ghost place as soon as possible. The footsteps that started, suddenly stopped in midair. When I saw Gabra with my own eyes, I was smashed by Long Yu, who appeared in front of me like a ghost. For Spandam, there is also a lingering shadow. Sir Spandam, I advise you to stay here. If we win, you will be safe. Khalifa raised her glasses solemnly and said, in case we lose. If you only rely on those rogue troops, and if you hide in any corner of the French island, you will surely die. Owl, have you found out how much power he has? The face of the dragon feather, who also displayed the 6 style strengthening skills, and blasted Kaku, Gabra and others with one punch. Khalifa thought of a most intuitive way. That the owl is proficient in to find out how much power he has. In this situation of knowing ourselves and our enemies, we can achieve the situation of winning every battle. According to my experience and physical calculations, this Escanor probably has 380 Dao strength points, and this strength is only my rough estimate. The owl hurriedly pulled. He opened the zipper on his mouth and replied in a hurry. However, although this value is a rough estimate, the highest level should only be equivalent to the normal Lu Qi. The lowest level, perhaps even displaying the devil fruit ability, Gabra, whose Dao strength value reaches 4,200, can be easily defeated. The hurried voice made the eyes of the people in the field lit up involuntarily. It can be said that fear comes from the unknown. After learning the details of this madman who punched like a child in front of him, that kind of fear that comes from the heart will be weakened infinitely. Come on, let's continue the game. With an arrogant look on Long Yu's face, he spoke again slowly. Gives people the illusion that you won't give up if you don't punch me. The arrogant words reverberated in the 4 directions of the sky like a magic sound. At Escanor, who was standing in the same place like an iron tower with an arrogant and indifferent expression. The nerves of everyone present were suddenly tense. They have seen lunatics. But I have never seen this kind of standing here, asking the other party to attack him. An out-and-out madman. Okay, very good, Dao strength is only 380, and you dare to challenge me. Gabra was the first to grin and roar. Thinking of the scene of being smashed into the air just now, for him who has always been competitive. That's just a shame. If you don't twist Long Yu's head off today. Gabra believes that at this time tomorrow, the deeds that he was smashed into the air with a punch will spread throughout the entire Faisal Island, and even the official government of the world. The most important point, as a companion for many years, Gabra firmly believes that the owl performs the 6 style extension technique together, and peaks at the result of the power value of Long Yu. In a team like him that respects physical skills, this is the best way to judge strength. Thinking of this, Gabra's whole body bulged like a rock. With the sound of crunching bones, Gabra transformed into a wolf form and put his whole body into a state of iron. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, without any bells and whistles, he stepped out. 6 style strengthening technique iron block heavy step wolf. The sound of the wolf howling, with the gesture of piercing the clouds and cracking stones, rose straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. Big step down, the heavy floor shattered. Gabra turned into an iron body and shot out like a cannonball. A distance of more than 100 meters, Gabra only used 3 breaths. Every time a foot falls, the power contained in the step increases by 1 point. Chapter 690th, Fleeing in Panic. When the 7th step fell, the ground with a radius of tens of meters exploded. Facing Long Yu, who was so close and didn't react at all, the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly clenched tightly. Towards the abdomen, it is a punch. Bang, punch out, as if holding a 1,000-point posture, with a fierce and unparalleled posture, it hits straight down. Feeling the incomparable aura of punching, Long Yu's forehead was blowing under the bangs. Those arrogant eyes glanced sideways, and the words that came out were even more shocking. 6 style profound meaning paper painting martial body iron block empty wood. Bang, the dragon feather tower-like body suddenly swelled a few points. Under the tense muscles of the whole body, it gives people a feeling of firmness that is above the Gabra iron block. In the face of this close attack, these shoe changes are just a moment. However, Lu Qi's violent shouting sounded without warning. Gabra, quickly withdraw your inner strength. What Gabra's expression froze. He did not expect Lu Qi's words to remind him. But don't say that at such a close distance. Even if you really have enough time, you can withdraw your inner strength. In order to save the face he lost just now, Gabra will definitely not be cowardly. Bang! He punched down. A fist like an iron block, with an indomitable attitude. The dull metal collision sound reverberated. Under the catharsis of a force that penetrated through the body, another stronger impact, like a lion and beast, counterattacked in Long Yu's body. Kacha! The crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded. Gabra just felt a bit of bone-piercing pain from the right bone that cast the iron block. In the next moment, he didn't wait for him to react. Through the arm, the impact force that surged back, with a rage-like gesture, hit him on the body. Bang! Gabrana was like an iron block, pierced into the ground, and flew out like a cannonball. The huge impact force was obviously more domineering than the first blow. Hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. With a tenacious posture, he slammed on the heavy concrete gate. Boom! The dull explosion sounded like thunder. Which was already cracked, shattered in an instant like a piece of paper. Under the sky of rubble splashing and flying, a figure in a state of embarrassment fell into the ruins. After taking one more look at Long Yu, he vomited blood and fell to the ground. The violent scene made everyone in the field look stiff. Looking at Gabra who attacked, but was thrown away by the huge anti-shock force. Many people couldn't help rubbed his eyes. In their eyes, every member of the Nine is a strong physique master who is proficient in the 6 naval styles. However, now it's not just that, it's been smashed into the air one after another. Right now, the opponent not only displayed the 6 forms strengthening skills, but also delved into the 6 forms profound truth. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that the other party was an out-and-out lunatic, even Fa Dao would have dared to attack. They really doubt that this maniac like an iron tower is in front of them. It is the secret powerhouse who came out of the world's main mansion. It's impossible. Gabra's Dao strength is obviously much stronger than him, and he will never lose under the 6th form enhancement skill. The owl suddenly woke up and muttered to himself in a hurry. Oh, Data can't tell everything. Long Yu laughed arrogantly and looked up at the sky. Sometimes, relying too much on data can be the cause of failure. Next, you still have the last 2 minutes, and you have the possibility to defeat me. Although this possibility is very slim, I also like it very much and accept your challenge. Having said that, Long Yu looked around the arena and said, are you going to waste time one by one, or do you want to go with a group of people, and we continue to play the game of one person, one punch with each other? The small voice gave people a feeling of madness at this moment. Kacha! A sound of torn cloth strips came out without warning. The undershirt that had already been propped up by muscles like steel. In an instant, it was overwhelmed and tore open. Muscles that were exposed, an inexplicable heat spread out with the dragon feather as the center. It's about to start, let's get back a little bit faster. Cavendish hurriedly pulled the melon-eating Frankie away. Under the contact during this time, whenever it was noon, he saw Long Yu jumping into the sea. In Cavendish's eyes, Dragon Feather is a devil fruit power user. This kind of jumping into the sea is as crazy as that naval supernova Laxus who slashed Kaido not long ago. However, just when Cavendish was about to come to the rescue, he found that the sea area with a radius of several hundred meters was like boiling. Closer to noon, the higher the temperature. When it was close to noon, the sea area with a radius of 1,000 meters had become Baidu's high-temperature transpiration attitude. Those so-called fish and sea kings, once they get close to this sea area, will be cooked directly without knowing it. This strange scene made Cavendish frightened, but he chose to flee in panic. Chapter 691, Thinking Deeply. Retreat. Frankie was startled. Don't give me nonsense, just do as I say. Cavendish grabbed Frankie's arm and quickly retreated. Feeling the rising temperature, Cavendish's expression became cloudy and sunny. Originally, this feeling of hot air rolling back and burning skin, according to his calculations, would only happen at noon. However, with 2 minutes to noon now, it has already reached this point. This gave Cavendish an absurd reason. Could it be that he has become strong and messy? Thoughts flashed in his mind. Cavendish hurriedly looked at Long Yu. First thing I saw was the burning rock under my feet. It also showed a kind of clue of inexplicable melting. Did you feel that the temperature seems to have risen a lot, and why did they flee so far? The male lion snuggled up and loosened his collar, and couldn't help saying. Kaku's expression changed suddenly, and a ridiculous idea flashed in his mind. Whose body seemed to have risen again, he shouted in a hurry, "Owl, hurry up and check this lunatic, whether he has become stronger." Became stronger, the owl looked stunned, and said, "How did he become stronger? There is no sign of devil fruit." "Don't ask, just take a look." Kaku grabbed the owl's arm. If we first met, Long Yu gave him the feeling that he was 3 meters tall. Now it seems that it is at least 3.5 meters. The bulging muscles all over the body felt like a rock, in addition to giving people a more powerful explosive force. There is also a transpiration of white steam, which volatilizes on the surface of the body. This subtle change, if you don't pay attention, may not be discovered for a while. However, once you pay attention, in just a few minutes, Long Yu's body has undergone such a big change. The feeling it gave was completely indescribable. "Kakaku, you've caught my hand," the owl hurriedly reminded. That Kaku finally let go of his hand, he quickly put his mouth to the end, and said, "The last time you were so nervous was 7 years ago, when you peeked at the bartender Nalan taking a bath and was discovered." Suddenly neurotic again. He obviously didn't use the power of the devil fruit, how could he become stronger? The voice of dissatisfaction murmured in the mouth of the eagle. However, the movements of the hands are not ambiguous. With both hands flying, 6 formed strengthening skills together, directly unfolded. Immediately, the owl, with a face full of indifference, looked at the strength of the data fed back by the hand in his hand. However, when he entered the scene, his pupils contracted suddenly, and his expression suddenly became stiff. "Owl, what happened?" Kaku took the lead in capturing the change in the owl's expression and grabbed his shoulder again. His Dao strength value has become 4,800, an increase of 1,000 points. The owl suddenly woke up and responded in a hurry. "I tried the second test just now, but his Dao strength value is changing rapidly. It is now 4,900. No, it has become 5,000 now, this data is still rising." The hurried voices echoed in the sky in all directions, as if filled with magical sounds, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. Everyone present, regardless of its 9, even Cavendish and Frankie. The moment before, Cavendish was suspicious and guessing. But that, everything is guesswork, and the owl's confirmation, the definition is completely different. According to what the owl said, Long Yu's Dao strength value changes every moment. Then at noon, the strength will probably climb to the peak. Then, at that time, Long Yu had a series of thoughts about how strong Dao power was worth 78,000 or 10,000, flashing in everyone's mind. Kaku let go of the owl's shoulders, glanced at the time, and shouted in a hurry, "He said just now that we have 2 minutes, and it is possible to defeat him. 30 seconds have passed now. Lu Qi, don't drag it on, Escanor is too weird, hurry up and kill him." The hurried shouts sounded like thunder. The lost people suddenly woke up. A moment ago, they were still suspicious of Long Yu's words, they were just joking. However, as Kaku said, now this situation is simply terrifying. Percent all the time, what level will his strength reach after a minute and a half? Bang! Thunderous footsteps sounded without warning. Lu Qi took a big step, and the floor where he fell was cracked. Like a ghost, the figure disappeared into place out of thin air. Appearing again, Lu Qi had already crossed dozens of meters and came behind Long Yu. 6 Style Strengthening Technique Razor. Lu Qi's right foot muscles were tense. Like an iron whip, he slashed down towards Long Yu's back. Chapter 692, Arrogant. This is his tyrannical kick technique that combines shaved and lanjiao, which can easily smash the iron pillar directly. Bang! The dull metal crashing sound echoed. The huge impact was like a frenzy, and there was even a gust of wind. However, this seemingly incomparable blow landed on Long Yu. It just made the tower-like body tremble a little. Are you still playing test? Long Yu looked back at Lu Qi. Right hand was like lightning, and it was buckled on Lu Qi's ankle. The violent scene made Lu Qi and the others' expressions suddenly change. Still waiting for him to react. The muscles of Long Yu's right hand tightened, and he picked up Lu Qi and smashed it to the ground. Boom! There was a huge earthquake on the ground, and the heavy floor shattered. The huge impact force even smashed the ground into a deep pit. Cobweb-like cracks spread out all around. Under the dust that stirred up, everyone in the field was stunned. In their eyes, they never thought that the dignified 9 strongest would one day throw up a leg and hit the ground directly. It's your turn. Long Yu let go of his hand, and did not continue to pursue the victory, he said slowly. Not that he likes to be abused by water, it's just that in the original book, Escanor's character dictates. His arrogance is defiant. The small voices fell on the ears, giving people a feeling of being extremely annoying. Especially, put it in Lu Qi's ear, it would be a shame. Bang! Lu Qi turned over from the ruins, his face suddenly gloomy. I haven't fought anyone for a long time. Since you said that you don't need to test, then I will end you as soon as possible. Roar! The sound of tigers and leopards exploded like thunder. The crisp sound of bones, crackling. The figure that was originally more than 2 meters swelled up quickly. Spotted yellow skin quickly spread over the body. The black claws swallowed, and there was a chilling light. The blink of an eye, the body that used to be more than 2 meters has reached more than 3 meters. Does the animal-type cat form fruit ability? Long Yu looked up and said slowly. Come on, you only have 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Was a small sound, like a lingering magic sound. Lines, the arrogance and contempt mixed with it, like a big hand, clenched people's hearts tightly. Lu Qi, let's go to war. Kaku's expression changed slightly, and he said anxiously. 1 minute and 20 seconds is enough to kill the strong physicists like them. Dozens, even hundreds. However, when I think about it, the madman in front of me will become stronger all the time with the passage of time. This undoubtedly made Kaku's nerve strings taut to the extreme. Kaku, shut up for me. Lu Qi coldly said coldly. Don't forget, I am known as the strongest 9-type opponent in the past 800 years, and I can solve it in seconds. Bearing the name of the strongest, he has an undefeated record all the time. Regarded as the strongest killing machine in the world, Lu Qi has his own pride. Kaku's expression changed slightly. However, before he could react, Lu Qi moved. Tension of the muscles in his feet, he displayed the animal-type devil fruit, which greatly improved his physical fitness. With Lu Qi's development of the fruit ability, and the identity of the strong physique, Lu Qi's devil fruit ability is enough to double the value of Dao, or even a higher level. Kacha! The deep ruins, a crisp cracking sound came out, the moment the cracks spread under the feet. Boom! A dull crashing sound resounded without warning. The tensed muscles of both feet caused the ground to shatter under the huge pedaling force. Like a ghost, Lu Qi disappeared into place out of thin air. Appeared again and came behind Long Yu. The tail like an iron whip made an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, and slammed it out in a preemptive manner. Instantly wrapped around Long Yu's waist. Sudden tension of the muscles in his hands, Lu Qi gave people a feeling of exhaling like a burst of gas. Hands and 10 fingers turned into fists, like a long spear, pointing at Long Yu. The violent scene made the eyes of Kaku and others light up. As a member of 9, we all know clearly that Lu Chi can become the strongest, but it's not as simple as that on the surface. Even an arrogant guy like Gabra can be convinced by him, that minimum standard, whoever has a bigger fist can say what matters. However, Lu Chi's big fist undoubtedly came from the 6-style profound meaning he possessed. If you start with a big move, maybe within 10 seconds, you can really defeat Long Yu. The arrogant, this is my strongest ultimate move. Under this distance and restriction, you can't hide. 6-style profound truth's largest round 6 king spear. The awe-inspiring words came out in a hurry, and the voice even brought an inexplicable explosion of anger. Lu Chi's muscles tensed up, dormant, and the energy in his body exploded at the moment of crazily compressing. Bang! The tyrannical shock wave vented out like a frenzy, and with a tenacious posture, it instantly smashed into Long Yu's body. Chapter 693. Rolling in the Mountains. The huge impact force directly passed through Long Yu's body and went straight to the sea train behind him. Boom! The huge sea locomotive was instantly shattered. The rolled-up air waves, sea water, and sand dust directly enveloped Long Yu's figure. An incomparable blow shook everyone's nerves. Before everything in front of him completely dissipated, Lu Chi hurriedly wanted to twitch his tail to see if the madman in front of him had been severely injured by a blow. Is this your best effort? This is a little disappointing. The slow voice came out from the sand and dust in the sky, and fell in the ears of everyone, like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the depths of the soul. Bang! A figure stepped out in the sand and dust. The body that used to be more than 3 meters was once again a head taller than Lu Chi, reaching 4 meters. Under the rock-like muscles of his body, he was filled with tyrannical explosive force. It was even more covered with a layer of black and ink-like armament color domineering. Wait until the sea water falls like a torrential rain, washing away all the sand and dust. Long Yu gives the impression that it is like an Iron Man, shining with an indestructible metallic color. Kind of. Radiating high temperature, the rocks were melted directly under the footsteps. The people who were present unscathed, watching this scene, couldn't help but stagnate for a while. No, it should be said that for Lu Chi, this scene in front of him is like a nightmare. He never imagined that the method he claimed to be able to kill instantly in 10 seconds would go to waste. Sorry to disappoint you. Long Yu lowered his head slightly, looked at Lu Chi who was half short, and said slowly, you were indeed the strongest 5 or 6 years ago. However, guys who don't even understand domineering, you are indeed not qualified, tell me to win. It seems that the undercover life as a boatman is too comfortable, making you a frog in the bottom of the well, and lack of social beatings. Actually, I can do the 6 forms profound truth too. Small voices slurred out of Long Yu's mouth. The moment the 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, it seemed as if they had been caught. It's my turn to shoot. 6 types of mystery Sakura's largest wheel king spear. Bang! With a punch, the air seems to be blown up in an instant. Under the agitation of the ripples, an indescribable terrifying air wave rolled towards Lu Chi like an overwhelming sea. At this moment, Lu Chi felt that he was not being hammered at all. Instead, he had the illusion of being crushed by a mountain. At such a close distance, he had nowhere to hide. Only thing that can be done is to quickly mobilize the 6-style strengthening skills to the extreme. Empty wood. Lu Chi roared unwillingly. Words undoubtedly touched his nerves. Facing the counterattack in front of him, the only thing Lu Chi could do was to push the power of the iron block strengthening technique Kongmu to the extreme. Only in this way can he minimize the power of the attack in front of him. However, these messy thoughts just appeared in Lu Chi's mind. He could react. Long Yu's huge fist slammed down. Bang! The thunder-like impact resounded, and the tyrannical fist wind swept away like a 12-level hurricane. Lu Chi snorted and spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person, like a sandbag, flew upside down. The speed and the strong air waves that carried it smashed everything along the way. Long Yu and Lu Chi, the ruins of the earth that were originally standing, were even more overwhelmed, and collapsed in response to the sound. Another cobweb-like crack spread all around with a fast attitude, giving people a shocking feeling. The melon eaters in the field were directly overturned by this air wave. S words undoubtedly touched his nerves. Facing the counterattack in front of him, the only thing Lu Qi could do was to push the power of the iron block strengthening technique Kongmu to the extreme. Only in this way can he minimize the power of the attack in front of him. However, these messy thoughts just appeared in Lu Qi's mind. He could react. Long Yu's huge fist slammed down. Bang! The thunder-like impact resounded, and the tyrannical fist wind swept away like a 12-level hurricane. Lu Qi snorted and spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person, like a sandbag, flew upside down. The speed and the strong air waves that carried it smashed everything along the way. Long Yu and Lu Qi, the ruins of the earth that were originally standing, were even more overwhelmed, and collapsed in response to the sound. Another cobweb-like crack spread all around with a fast attitude, giving people a shocking feeling. The melon eaters in the field were directly overturned by this air wave. Boom! The dull crashing sound resounded like thunder again. Under the release of the huge impact force, Lu Qi slammed heavily on the half-concrete door that had already collapsed. Bang! The door collapsed with a sound, and the splattered gravel shot out like a bullet. Chapter 694, Ecstasy. Under the rolling sand and dust, it brought an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. And others hurriedly got up after the hurricane was overturned. Looking at Rob Lu Qi, who was directly buried in the ruins, his face was full of disbelief. One punch. Another punch. Looking at the ruins in front of them, Kaku and the others just couldn't react. They never imagined that Rob Lu Qi, known as the strongest killing weapon since the establishment of Fahima 800 years ago. After displaying the animal-type devil fruit and the sixth style profound meaning, he was also unable to withstand the power of the opponent's punch. Right now, even Lu Qi couldn't hold a punch. Then, who can stop the madman Escanor's steps? Give it to me, give it all to me, you are still 9, if you can't stop this guy today, you will all die. Spandam's expression changed, and he roared loudly. A Spandam who is weaker than ordinary people and only has 9 Dao strength. From the beginning, I dared to stay here to eat melons, all because of the existence of a Rob Lu Qi. However, now that the strongest backing is gone, that confidence is immediately gone. Huo Ran raised his head and looked at Escanor, who was 5 meters tall. Spandam didn't have time to think about it, he turned around quickly and fled backwards. I said, you have to stand or die. Long Yu slowly spoke again. However, before he could take action to chase, a series of low stomping sounds resounded suddenly. Kaku and others took the lead. At the moment, Lu Qi was also smashed by a single blow. They didn't know that Long Yu's strength had risen to that level. However, as Spandam said, once even they can't stop Long Yu's pace. Then the Dafa Island will not be able to trap this madman for half a step. There is only a dead end waiting for them. Since both sides are dead ends, in the eyes of Kaku and others, they can only attack together and try to kill Escanor in the last minute. Roar! A roar like a beast suddenly rang out from the ruins. A slightly embarrassed black shadow shot out from it. The speed is faster than before. Kaku and the others showed a hint of ecstasy. If there were only a few of them, there might be no way to kill I. But if you count the strongest Lu Qi, all 9 of them hand in hand, maybe you really have it, and before the minute is over, you can reverse the current situation. Dang! The steady chiming of the bell rang without warning. The violent scene made the movements of the 9th class, who pushed their power to the extreme, stagnate. According to Kaku's speculation just now, Long Yu is getting stronger all the time. It is even more determined that within 2 minutes, there is still the possibility of defeating him. That means, before 12 o'clock, they can turn things around. But now, the chime of the bell at 12 o'clock suddenly sounded ahead of schedule. What the hell is going on, Wu? His deep breath was as harsh as thunder. Long Yu looked up at the sky, the sun was completely centered, and said slowly, "I'm sorry, it seems that my pocket watch is half a minute behind. If you set foot at 12:10, you will have no chance of winning." Your clock is half a minute behind, and the expressions of those present suddenly stiffen. Even Cavendish and Frankie are no exception. No, it should be said that Cavendish has long been a little different from usual. However, to him, none of this matters. Long time, Cavendish only saw Longfeather, who reached noon, just jumped into the sea and boiled the sea kings. I have never seen him fight at this moment. What are you doing? Do you believe in what he said? Kill him quickly. Spandam stumbled and growled. However, as soon as he walked 7 or 8 steps, he already felt that the air was like a steaming oven, giving people the illusion of fiery heat. In the face of this vision, there is even more of a taste, like the urging of death. Kaku and the others suddenly woke up. As Spandam said, "It doesn't matter now. Is Long Yu's clock half a minute slower? Or is he unbeatable now? Now in front of them, only to let go. You bastard, give me death." 6 types of profound truth and 6 kings' spears. The hysterical roar resounded like thunder again. Rob Lucci's figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of Long Yu 1 step ahead. A pair of muscle-tight iron fists smashed towards Long Yu with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. Looking at Lucci, who took the first shot, Kaku and the others did not dare to hesitate at all, and they rushed out. However, as soon as the footsteps started, the sight of the sight made their pupils shrink suddenly. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded, and the violent shock wave rolled away with a rolling gesture. However, in the face of Lucci's unparalleled attack, Escanor, who stood in the same place, his height soared to 5 meters, stopped the 6 kings' spear, with one hand. Looking at this scene, let alone Kaku, even Cavendish and others are no exception. Chapter 695, The Sun Without Mercy. A moment ago, in order to deal with the 6 kings' spear, Long Yu would also use the armed color domineering. However, at the moment, even the domineering of the armed color has been given up. Does that mean that his strength has skyrocketed again? Sorry, I forgot to tell you that now I am invincible. Long Yu said lightly. A small voice, at this moment, swept the audience like a hurricane. Falling on Lucci's ear, it gave people the feeling of being infused with a magic sound. Invincible. Rob Lucci's expression froze, looking at Long Yu standing in front of him like an iron tower. A trace of madness flashed on his face, and then he roared hysterically. You bastard, I don't believe it. I can't beat you. I want to end this farce completely. 6 style profound meaning paper to paint the martial body. Bang! The tyrannical power, at the moment when the muscles tightened, went straight through his limbs like a frenzy. Lucci's body swelled up like a balloon. Facing the unshakable Long Yu, he obviously gave up his speed and enhanced his own strength by painting his martial body on paper. Feeling the enormous power that filled his body, Lucci suddenly clenched his hands, pulling them full like a strong bow. Under the tensed muscles of both arms, without any hesitation, he hit Long Yu again. 6 style profound meanings paper painted martial arts oversized round 6 king spear. Bang bang. As soon as the fists came out, it was like an angry dragon going out to sea, with awe-inspiring and unparalleled power, and the air along the way stirred up a lot of ripples. It's a short distance away, but it's there in an instant. Bang! The muffled sound of the thunder burst, and it rose straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. The rocky ground on which he was stepping was suddenly shattered. The gust of wind it brought up was like a hurricane, sweeping away all around. Facing the flying sand and dust, Kaku and others who were planning to take action were the first to react and looked at Long Yu eagerly. The sight of their eyes made their pupils shrink suddenly. A fiery wave of air steamed out from Long Yu's body. The huge body, as if there was a hallucination, reached a size of more than 10 meters. Huo Ran lowered his head, looked at Lucci at the moment, and said slowly. Rob Lucci, you deserve to be 9. it makes me feel a little pain. However, you are right, this farce is still needed. Unmerciful sun. The violent magic is rushing out like a frenzy. The fiery flames seem to be drawn away from the surrounding heaven and earth, crazily compressed and gathered in the palm of your hand. An extremely high temperature air wave, rapidly climbing. Rise up. The rock floor under your feet is directly dissolved into molten lava. The metal guns and cannons scattered on the ground melted like ice and snow. Feeling this torment is like being in the high temperature of a furnace, let alone the skin. It can be said that even the body seems to melt at any time, and the blood in the body will evaporate. Hurry and looked at the huge figure that seemed to have skyrocketed, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. That frantically gathered fireball. No, it should be the sun. It shook everyone's nerves, and even Spandam, who fled to the distance, roared hysterically with a pale face. No, Escanor, you can't kill me, only if I'm alive, you can enter the Red Earth continent, the Holy Land Mary Joa, and exchange Nico Robin for it. She was sent away by me a day ago. My father, Spandane, is a member of the current Zero. A hysterical roar echoed in this piece of heaven and earth. Looking at Spandam, who was almost crying and begging for mercy. If it was put in the past, Owl and others would definitely disdain it. However, now facing the front, the sun blazing in the close proximity. They also had an inexplicable urge to beg for mercy. Is this fear? Sorry, since she's not here, then I'll go to the Red Earth continent in person. Long Yu slowly spoke again. Then, next, it will be my turn to fight back. Arrogant words, hesitant to speak. The moment Long Yu's left hand slowly protruded, he pressed Lucci and the others in the air. Bang! A huge magical impact, like a violent storm rolling in your face. Everyone just felt the whole body, as if the invisible shackles were bound together. The next moment, like a cannonball, it was shot out from the air. When they reacted, they were the first to see it. It is above the last judiciary tower on the island of Fa. That means that the so-called righteous banner of the world's official government was originally fluttering in the wind. However, at the moment when the fire in the sky lit up, it was like being in an oven, and it quickly transpired and burned. That makes the mouth dry and the blood is evaporated and evaporated. Let Lucci and the others, who were in the middle of the sky, hurriedly look up at the sky. First to see, is Escanor, who follows closely behind. That arrogant face seemed to exist forever. Whole body was exposed, and the moment when the rock-like muscles were tense, the index finger of the right hand stood up. Chapter 696, God Acts Rita. The sun jumped with flames, and the rays of light skyrocketed directly. Victory belongs to me, go to hell. Unmerciful sun. The slow words came out like a word. When the last word fell, Long Yu moved. The fireball on his right hand was suddenly thrown downwards. Boom! The air seemed to be pierced in an instant, and under the back of the fire, the fiery wind and waves were surging like a tidal wave. Lucci and the others who were in midair had not yet reacted. Spandam was directly crushed by the sun in an instant. Boom! Huge flames shot up into the sky, and the violent flames were like a 12-level hurricane. Rolled around. For a time, the whole world was covered by endless firelight. The Navy garrison on the French island just felt that they were hit by a heat wave and the whole sky was illuminated. In an instant, it was overturned by the blast of wind and waves. It gave people a feeling of doomsday. Cavendish and Frankie, who remained in the former island, were also forced back by the hot wind by more than 10 steps. Took more than half a minute before I could barely recover. The Navy garrison who was able to stay awake in Nakajima, the moment he saw the judiciary tower at the end, his eyes almost split. Looking at the most stationed place of 9, the towering tower with more than 10 floors has already been razed to the ground. There is only one left, a bald desert island in ruins. Was in midair, looked at everything below, as well as the passing noon in the sky, and the fiery restlessness in his body. Long Yu took a deep breath, and after withdrawing from Escanor's arrogance, he turned around and returned to Kionjima. That moment just now, Long Yu showed his domineering arrogance, covering the entire FA island, but did not find Nico Robin's breath. At the same time, with Spandam's greed for life and fear of death, facing the unmerciful sun, he didn't dare to lie at all. It seems that as Shachi said, Long Yu was a step too late and sent Nico Robin to the Red Earth continent. A day's time, I am afraid that I have not yet reached the Red Soil continent. Now that Long Yu has set off, he may be able to catch up. Escano, we're going in now. Cavendish looked stagnant, looked at Long Yu who fell in front of him, and asked anxiously. Where to go? Long Yu raised his brows, instantly making Cavendish and Frankie nervous to the extreme. At the last moment, they clearly heard what Spandam begged for mercy and said. Go to the Red Land Holy Land Mary Jo. Ya rescue. Long Yu replied slowly. For him, since he promised to keep Paolo Nicole Robin safe and sound. Then no matter. It is Longtan Tiger Den, Long Yu still has to break through. As for the Holy Land Mary Joa, what danger does it hold? However, Long Yu didn't take it to heart. Even the Fishman Tiger can make a big fuss in it. Long Yu didn't believe that he couldn't get away with his own means alone. Sure enough. Cavendish and Frankie looked at each other with bitter expressions on their faces. In fact, at the beginning, they had already guessed this result. Just guessing, and getting a reply from Long Yu's mouth, are two completely different definitions. Now that he has broken into Alao Island, if people from the outside world know, Long Yu will also aim at the Red Earth continent, which belongs to the Holy Land of Tianlong people, Mary Joa. I'm afraid I don't know what the expression will be. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the third character template that I have, the fidelity of Escanor reaches 60%, and I will get a random reward, the Divine Axe Rita. The ethereal sound of the system prompt made Long Yu's brows twitch involuntarily, looking a little surprised. I didn't expect that a riot on the Isle of Law would greatly increase the fidelity of Escanor's character template to 60%. I also got an artifact that temporarily solves Escanor's weakness. God Axe Rita. This is Marlene, Escanor licks the dog in the original book. In order to stop the noon, the sun magic in Escanor runs wild and burns all the high temperature. Artifacts with filling and radiation means were created in Escanor's body and release it completely when it is not noon. Able to hold Escanor in the noon stance for a minute. Moreover, this divine axe, Rita, has a weight of several thousand kilograms. Even the 10-ring Jalan in the original book has no way to pick it up. Now that Long Yu is going to the Red Earth continent to rescue Nico Robin. With the experience of Fa Dao, I am afraid that he will not be able to deliberately choose a time close to noon to raid. This undoubtedly made the original Long Yu lose the grasp of the strongest combat power. Of the Divine Axe Rita, Long Yu has no worries at all. Let's go, let's take the sea train here to leave first. Long Yu retracted his thoughts and looked at Frankie. Feeling the occasional surveillance gaze around him, Frankie smiled bitterly. He regretted why he didn't make a mask in the first place. Chapter 697. Vividly. Good now, the island of Fa was invaded and the judicial tower was razed to the ground. I'm afraid he got on a pirate ship. In the future, bounties and pursuit by the Navy are inevitable. Messy thoughts flashed in Frankie's mind, but after taking one more look at Long Yu, who was extremely protective, Frankie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Be able to follow a captain who even dared to enter the Isle of Faith and the Holy Land Marieoa in order to protect his men. I am afraid it is this sea, the treatment that people who are younger brothers most hope to get. Outside the number, outside the number. In the sky, the sound of the news bird suddenly sounded. Long Yu looked up at the sky, frowned, took out a bailee with his backhand, and threw it directly. The news bird skillfully took bailee, and immediately dropped a newspaper, then turned around and fluttered away. Long Yu retracted his gaze, looked at the newspaper in his hand, and the front page on it, his expression changed slightly. It seems that what was supposed to happen in the original book still happened. Moreover, this process thought that his indiscriminate entry was directly advanced by a year. Boss Escanor, what are you looking at? Frankie glanced at the newspaper, his expression immediately dramatically changed. The captain of Whitebeard's 4th Division, Thatch, was killed by fellow crew member Titch. Fire Fist Ace, the new captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division, threatened to bring Titch back to Whitebeard for execution. Cavendish couldn't help but read aloud. As the crew of the 4 Emperors, they not only represent their own powerful combat power. At the same time, it also has the face of the 4 Emperors. Not long ago, as a supernova of the Navy headquarters, Laxus only gave the Beast Pirates, one of the 3 plagues, Jack Drought, a few hammers. He was chased and killed by one of the 4 Emperors, Kaido, the Beast. Had it all in their minds. Now that another Tiki kills the captain, to what extent the matter will evolve, it is unknown. Look, and see Escanor, who is going to toss the Holy Land Marijoa in front of this Havoc Island. Cavendish and Frankie couldn't help but glance at each other. In the face of such a series of big events that happened one after another, they can already predict that this sea will be a mess. Let's go, this sea will become uneven, even I can't grasp it. Long Yu replied indifferently. However, only in this way can it be more fun. Half a day later, inside the Navy headquarters, a harsh siren sounded quickly. Everyone's nerves suddenly tense. This urgent notice, it's been no less than 3 times in a month. Just that every time a decision is made, in the end, it's nothing. Therefore, the generals stationed in the Navy headquarters were less urgent. At least, in their eyes, the next emergency call should not be as big as what happened before the big skeleton and Laxus. Bang! The closed office door was pushed open, and a group of unhurried admirals entered the meeting hall. However, as soon as they set foot in this place, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Who was already sitting in the first place with a gloomy expression on his face, that pair of eyes that could kill people? Many people couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They haven't seen this expression for a long time. Do Ents sit down quickly. It seems that during this time, you are all lacking in destruction. Warring States shouted coldly. These words fell, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. Before I could think about it, I quickly found a seat and sat down. After they were seated firmly, before they could enjoy the torment like sitting on pins and needles, a figure in a robe of justice walked slowly into the office. Marshal of the Warring States period, within half a month, you initiated 2 emergency calls. Do you think we are very leisurely? Akainu's face was sullen, and he was the first to ask. I also need to train those stupid people, and I also need to be stationed in the headquarters to perform tasks. You are wasting our precious time. In Akainu's eyes, it would have been great that Laxus was killed by Kaido. At least he doesn't need to worry about training and betting, and he doesn't need to worry about failure. Now Laxus jumps into the sea, and there are no dead or dead. With no whereabouts at all, Akainu couldn't hold his breath. In the huge office, Akainu's questioning voice echoed. In the face of the Warring States as a marshal, only the thorn-like Akainu can do such cruel words. However, in the face of Akainu's questioning, all the Navy generals at the scene locked their eyes on Sengoku's body. They may not be unhappy with Akainu, but they also have doubts in their hearts. I am eager to know why the Warring States period has started an emergency call this time. Marshal of the Warring States, you don't intend to, let's go find that Laxus. Seeing that Sengoku didn't open his mouth to answer, Akainu couldn't hold back his breath again, and began to ask questions. Feeling the field, it suddenly became a tit-for-tat atmosphere, and the nerve strings of all the admirals were tensed. The strength of the battle between Laxus and the beast Kaido is indeed beyond their understanding. Chapter 698, Killing Machine. However, If you deliberately let them go to find a person who jumped into the sea, was chased by the beasts Kaido, and whose life and death are unknown. This is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Feeling the surroundings, the gaze that fell on him, and the sight of Akainu who was suffocating, Sengoku said with a sullen face, "Don't worry, he has come back." The people he was present couldn't help but be startled, especially Akainu. In his ear, this he pointed to Laxus. However, this idea just flashed in their minds. A golden light lit up in the sky outside without warning. Blink of an eye, across a distance of 1,000 meters, he slammed into the floor-to-ceiling windows. Bang! The glass shards splashed and fell on the ground. A familiar figure condensed in the office. Looking at this extraordinary way of appearing, Garp stopped stuffing donuts into his mouth, rolled his eyes and said, "Kazuna, your way of appearing is quite good, with my style." "Hee, Mr. Carp, you're too high. I'm in a hurry so I can't wait to rush in from the window, but looking at everyone's reaction just now, I think the effect of this debut is indeed much better than I imagined," Kazuna said with a wryly crooked mouth. However, it's still a long way from Mr. Carp. Seeing your words and my words, and praising each other. The two who came, Sengoku's face sank, and shouted, "Kazuna, Carp, enough is enough. Could it be, you forgot? What emergency request did you receive just now? What's the situation on FA Island now?" Fashima's awe-inspiring voice changed the expressions of everyone in the field, even Akainu was no exception. Under their preconceived notions, they thought that this emergency call was related to Laxus. Never occurred to me that it was actually involved in FA Dao. Is the facade of the three major worlds that coexist with the great underwater prison Propulsion City, the marine headquarters Marine Fando, and the main palace. Kazuna, what happened? Akainu's face sank, and he asked anxiously. If this call had nothing to do with Laxus, the tantrums would be completely wrong. This is disgraceful. Akainu, don't you know? Glanced suspiciously and said, half a day ago, FA Island was harassed by the madman Escano on the third island of Chambord. As the commander, Spandam summoned all 9 to fight, and finally, together with the Judiciary Tower, it was directly razed to the ground. Everyone's whereabouts are missing, the FA Island was directly breached. My speed is the fastest, and I was ordered to go to Fashima to investigate the results. That guy Aokiji led his troops to support, and at the same time hunted down the whereabouts of the madman Escanor. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the office for a long time and could not be dissipated. Of the admiral's present changed drastically in an instant. As a member of the Navy, they are well aware of the Isle of Fa, in the world government. It represent in this sea. That is the most important place where the world's official government pronounces justice. In the 800 years since its establishment, it has never been shaken by anyone. However, some people now tell them that the Fa Island has been breached, and the whereabouts of 9, known as the strongest in all dynasties, are unknown. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, I'm afraid no one would want to believe that all this is true. Kazuna, that, isn't Escanor offered a reward of 300 million, and the 5 old stars issued an order as one of the candidates to replace Chiwahai Crocodile? Akainu's expression sank, and he asked anxiously. Why did he attack the French island and how many people did he take? In fact, Akainu was informed by the warring states from the very beginning. However, in his eyes, this urgent call was just for Laxus, so he directly ignored it. Never imagined that things would evolve to this extent. Be a little bit of a demon, and even Fa Island will be gone. According to the information, Escanor just brought 2 people to Fa Island. One of them is the supernova of the West Sea, the captain of the handsome pirate group, and the White Horse Cavendish. Huang Yuan was also not good at hiding his clumsiness, so he hurriedly replied. There is another one whose condition is unknown. It's just that, among the 3 of them, Escanor was the only one who took action to break through the island of Fa. An uproar in the huge conference hall. All the admirals, even Akainu's expressions changed slightly. To break the Lao Island, in fact, Akainu and Kyabu can also do it. Only, they are admirals of the Navy. It represents the existence of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Moreover, there is the strongest espionage organization 9, Rob Lucci, known as the Killing Machine. Looking at the generals in the field, there is probably no one who can defeat him. However, at the moment, Escanor not only defeated 9 by himself, but also defeated Fashima, which had a garrison of 10,000 troops. Once this kind of thing spreads, I am afraid that the whole sea will be shaken by it. Facing the successive appearances of the great skeleton demon, Escanor, and what happened among the 4 emperors. Chapter 699, CP9 Leak. For the Navy headquarters, and even this sea, it was an eventful time. Okay, it seems that everyone knows why I urgently called you this time. Warring States knocked on the table, and said in a deep voice, I also hope that some people can correct their attitudes and not delay the execution of the task because of personal grudges. These words fell, Akainu's face became ashen. Warring States did not mention it, but the people present could clearly see that these words were aimed at him. Warring States, what should we do now? The news that Fa Dao was breached cannot be blocked. Once it spreads, the face we have worked so hard to save will probably be disgraced again. Crane glanced at Akainu and changed the subject. Faced with this question, everyone's eyes turned and fell on the Warring States. As Crane said, even the Fata was razed to the ground. If you still intend to block it, once it is pierced, it will be even more shameful. This matter cannot be blocked, we have to do it, and we should take the initiative to announce it. Warring States' face darkened slightly. However, he did not wait for him to speak any further. A rush of phone bugs rang out. In the huge office, the sound of the phone bug instantly attracted everyone's attention. It's a call from 5 old stars. Garp glanced at Sengoku and said slightly unhappy. These 555 old men, I don't know what good things have come up. Garp has always disliked the Tianlong people, and even more disliked the 5 old stars who were hiding behind and taking authority. According to Garp, if the 5 old stars jumped out at this juncture, there must be no good thing. Cap, watch your words. Sengoku glanced at Garp and connected the phone bug. He knew that if it weren't for Garp's special significance to the Navy and even the world's government, words alone are enough to kill 100,000 times. However, the Warring States also wanted to know why the 5 old stars asked for a call at this juncture. I'm Warring States, what's the matter? Warring States was the first to speak. Of the phone bug, after a moment of thought, said, Warring States, you are in a meeting. However, there is no need for your meeting, and the next thing is to do as we say. Do as you do. The Warring States' look could not help but be slightly. This kind of order is undoubtedly a direct veto of the independent decision of their ministry. Why don't you want to? Of the 5 old stars sounded again. Don't forget, you. The Navy is just the enforcer of our orders. This time, the situation in Fashima was suddenly, and an Escanor actually broke the symbol of the world's righteous mansion. If this matter spreads, we will lose face. Are you going to block messages? Warring States' look sank, and said, you should be very clear that Fa Island was breached, this is a major event. The major forces, in Fa Island, have definitely inserted their eyeliners. This kind of big event does not need a day to satisfy the sea. If you say you want to block the intelligence on the French island, that's not realistic at all. Facing the words of the Warring States period, the people present fell silent. They can lay chess pieces in other forces, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Even Doflamingo was able to put his hand on the vice admiral. Not to mention, the 4 emperors are the king of the underground black market. Warring States, shut up for me. 5 old stars gave a cold scolding. Now you immediately. of 500 million to Escanor, and releasing the news at the same time makes people mistakenly believe that Escanor was able to break the law island because there were 9 leaks. Were closely present suddenly changed drastically. In their eyes, they never thought that the 5 old stars would push 9 out as a target. 5 old stars, if you do this, you will surely chill people's hearts. Carp was the first to speak. Carp has no idea what the 9 is. However, in order to divert their attention, pushing 9 out is undoubtedly beyond their cognition. HMPH, you half retired, shut up for me. Being able to become, already have the consciousness to sacrifice for justice. As the strongest shield of Fahima, when they are penetrated, they are already dead. No matter what. Whether they survive, death is a relief. If you live you have to bear everything, and this is a test for them. Having said that, Wu Laoxing paused for a while, and the phone bug's eyes rolled in vain and landed on Warring States. This is an order, Warring States, I hope you don't make any mistakes. No matter what. On Fa Island, it is still advancing city, and if one day something happens to Marin Vando, you have to shoulder the responsibility. The awe-inspiring words spit out and echoed in the office, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. Looking at the phone call that stopped, everyone turned to the Warring States period. Feeling those different meanings, Warring States secretly sighed and said loudly, "Everyone, I think everyone heard it just now, this is a decision from the 5 old stars, and we can only implement it next." Chapter 700. The 5 old stars of the real power manipulators. However, in addition to issuing a bounty, we also need someone to lead a team to hunt down Escanor. Kazuna, you have been to Fa Island, do you know why he would attack? For a lunatic who suddenly appeared, why is it related to Fa Dao? There is also a reason why he has to take action. This is undoubtedly beyond their comprehension. In their eyes, they will never go to the island of Fa for no reason. Marshal of the Warring States, I think that guy is heading for Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Kazuna said with a wryly crooked mouth. Admiral in the presence of Nicole Robin, no matter what. Is it the Warring States period, or those major generals? Apparently no stranger to Nicole Robin. As a survivor of O'Hara, he is regarded as the world's largest cancer-like existence. Been tasked with chasing Nico Robin for a long time without interruption. It can be said that, to a certain extent, Nico Robin's existence is second only to the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army. Escanor, who has suddenly appeared now, has a relationship with Nico Robin. It was the first time they had heard of it. If Nico Robin is behind, there is such a powerful Escanor in the morning. Where is there such a thing as these ordinary generals chasing and killing? In their eyes, Rob Lucci is a living legend in 9. Maybe not as good as an admiral, but by no means an ordinary lieutenant. You mean he attacked the Isle of Fair because of Nico Robin? Warring States' expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly asked, where is Nico Robin? The sudden questioning made the nerves of the people in the field suddenly tense. Facing Escanor's crazy actions and the whereabouts of Nico Robin, they also felt a little more urgent in their hearts. I heard that Nico Robin was escorted to the Holy Land Mary Joa a day ago. According to the time, she may have just arrived. Huang Yuan frowned and said, I'm also lucky that some guys sent Nico Robin away in advance. In case the Fa Island is broken, Nico Robin, who has been caught so hard, is also taken away by Ace. That's a loss. Huge. This time, even Kizaru was surprised to be able to catch Nico Robin, who had been hunting for a long time. However, these words fell in the ears of Warring States, but his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, Kazuna, you are right now. Go to Holy Land Mary Joa for support. Akainu, you led a large force to block the route from the Holy Land Mary Joa. I suspect Escanor, like the 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido, is a typical lunatic. I'm afraid he will attack Holy Mary Joa again and take Nico Robin. The words caused 1,000 waves. The expressions of the admirals present and Garp also changed. If Sengoku didn't make it clear, maybe they really wouldn't connect Escanor with Kaido. Now let's break it down. Escanor is as crazy as Kaido. Sengoku, you mean, after Escanor attacked the French island, he will launch an offensive against the Holy Land Marieoa. Crane's bark-like cheeks frowned, and said, you should know very well that Marijoa is not an ordinary place. You rashly mobilize the naval fleet and block the route. I am afraid it will arouse the dissatisfaction of the Tianlong people. And, this is all your inference, whether you have to bear the consequences of making a wrong decision. As the General Staff of the Navy, the Crane is placed in the Marin Vatican, and it is the existence of the second think tank. Right now, Sengoku has made a guessing decision, and she is obliged to remind her. You are still the same. Kapu rolled his eyes and said, is there still a lot of these things in the Warring States period? Our Navy, as long as there is a clue, we must not give up at will, no matter what. We'll have to see if that guy will attack. HMPH, of course, the Warring States period did a lot of these things, but I didn't wipe your ass that time. Crane glanced. However, before we act like this, let's see the 5 old stars, otherwise, it's not good for them to catch the handle. Facing Crane's suggestion, Sengoku nodded in agreement and caught the phone bug on the table. Other hand, the Red Earth continent, the Holy Land of Marijoa. The palace where the 5 old stars are located. 5 burly figures are sitting here. Looking at the phone bug hanging up on the desk, a monk in a kimono with a big bald head, after a moment of silence, he spoke again. Okay, let's stop here for the time being about Fa Island. Next, let's discuss whether to bring up the last candidate to make up for the Sand Crocodile's position. One of the real power manipulators, the 5 old stars are hidden behind the scenes of the world's main government. For them, the island of Fa is indeed the face of the world's official government. However, to get to the bottom of it, the Fa island was sunk into the sea, and they would not frown. According to them, the great underwater prison, Marin Vando, and even the existence of Fa Island. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 701 to 720. Chapter 701, Son of the Devil. It's just one of the means by which they maintain the order of the game in this world. The Judiciary Tower was destroyed, and it did not lose much to their power. A monk, if there is no candidate for the time being, let that guy replace him. With long white beard, silver hair and a suit, also agreed. Faced with this proposal, the remaining 3 people raised their brows when they were about to express their position. Grumpy. The voice of the phone bug rang again. A monk frowned and said, it's that guy from the Warring States period, what's wrong with him? HMPH, no matter what he is, if he is going to intercede with 9, he will just hang up the phone bug. Il snorted coldly. Our face, it's not. That group of trash's little lives can be compared. Il, you are right. Both with blonde hair and a face with a Chinese character also echoed, and said after a pause, however, the guy in the Warring States period is so urgent, let's get in touch first and see what he has to say. Facing Bolt's proposal, a monk nodded silently and connected the phone bug. I am a monk. If there is anything in the Warring States period, you are so anxious to contact us. If it is to plead with 9, I think you have this kind of intention. You should first think about how to bring Escanor back to meet us as soon as possible. A monk answered the phone bug and responded indifferently. Remember, your duty is only to carry out our orders. If there is nothing to do, then hang up the phone bug. We have other things that need to be discussed. After letting go of this official scolding, a monk casually planned to hang up the phone bug. However, the words that fell in his ear just as his hand was half stretched out, were like thunder, shaking everyone's nerves. Monk, the big thing is bad. If Escanor came for Nico Robin, he dared to attack Fashima and returned empty-handed, I'm afraid he would also attack the Holy Land Marijoa. This time escorting Nicole Robin, who is it? Hurry up and contact him to prevent Nicole Robin from being hijacked by Escanor. The hurried voices echoed in the huge conference hall. Seeing that they were not waiting for their position, the phone bug hung up. This feeling makes them have a feeling of being slapped in the face. I called back and asked about the 5 old stars who were the biggest rulers behind the world's official government, but I couldn't help myself. A monk, the warring states said that Escanor may attack the Holy Land Mary Joa, who was responsible for escorting this time. Il couldn't help but ask first. Faced with this kind of problem, the monk who was in charge of ruling this year has undoubtedly become the most eye-catching existence. Like Pandane in 0 inches. Sanctuary Mary Joa Estuary. A huge battleship quickly docked. Hundreds of navies first landed on the pier from the ship and waited in formation on both sides. The shore, there were already 3 Tianlong people wearing transparent hoods, waiting here. Saint Henry, I didn't expect that you would come here to wait for a mere clerk. A burly Tianlong man with a snotty nose spoke first. Saint Henry, who was standing beside him, with his face full of fat and trembling, said with an excited smile, Saint Ursel, you are not here for this slave. Those foolish fellows don't even pay attention to this precious slave, if they bring this so-called son of the devil back, no matter what. Either as material for gladiatorial combat, or as a dog to ride. I don't think. Go, you are always in the spotlight. Having said that, Saint Henry hurriedly looked at the naval vessel in charge of escorting. At the moment when his eyes fell, a pretty figure in a black leather jacket with slightly staggered footsteps appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Oh, the devil's son, but women still look good. Rest has not spoken. The thin, horse-faced Saint Helsing, his eyes can't help but light up, his face is excited and urgent. However, this expression soon attracted Saint Henry and Saint Ursel, contempt. Hell's Saint, you don't want to have activities with these lowly people again. That is an insult to our Tianlong people, our noble blood. In the Holy Land of Mary Joa, there are dragon people who have lived and reproduced for more than 800 years. All along, they have claimed to be their creators. Because they think they are noble and superior to ordinary people, they even think that breathing air is a shame for inferior people. In their eyes, except for the Tianlong people, all other races are inferior. With these inferior people will only insult and bring down their noble blood. In the system of Tianlong people, it is a kind of joke. Of course, jokes are just jokes, as a celestial dragon who thinks his status is superior. Disregard other people's opinions. Some Tianlong people still like to be with the scorpion. Chapter 702, Dragon's Game. Hell's Street is no doubt one of them. Saint Henry, shut up, don't forget that in the gladiatorial match, you owe me 1 billion Baileys, and you haven't paid it back. Helsing said through gritted teeth. If you can't grow ivory from your mouth, the giant behind me will directly shred the scorpion you brought this time. Let you in tomorrow's gladiatorial fight, there is no one who can take out your hand. Having said that, Saint Hells turned back and kicked behind him, a giant kick that was 10 meters tall, burly, wearing an explosive collar. Stupid giant, still don't call me. The giant regained his senses in the absence of thought, as if he had already seen this kind of order. He stretched his arms, his muscles tensed like a rock, and let out a roar like a wild beast. Roar. Feeling the sound, Saint Henry's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth. Bastard Saint Hells, I will soon find a giant who also knows how to be armed and domineering, and tear your waist to pieces. I owe you 1 billion Baileys, but I won't give you this time. Abandoning these words, everyone's eyes were locked on Nico Robin, who fell barefoot on the pier. And just behind her, there is also Spandam, carved out of the same mold. 20 years ago, he participated in the demon-slaying order, destroyed O'Hara, and was promoted to 0 by Spandane. This time, the son of the devil, who had been fleeing for 20 years, fell into the hands of Fa Dao. In order to ensure that the credit would not be stolen, Spandam directly contacted his father Spandane. This can be said to be fat and water. When I think of it, I just need to bring Nico Robin back to the Holy Land Mary Joa. Son or together, they will be able to step up and rise again. For Spandane, that was a big joy. Nicole Robin, why don't you go? Spandane frowned when he saw Nico Robin, who had suddenly stopped moving forward, and then said with a playful smile. You must be surprised. As the Devil's Son, who had been on the run for 20 years and was offered a reward of 80 million Baileys by the world's official government, after being brought into the Holy Land Mary Joa, he was not interrogated and tortured to extract a confession, but instead waited for 3 Tianlong adults. Looking at Nico Robin, who was being told, Spandane clapped the whip in his hand, and said with a louder laughter, Do you really think that when you are brought into the Holy Land Mary Joa, will you see you in person? For a sinner like you, it's not to be sent to the superintendent of the city. Once you reach the Holy Land Mary Joa, you can only be sent to the life of a slave. As for these, Lord Tianlong, what will I do to you, then I don't know. You've run away for 20 years, Mary Joya, don't even think about running away unless a lunatic, otherwise, even pirates wouldn't dare to set foot there, knowing that there is a dead end. This is the game of the dragons. These words, Spandane hurriedly made a flattering gesture and walked towards the Holy Trinity of Hendry. 3 lords, she is this time, Nico Robin, the son of the devil you ordered. Spandane rubbed his hands together and laughed. However, there is only one prisoner, how can the 3 adults be divided? How to divide Hendry Saint? 3 people can't help but startled. As Tianlong people, each has his own arrogance. Jokifpingbai handed over the scorpion he had seen. Matter where your face is, you can't put it down. To take it with money, I think it is obviously unfair to you, Saint Hendry, after all, everyone knows that you are poor. Hull's Saint took the lead and said with a wretched smile. Then let's use force to snatch it. You, Saint Hendry suddenly became angry. However, this is no way. He still owes Hull's Saint billion Bailey, and the time for the payment of the heavenly gold has not yet come. Before the pocket money arrived in the account, he really had no choice but to wrestle with other people over money. Looking at Saint Hendry, who was speechless for a while, Saint Helsing looked at Saint Ursel, who was burly, and said with a big smile, Since there is no opinion, then this slave belongs to me. Go. Roar. The giant standing behind Saint Helsing roared up to the sky, strode down, and rushed straight towards Nico Robin. Wherever they passed along the way, some Navy soldiers couldn't dodge, and were even kicked flying in the face. He fell heavily and fell dozens of meters away, and vomited blood directly. Facing such a ferocious scene, the rear admiral who led the team couldn't help but sank. He was about to draw out the saber in his hand, intending to shoot. However, he was quickly stopped by Spandane, a detective. You don't plan to offend the dragon people in the Holy Land Mary Joa, that's a capital crime. Once you make a move, no matter what. What is the result? Waiting for you, and even the other Navy ships. It is a dead end. If you want to blame it, your Navy did not respond in time. Voice made Kuruda, who was full of blonde hair, clenched the katana in his hand tightly. He didn't think of it at all, under the escort of hard work. There were no casualties along the way, but they were attacked by Tianlong people in Mary Joa, known as the safest holy place in the whole world. Chapter 703. Holy Land Mary Joa encounters invaders. Looking at the giant striding towards Nico Robin like a shooting star, he took out a huge mace with his backhand, tightened his wrist muscles, and suddenly exerted force like a windmill, sweeping away all around. The violent scene directly shook Kadaru's nerves. Hurry up and dodge, this guy deliberately attacked our navy. Kadaru roared. If it was said that the giant was unintentional at the beginning, then now it is unintentionally holding the feathers of the Tianlong people as an arrow. The huge mace danced, causing a huge sonic boom. The surrounding navy soldiers hurriedly dodge. However, due to being on the dock, there are obviously not many places to dodge. Only thing he can do is to watch the mace fall in front of his eyes. You can only jump into the sea and dodge. However, the entrance of the Holy Land Marijoa has already been stocked with countless sea kings and transformed into a natural defense line. If there is no special means, once it falls into the water, let alone a person, even ships will be torn apart. For a time, looking at the runaway giant, let alone a naval soldier, even Nico Robin's face couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating pale smile. I thought that by virtue of the identity of the only survivor of Olaha, after meeting the 5 old stars, I had the qualifications to negotiate. Never occurred to me that he would be beaten directly to act as the slave of the Tianlong people. If possible, Nico Robin would prefer to die in the first place. Messy thoughts flashed in Nico Robin's mind. And, he also passed that one and defeated the figure of Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile. If from the beginning, bet on the skeleton demon. After the trail leaked, there was no thought of escaping without authorization. Wouldn't it fall to this point? Now being escorted to the Holy Land Marijoa, in Nico Robin's eyes, everything has become a foregone conclusion. Only extravagant hope is that the roaring mace in front of him can directly smash him to death. The awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air shrouded the huge pier. The giant mace danced by the giant's own hands, brought up the mighty momentum that completely overshadowed all the cheers of the Tianlong people. What's more, the giant made such a huge move, no doubt to please the Tianlong people. Who couldn't avoid it along the way, he made a heavy hand. In the eyes of the giant, this kind of crazy behavior can not only brighten the sky, but also vent the grievances in the heart. It is more able to make himself a good dog, the dog of the Tianlong people. Thinking of this, the giant's eyes instantly locked on Nico Robin's side. Navy soldier. Without any bells and whistles, the giant mace swung in his hand, with all his strength, slashed downwards. The violent blow made Kadaru's complexion change dramatically, and he knew clearly that if this blow fell, that awaits the 3 sailors, and there is only one dead end. The only thing that can be done is to stop it. Boom! The thunder-like tearing sound of the air suddenly sounded in the sky above the sky. The huge momentum instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Not waiting for them to react, a body like an iron tower slammed down on the giant without any bias. Bang! The huge impact was too hard for the giants to bear. Before he could come back to his senses, he was a huge body of 12 or 3 meters. In an instant, he was bent over and smashed heavily on the pier. Reverberation of the dull collision, the entire pier shook violently. The sturdy slate also shattered with a sound. The wind and waves that set off made everyone present, the pupils shrank suddenly. Waiting to see clearly what was falling from the sky, the people present couldn't help but be stunned. This is a man who fell from the sky and was able to smash a giant 12 to 3 meters high on the ground. Most important thing is what height did he fall from? He not only smashed the giant to the ground, but also patted the dust on his body casually, looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Nico Robin. You are indeed here, and I am here to take you away. Long Yu has already entered Escanor's character template. These words fell, thousands of waves were instantly aroused. Originally, they were still shocked by the dragon feather falling from the sky. However, now that I have come back to my senses, I suddenly remembered. This is the Holy Land Marijoa. Suddenly a man fell from the sky and threatened to come to find Nico Robin. Is this an intruder? The Holy Land Marijoa encountered an intruder. This is how many years I haven't encountered it. This is Escanor with a reward of 300 million. Kadalu was the first to see the clue and pulled out the samurai sword from his waist with his backhand. Step out. Kadaru, as a rear admiral, is also proficient in 6 styles. With the sound of heavy footsteps, the whole person disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. Appeared again, already behind Long Yu. The samurai sword in his hand slashed towards the back of Long Yu's neck with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Nico Robin's pupils shrank. She was about to speak and then stopped, and was about to say a reminder. Chapter 704. I like this welcome way. However, the words that came to his mouth were obviously swallowed back into his stomach. She eagerly wanted to see how this guy of unknown origin would respond to the attack of Rear Admiral Kotaru. Only by doing so can Nico Robin deduce whether Escanor is the lingering figure in her memory. When the crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly, and the slashing wind swept through. Under the splash of sparks, the huge recoil force caused a stinging pain from Kotaru's tiger's mouth. Looking in front of him, that muscle bulged, like a neck made of steel. Under his full blow, only a faint white trace was left behind. This huge gap made Kotaru stunned. The Escanor in front of him didn't even use his armament and domineering, and he couldn't break the defense. Is his knife too dull, or the other party's skin is too thick? I like your welcome way. Escanor turned his head slowly and said. Kotaru woke up abruptly, and in this situation where the enemy's position was at odds with himself, he was distracted. That was a fatal mistake. Thinking of this, Kotaru stomped on the ground with both feet, intending to continue to shave to distance himself first. Bang! A thunderous stomping sound suddenly sounded. Watching Long Yu's stampede behavior like a retreat. That Kotaru's pupils shrank, an iron tower-like figure appeared in front of him. 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and the huge fist smashed out with a heavy punch. Iron block. Kotaru roared loudly. As a major general, you must at least be proficient in the 6 types of naval death. Before learning to be domineering with armed sex, shaving, moon steps, and iron blocks are the most basic means. However, not long ago, Kotaru awakened even his armed arrogance. The dark, ink-like armament color is domineering, quickly covering the muscles behind the actual iron blocks and opening. The next moment, the heavy fist fell with a bang. Bang! Huge power, vented like a frenzy. The round eyes of Kotaru, it flew out like a cannonball. At this moment, he had a feeling of being hit head-on by a sea king. The double defense that was mentioned was torn apart like a piece of paper at this moment. An afterimage flew away in front of Spandane's eyes. Looking at the dignified Rear Admiral, he couldn't even take a punch, and he threw it dozens of meters and smashed heavily on a warship. In the heavy hull, a huge hole was smashed out. He couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. If this sand. A bag-like fist slammed on him. Spandane couldn't believe that his small body could handle it. Why are you here? Nico Robin said with a stunned expression. Looking at the thick back that stood in front of him and turned into an iron tower. Nico Robin had already guessed who he was. As expected of Robin, I guessed it so quickly. Long Yu turned back and reached for her hand, rubbed her slowly on Robin's head. This familiar action and feeling made Robin hold back the hot tears in his eyes, and the embankment burst instantly. At this moment, Robin burst into tears like a helpless child. After 20 years of fleeing, she once thought about what would happen if she fell into the hands of the Navy and even the world's official government. I also thought about whether I would be freed if I died before I was caught. In the end, I also personally experience the current hesitation and helplessness, and can only face the wanton trampling of Tianlong people's playthings. However, it never occurred to me that under this kind of dragon pond and tiger den, there are people who fell from the sky for themselves and came to the rescue. Okay, you can leave soon. Long Yu rubbed Nico Robin's head again and looked at Spandane and the others. Can we discuss? If Quan Dang hasn't met, let me take her away. The small voices, at this moment, seemed to be filled with magical sounds, echoing in the sky in all directions. Looking at this man who dared to rush into the Holy Land Mary Joa, he also threatened to let them watch Nico Robin be taken away. This request is simply insane. At least, in Spandane's eyes, this is the first time I've heard of it. Roar. A thunderous roar suddenly sounded. Who was smashed to the ground, stood up directly. The huge mace in his hand suddenly clenched tightly, and with a stern sound of breaking the air, he slashed down towards Long Yuli. Little devil, if you dare to make this giant embarrassed in public, then die for me. The moment the voice fell, the giant mace that was swung up, with the might of Wan Jun, came to Long Yu in an instant. Bang! Huge impact, vented out with a hurricane. Looking at the huge mace, it was directly lifted with one hand. The people present couldn't help grunting and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even giants are no exception. It seems, you mean, can't keep one eye closed. Long Yu suddenly raised his head. The 5 fingers of the left hand clenched suddenly. Chapter 705, Arrogant. The huge mace was crushed to pieces. Under the splatter of debris, Long Yu raised his right hand in the air, and vomited out the simple 4 characters. Axe Rita. An inexplicable scene, which makes people look stagnant. The next moment, before everyone could react, a golden light with a stern sound of breaking through the sky swept across the sky in the distance. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded suddenly. A golden axe slammed into Long Yu's hand. The huge impact force made the thick floor underfoot also shatter. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. However, before they could react, the divine axe Rita in Long Yu's right hand slashed down towards the giant who was blocking him. Bang! An axe fell, and the air seemed to be torn apart. A giant vacuum slash of more than 10 meters was instantly condensed. At such a close distance, the giants have nowhere to hide. Only thing he could do was raise his hands hastily. PFF'd. The blood splashed and the slashing slashes passed through the huge body of the giant in an instant, and rolled away towards the warship that was moored at the port and was responsible for escorting. It was accompanied by a low explosion. The tens of meters of warships, together with giants, were cut in 2 pieces with one axe. Bang! The 12-3-meter giant, both of its bodies turned directly into the sea. Rush of blood, the whole sea surface was dyed red. And the warship that broke into 2 pieces sank directly into the sea. The violent blow shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the red blood on the ground, Spandane couldn't move a little. Is anyone else going to stop me? Long Yu slammed the divine axe Rita on the shoulders, and looked around slowly. If not, then let's go. These words, Long Yu grabbed Robin's hand, turned around and planned to leave. However, just as the footsteps started, an unexpected sound rang out. You're so strong, you can cut an axe into 2 halves, I've decided to let you be my slave. Saint Henry walked out of the crowd with a face full of excitement. If you are asked to fight with Saints of Firth and their scorpions, you will definitely win a big victory, and I will be the champion of the arena. Own eyes, Long Yu slaughtered Saint Helsing, the most powerful giant, with an axe. Saint Henry knew clearly that the man in front of him was very strong. At least, it is much stronger than the scorpion they encountered in the arena of Holy Land Mary Joa. However, in the face of Saint Henry, this is a matter of course. Many present people couldn't help shivering. Especially the naval soldiers stationed, the only thought flashed in their minds. Are all Tianlong people so idiots? Saint Henry, this slave, but I see, he killed my giant, so he can only be my slave. Saint Hells also came back to his senses and shouted in a hurry. Burly celestial dragon who seldom speaks on the side, Yusul Saint is full of excitement, and wants to open his mouth to fight. In their usual thinking, as long as they see something, it belongs to them. However, in the face of the 3 celestial dragons who were arrogant, the arrogant Escanor was revealed in his bones. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Long Yu's body. There was an inexplicable urgency on his face. They desperately wanted to know, in the face of the rude demands of the dragons, what will be the reaction of this arrogant person in front of him? Sorry, do you want to prevent me from leaving too? Long Yu's stride stopped in mid-air. Looking back at the 3 Tianlong people, he said slowly. Then go to hell. A simple 4 character sputtered out. At this moment, it was like thunder, shaking everyone's nerves. Without any bells and whistles, Long Yu's divine axe, Rita, clenched tightly in his right hand, turned towards the 3 celestial dragons, with an axe in the air. Bang! The air was squeezed out again. Of more than 10 meters was instantly condensed out of thin air. With a rolling gesture, he attacked the Tianlong people in the air. The violent scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. They already knew that Escanor was crazy enough. However, I never imagined that the madman in front of him would become mad. Even the heavenly dragons were cut off. Watching the rapid enlargement in the pupils, there was a precedent for the giant being beheaded. Long time, the 3 saints of Hendry, who were not afraid of the sky and earth, finally panicked. They didn't expect that, as Tianlong people, they would be under the holy land of Mary Joa that belonged to them. There are people who are more horizontal than them. Om! The sound of the air shaking, echoed without warning. The dazzling golden light swooped down in the first step, and collided with the slash that rolled in the face. Boom! The unrelenting attacks collided with each other. The moment when the dazzling golden light rose to the sky, the violent air wave rolled back with a rolling gesture. The 3 heavenly dragons who were a little closer, and even Spandane were directly thrown out. Looking at the sand and dust rising from the sky, the tall figure gradually became clear. Chapter 706. 9 Generations Single Biography. Nico Robin's expression changed suddenly. After Long Yu smashed the divine axe Rita on the ground, he slowly opened his mouth again. I thought the Admiral of the Navy could watch the Tianlong people being chopped and remain indifferent. It seems that it takes a little more effort to get out of this broken place. The small voice made the faces of the Navy soldiers in the field look happy. Even climbed up on the ground, the embarrassed Spandane couldn't help shouting in a hurry, Kazuna, you came just in time. That guy not only planned to take Nico Robin away, but also attacked 3 heavenly dragons. You must not let him leave alive. Kill him for me. Saint Hendry got up on the ground and growled hysterically. The remaining 2 heavenly dragons also roared. That hatred and murderous appearance was destroyed by their crotch, which was already soaked with excrement and urine, and filled with an indescribable smell. Faced with this embodiment of wandering at the gates of life and death. As people from Tianlong people, when have they ever thought about it? They will one day realize it in person. Yo-Yo, what a terrible guy. I didn't expect that the Warring States Marshal really guessed it right. Trouser pockets in his pockets, the yellow monkey walked out in the dust with his 8-legged legs. Originally, I planned to give you a sneak peek when you were running away, so that I could save a lot of trouble. I didn't expect that you were so arrogant and domineering that you discovered me in advance. Having said that, Kizaru patted the dust on his body, and said with a wretched smile. However, for the sake of Nico Robin, the son of the devil, you invaded the island of Fa, raised the Judiciary Tower, and now you are running to the Holy Land Mary Joa. Under such vicious deeds, if I let you leave, let alone the Warring States period. Marshal, even the 5 old stars will blame me. Little brother, why didn't you just take it easy? I'll save you a little effort, and you'll be able to avoid a little skin trauma. I know a big secret. I heard that the closer you are to noon, the stronger your strength will be. This is really a strange fruit ability. I temporarily call it the sun fruit. It's a pity, it's almost dusk now. Without the power of the sun, can you still be arrogant and arrogant? The slightly elusive voice echoed in the ears of everyone on the pier, not to mention the naval soldiers stationed there, even Nicole Spandine and others. Their expressions changed dramatically. Especially Spandane. He never imagined that the madman in front of him even made the island of France bigger before he ran to the Holy Land Marijoya to go wild. Kazuna, how is my son Spandam? Is he safe? Spandane spoke hastily. This is their 9th generation single pass. As a relative of the Tianlong people, let alone Spandam, even Spandane has only 10 Dao strength. Compared with his precious son, he is only a little taller. Right now, the opponent even raised the fata directly to the ground. Then what happened to his son? You said that trash underscore already. Kazuna crooked his mouth, rubbed his chin and thought. of the Navy are also considered to be on the same front. The status of Spandam, the supreme commander of the French island, is almost the same as that of the Admiral Sengoku. However, it really has to be discussed who is more worthy of admiration. In this world where strength is respected, the Warring States period is obviously worthy of its name. As for Spandam, he climbed up to the commander's position because of his relationship. Even 9 of his direct subordinates are arrogant, let alone people outside. Dead. Spandane was stunned. He never imagined that he would keep his son in the island of Faisal, which would not be broken for 800 years, like a tortoise shell. There will be times when you will lose your life. I thought of it, the 9th-generation single pass was cut off on my own handle. A look of grimness flashed across Spandane's face, and he roared sternly. Kazuna, kill him for me, as long as you kill him, I'm willing to promise anything. Don't worry, if you let him slip away under my nose, I won't be able to explain it. And said with a wretched smile, Brother Escanor, it's almost evening, your strength is greatly reduced, you plan to obediently capture you, and let me beat you to half dead, and then take you with you. Back to the Navy headquarters. Small voices echoed on the pier. Facing the words that came from the mouth of the General Kizaru, although it was frivolous. However, it is undoubtedly much stronger than Spandane's ruthless remarks. The face of this tense atmosphere, the eyes of the naval soldiers stationed around them all turned and locked on Long Yu's body. They eagerly wanted to see what confidence this arrogant man would have in the face of the general who was hailed as the most powerful general in the Navy headquarters. You mean, have I become weaker? And looked back at Kizaru. Chapter 707. Full-body armed color domineering. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, he took a step forward. Bang! The huge pier suddenly shook. Where Long Yu landed, the thick floor shattered. A ghostly figure, 1 step ahead, appeared in front of Kizaru. Of tens of meters seemed to shrink into an inch at this moment. The jet-black armament color is domineering, quickly wrapping around the divine axe Rita. Entanglement of the Sakura, the feeling of ferocity and unparalleled strength increased by a few points. Facing the general of the Yellow Monkey, Long Yu's deep-rooted arrogance, without any hesitation. He picked up the axe and slammed it down. Yilagung Luo Liang Tiger. Roar. An axe out. The torn air, like a tiger roaring, shakes the hills. The huge air pressure and domineering mixed together, with a posture like 1,000 fists, pressing down. The violent scene made Kizaru's expression change suddenly, and he didn't think of it at all. Long Yu didn't agree with a word, and suddenly shot. Faced with this kind of attack, he had the idea of running away. However, when he thought that there was still a group of trash standing behind him, the only thing he could do was to bite the bullet and fight. Tiankong Cloud Sword. With a pull of both hands, endless golden light bloomed, instantly condensed into a lightsaber, and blocked towards the divine axe Rita who was slashing down. Boom! At the moment of starting, a powerful collision exploded like thunder. Axe fell, with an explosive force like 1,000 fists, making Kizaru's complexion suddenly changed. The floor under my feet was the first to be unable to bear it, and this huge force shattered in response. The Yellow Monkey didn't have time to think about it, it quickly turned into a light spot, and it collapsed under the attack 1 step ahead. He is a general, and he has also improved the power of the devil fruit to the extreme. However, when it comes to taijutsu, he is a shortcoming. Facing Escanor, who should have been inferred from the information, is closely related to the strength of the sun, but now suddenly such a tyrannical power burst out. Let the Yellow Monkey, there is a kind of, the feeling of being caught off guard. Lost the resistance of Kizaru, the domineering divine axe Rita, with the might of 1,000 powers, slammed down towards the ground. Under the catharsis of the huge force, the huge pier, centered on the attack, shattered and opened. Under the flying gravel, one after another hideous cracks quickly spread around. Under the rewinding of the sand and dust in the sky, the people who could not be avoided in the surrounding area were immediately drowned. The awe-inspiring wind swept the entire dock like a frenzy. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded. Like a million. The impact swept away like a frenzy. 3 celestial dragons, Spandane, etc., who had no power to speak of, were instantly tossed out. The huge pier, at this moment, seems to be forcibly split in half. The violent scene made the expression of Kizaru who appeared in the air again change involuntarily. Looking at the ruined pier below, and the 3 heavenly dragons who were overturned, he said, "What a nasty little devil, you attack the heavenly dragons like this, but you will make me go back and be punished. However, since you have already started, it seems that the negotiation is ineffective. You can only be severely injured before taking you back to the Warring States period." 8-foot Changu Yu. Om. The golden light was torn apart in the hands of the yellow monkey. Endless spot of light, like the moment when the frenzy surged, an awe-inspiring murderous intent spread out. "Go to hell." Kazuna wretchedly crooked his mouth and said with a smile. The next moment, the golden light in his hand burst open like fireworks. Bang 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 bang. A golden beam of light, like a rainstorm, instantly shrouded Long Yu's face. However, more attacks are still locked on Nico Robin. Kizaru's eyes, since Long Yu wanted to save people, he would never let Nico Robin die. The face of a battle of this scale, Nico Robin's strength is simply useless. It can be said that now she is just a more beautiful drag oil bottle. I can only watch the beam of light expand in my pupils, and I can't even catch up with the chance to react. However, this thought flashed through my mind just now. A burly body appeared in front of her one step ahead. It collided with the falling beams of light from the sky. Boom! The dull explosion sound was instantly heard. Feel the rush of air. Spandane, who climbed up in the ruins, and the 3 heavenly dragons looked eagerly at where Long Yu was. When I thought about that just now, that kind of attack like a catastrophe spread. For Spandane, he couldn't wait to see Dragon Feather being shot into a hornet's nest. However, this idea just sprouted in his mind, and the first scene that caught his eye caused his pupils to shrink suddenly. Full body armed and domineering. Looking at the iron tower body that was more than 3 meters long, its muscles were bulging, like a rock, and it was covered with a dark and domineering military color. Everyone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Color of heavy metal is enough to give people a kind of inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 708. Ignore Halu Stone. Bang! Long Yu stepped out in the dust, looked sideways at the yellow monkey who fell from the sky and said, "As expected of a general, your attack made my skin a little itchy, it is worth my full-body armed arrogance." Crazy. After these words fell, everyone present, even Nico Robin, found Escanor in front of him was simply insane. In their eyes, Kizaru is a dignified naval admiral. Long Yu dared to speak like this, it was contempt for the general. However, where does this contemptuous confidence come from? It is even more worthy of scrutiny. You tell me, it gets weaker at dusk. Long Yu lowered his head a little and looked at Huang Yuandao, who was hundreds of meters away. Then let you see, what is the invincible posture? The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound, hitting the depths of the soul. Everyone could react. Long Yu turned down his right hand, clenched the divine axe Rita, and threw it towards the sky suddenly. The inexplicable action instantly tensed everyone's nerves. Hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the scene that caught my eye first made my pupils shrink. The golden axe rose from the sky, and as the height increased, endless golden flames burst out. The next moment, Long Yu raised his head suddenly, and suddenly caught him from the air. Unmerciful sun. Bang! The sky-high flames, like a sea of fire, swept across the whole world with a fiery hurricane. Everyone just felt that the blazing light in front of them rose, and they could see the sky again. At dusk, in the gradually darkening sky, a second sun appeared. A huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters, the flaming flames brought extremely high heat. Let everyone in the field have a feeling of being in a furnace. In particular, the originally calm sea surface, at this moment, is like boiling, and a large amount of water vapor is transpired. Gollum. The sound of swallowing saliva sounded one after another. In the face of this miraculous skill, it can be produced. It was the first time they saw the sun-like means. Rao is Huang Yuan, his face is wretched and light, but also a little dignified in an instant. Before I had time to think about it, my pupils shrank suddenly when I entered my eyes again. Of 7 or 8 meters, huge and covered in flames, appeared in front of everyone. A fiery wave of air, following Long Yu's breathing, rushed towards his face like a hurricane. The rock under my feet melted away directly towards me, which had already climbed to 40 or 50 degrees, doubled again. The closest Robin has all the clothes on his body. Was burned. If it wasn't for the magic power that Long Yu actively overflowed for protection, I'm afraid the blood in the body would have already evaporated. Find a ship, stand farther away, and the battle will be over soon. Long Yu turned his head sideways and said slowly. Index finger of the right hand, the fiery light rose, and directly touched the handcuffs of Heilushi. Click. Heilushi's handcuffs were blown. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Nico Robin was directly liberated from the shackles. He can ignore Heilushi. Kadaru slowed down in the ruins, looking at the scene in front of him with disbelief. In their eyes, Heilushi is the natural enemy of devil fruit power users. However, now Long Yu's actions have undoubtedly subverted his cognition. However, facing the doubts in her heart, Nico Robin didn't dare to stay any longer, feeling that her physical strength from being suppressed by Heilushi gradually recovered. With the help of the power of Wawa fruit, he selected the naval warship hundreds of meters away from here and flew away. She clearly knew that Long Yu, who displayed such a terrifying gesture, obviously intended to end the battle as soon as possible. Then, the next battle that will be staged will definitely be shocking. Little careless, I am afraid that I will be involved in the aftermath of the battle and lose my life directly. What's more, the blood that makes people evaporate, and there is a second sun hanging in the sky. That entered the scene completely gave people a feeling of death. If it wasn't for lack of ability, Nico Robin would like to put her wings on and escape from this place as soon as possible. Seeing the more beautiful oil bottle go away, Escanor mechanically turned his head back, squinted at Kizaru, and said slowly, I'm sorry, let's continue. However, I forgot to tell you that now I am invincible. Invincible's word-by-word voice, at this moment, gives people the feeling of being extremely deaf. No, it should be said that there is a sense of arrogance carved into the bones between the lines. Facing Escanor, with that arrogant face, everyone's nerves were suddenly tense. Regardless of, is a dragon man or a spandane, even the naval soldiers who are stationed here and hide in the distance. His eyes also swept around and locked on the body of General Kizaru. In their eyes, in the face of this maddened Escanor, the only person who can fight against it is Kizaru. Kazuna, as long as you kill him, I can nominate you to be a marshal. Kazuna, if you defeat him, I'll give you 100 slaves. Chapter 709, I caught you. I'll give you 5 billion Baileys. 3 celestial dragons were the first to shout. As Tianlong people who have always claimed to be above all races, when have they experienced such a bad island? I originally planned to stay at the dock this time, so I could pick up a leak. I never thought that what I was waiting for was a social beating. This made the dignified Tianlong people swallow this breath. Feeling the urgent gaze from all around, Kizaru glanced at the life card in his hand, and then looked at Long Yu again. Escanor, your strength is really strong, but this is the Holy Land Mary Joa. But it's not your turn to go wild. I don't need to be defeated, as long as I delay enough time, what happens here will soon attract the attention of others and come to reinforce. At that time, you will still be dead. Speaking of which, Kizaru grinned wryly and said, Little devil, have you tried being kicked by the beam? The standard lines were spoken, and the yellow monkey strode forward. The whole person instantly collapsed and turned into a golden light that filled the sky, like a horse training, one step ahead across hundreds of meters, and came to Long Yu. Without any fancy, under the tight muscles of his right foot, with the power of the laser beam, he suddenly kicked it towards Long Yu's neck. The violent blow made people's eyes unable to keep up. Who seemed to be indifferent, Kizaru's wretched expression turned into a stern face. The moment his eyes met, he read contempt in Long Yu's eyes. Bang! The beam-like kick instantly landed on Long Yu's neck. The huge impact force caused a stern wind to roll back away. Together with the overwhelmed rock under his feet, it also shattered. However, in the face of Kyabu's confident beam kick, Long Yu's posture, except that his neck was slightly crooked, was not at all a problem at all. The moment his eyes squinted on Kizaru, an inexplicable sense of crisis sprouted on his spine. "I caught you," Long Yu said slowly. However, the movements in his hands were completely unambiguous, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, and clasped the ankle of the yellow monkey. The violent scene made the yellow monkey look normal. Before I could think about it, the whole person burst out with a dazzling, 8-foot light bomb. Boom! The golden light of the dazzling light instantly seemed to explode with a bang. The huge impact force swept away like a frenzy, directly drowning Long Yu. With the help of this huge explosive force, Kizaru felt a slight loosening of Long Yu's right hand. Direct elementalization, rapidly widening the distance. However, just as he had escaped a few hundred meters, a voice that was like the urging of death reverberated in his ears again. In the endless golden explosion storm, that burly body stepped out in one step. The 5 fingers of the right hand merged, and a hand knife fell towards Kizaru in the air. Holy Sword Escanor! Boom! The knife fell. The golden light shrouded in the sky was torn apart in an instant. A 100-meter huge blazing fire slashed, instantly tearing the earth apart. With a rolling posture, he went straight after Kyabu. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Under the drastic change in Kyabu's expression, he didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly planned to turn into a spot of light and run away. However, this idea has just emerged. Kizaru suddenly wanted to remember the existence of the 3 three-day dragons. In the face of such an attack, no matter. It's a navy soldier, or it's Spandane. In Kyabu's philosophy, it is somewhat similar to a kainu. At least, on the road of justice, sacrifice is inevitable. However, when he thought that the responsibility of the general was to protect the safety of the Tianlong people first and foremost, this made the yellow monkey grit his teeth and plan to save people. However, this idea just popped into my mind. Sudden and arrogant voice sounded again. Unmerciful son. Long Yu looked at Huang Yuan with a hint of hesitation, and his right hand suddenly grabbed it from the air. Hanging in midair, the sun, which has reached a diameter of 100 meters, instantly moved like a meteor from the sky, with a rolling posture, whistling and rolling down. For a time, the thunder were so loud that it resounded throughout the holy land of Mary Joa. The face of this double blow, let alone other people, even Kazuna's nerves were suddenly tense to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran away. That it is better to die as a poor Taoist than to die as a fellow Taoist is completely applicable to any place. Buried here with those rubbish, Kizaru still intense, and it would be better to be blamed for 2 or 3 sentences afterwards. Light spot in the sky collapsed in the void, the huge fireball, and the slashing slash, fell in an instant. Boom! The sky-high flames rolled back like a tidal wave. Under the endless hurricane of flames, even the palace complex where the Holy Land Mary Joa, a few kilometers away from the pier, was instantly attacked by fire waves. The fierce and unparalleled slash, even across the endless land, slashed on the thick city wall. Chapter 710, Sun Falling. The thunderous explosion sounded again. It made the Tianlong people and the scorpions who were originally staying in this paradise-like, holy land of Mary Joa, stunned. At this moment, For them, there was simply an illusion that the Holy Land Marijoa had come to an end. Once again broke the tranquility and peace of this holy place. No, it should be said that it completely overturned the identity of Marijoa as a holy place for 800 years. At the same time, it is several nautical miles away from the Red Soil continent. Akainu quickly approached the port. On the deck of the huge warship headed by him, Akainu was looking down at the distant sea horizon with a gloomy face. This is not the first time he has come here. He clearly knew that as long as he bypassed this natural vortex and passed through the windless belt, he would be able to see the largest port into the sea in the Holy Land Marijoa. According to the information provided by the island of France, Spandane will escort Nico Robin and land from here. This will be the most likely place to appear once Escanor is crazy enough to attack Holy Marijoa. General Akainu, I didn't find any suspicious traces along the way. The ghost spider was at the back of the deck, walked up quickly, and said slightly hesitantly. This time, could it be that the Warring States Marshal's inference was wrong? After all, this is the Red Earth continent, and it is the Holy Land Marijoa. No matter how crazy Escanor is, I'm afraid there will be a measure. I don't believe that he really dares to go to the Holy Land of Red Earth, Marjoya say. A slightly suspicious voice echoed on the deck. However, before the ghost spider could finish speaking, the Navy soldiers guarding the mast observation deck were the first to roar. General Akainu, something is wrong. The sun is falling over the mouth of the Holy Land Marijoa. The sun fell, and Akainu's expression froze. No, it should be said that even the ghost spider's face has changed. The moment before, he threatened that Escanor had no holy place for Marijoa. Looking back now, I found that the other party was smashing the field. This slap in the face is too fast. Damn it, what the hell is he doing? Let me see. Akainu's face sank, the molten lava rolled down under his feet, and the whole person shot into the sky like a cannonball. However, he just rushed out of the height of 7 or 8 meters. First thing I saw was the fire that soared into the sky, and the waves of more than 10 meters that rolled backwards in a rolling posture. That fiery wind and waves made Akainu instantly push back 7 or 8 meters in mid-air. Waiting for him to react, he can see. The places were occupied by fire. Didn't find it at all. There was a huge fireball in the sky thousands of meters high, and it quickly fled in the opposite direction. I don't know how long it took. That was tumbling with fiery lava directly pierced through the last big wave that came. Was bathed in molten lava, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, with the help of EPUB, took the lead to arrive at the pier of the Holy Land Marijoa. However, Port Marijoa, the most luxurious port in the whole of the Great Waterway, is now in ruins. The crumbling rock formations and the earth burnt like terracotta for thousands of miles. Looking around, it is a mess, and there are no so-called buildings and sculptures. Trees and rocks, everything. In the attack just now, it seemed to disappear without a trace. In particular, that slash that was torn apart by sharp claws. It quickly spread to the huge castle walls several miles away. The broken copper walls and iron walls, the shattered large palace courtyards. There were roaring flames, and bursts of panic-stricken cries. At this moment, the feeling given to Akainu is like the end of the world. As an admiral, he had once thought about the absurd situation that would happen in Holy Marijoa. Looking at the Murloc Tiger's liberation, it's just a small fight. It can be said that this time, in the eyes of Akainu, Escanor is basically a trouble with the whole sea. Akainu, you are finally here. The yellow monkey's voice suddenly sounded. Soon he saw that endless spots of light converged on Akainu's side, revealing a slightly embarrassed Kiwi. However, Kizaru, who has always liked the king of soy sauce, had a bitter expression on his face. He met Akainu's gaze and explained helplessly, "You can't blame me, I didn't use soy sauce this time. It's just that Escanor's strength and information are wrong. At dusk, the sun fruit ability he possesses is still exerting his full strength." A monster whose fruit ability has been developed to the extreme, and the level of physical art has reached the level of profound meaning. I really don't know where it came from. Compared with that big skeleton demon, it is completely unrepentant. Humph. Akainu snorted coldly and said, Kazuna, you should know very well that this time not only you will be punished, but I am no exception. Now, tell me how Escanor is doing, whether he is injured, or even seriously injured. If so, then launching the entire naval headquarters to hunt down may be effective. Chapter 711. The Rocks Pirates. In the face of this scene that has become a foregone conclusion, Akainu is also a little fortunate in his heart. He personally led the team a few times before, but he failed many times in the hands of the great skeleton demon and suffered a lot. Now that this matter falls on Huang Yuan, the psychological pressure is not so great. However, when Akainu saw Kizaru's faltering expression, his face froze, and he said, Kizuka, don't tell me that Ascano guy is only slightly injured. Akainu stared straight at Kizaru's change in expression. At the moment when he shook his head, he couldn't help but hurriedly asked, Kazuna, you won't tell me, Escanor escaped unscathed. The hurried voice was a little trembling at this moment. It can be said that Akainu thinks with his toes when facing the messy Mary Joa in front of him. Never expected that the situation would turn into this situation. I only played a few tricks with him, but after he created the second sun, his strength has soared several times, and even I have a feeling that it is difficult to resist, and there are still a few Tianlong people's waste. When I recovered, everything was irreversible, and that guy also escaped. The yellow ape is no longer as calm as he used to be. The bitterness on his face almost condensed the expression on his cheeks. Akainu's face turned blue all of a sudden, as he was in the same period, he was very aware of Kizaru's temperament. After a little hesitation, he said, Kazuna, since that guy has retreated, we are going to pursue it now, and there is not much possibility at all. We have to consider now, how to explain to the Warring States Marshal and the 5 Old Stars. Akainu, you mean to explain to us? A cold old voice suddenly sounded. Akainu and Kizaru's faces changed involuntarily. He hurriedly followed the voice, and the first thing that caught his eye was a bald monk in a kimono and holding the first generation of ghosts, among the 5 Old Stars. However, his already gloomy face was now completely gloomy. Yi Sang, you 5 Old Stars were originally in the Holy Land Mary Joa, and if you didn't help in time, if you help, Kizaru will definitely not be caught off guard. Akainu's face changed, and he was the first to snort. The face of the current defeat, even the Holy Land Mary Joa was affected by the battle and was almost completely destroyed. In front of Akainu's eyes is for the wicked to complain first. Good, Akainu. Didn't expect that you would know about the Warring States. A monk's expression sank, and he shouted coldly. This time, it's up to you to carry out the task, not only to let that arrogant person save the devil's son, but also to destroy the Holy Land Mary Joa, and finally let him retreat, should you pay the price this time. In the huge ruins, an inexplicable suppressed breath permeated. A monk's right hand slowly clenched the first generation Onishi in his hand. Facing this violent scene, the faces of Akainu and Kizaru suddenly sank. Stop, monk, don't make fun of them. Wearing a black suit and long white beard, walked out of the ruins. The inexplicable depressing aura shrouded in the field was instantly dissipated. The stern old face of the monk also eased slightly, and when he let go of the hand that caught the first generation of ghosts, he snorted coldly. Okay, I will deal with the matter here, a monk and it's not much use for you to stay here now. Il instructed lightly. Go back and let the Warring States investigate, what is the relationship between Escanor and the skeleton demon. These two people seem to have jumped out of a stone, and there is no way to trace them. If these two people are a group, then it is still unknown whether there is any organization behind them. Speaking of this, Il's face sank slightly and said, according to the performance of these few battles, no matter what. The skeleton demon, or Escanor, who has the superhuman system and the sun fruit, they all have the strength not inferior to the admiral of the navy. If there really is some organization behind them, or a pirate group, etc., then the threat is probably no less than the existence of the Rocks pirates 50 years ago. The expressions of Kizaru and Akainu of the Rocks pirates suddenly changed. 50 years ago, when the Rocks pirates were rampant and dominated the sea. They still don't know which corner to make a fuss about. However, even the two of them had heard of the bad sea record. In addition to the leading captain, Rocks, the four emperors that exist in this world are Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lingling. All of them were independent in the sea after the collapse of the Rocks pirates. In addition, there is the Golden Lion, the admiral of the flying pirates. Silver Axe Strait, Golden Hand John etc. Chapter 712, The Sin of Pride. Each of them has the appearance of a big pirate. If, behind the skeleton demon and Escanor, there is really an organization similar to the Rocks pirates, then is there any scary guy coming out next? If there really are other scary guys out there, how many people are there? If this assumption is true, once it really comes out of the water, will their naval headquarters and even the world government be able to take up this huge challenge? Thinking of this, Akainu and Kizaru subconsciously disagree. Take a look. This makes them have a feeling of pondering and terrifying. Capturing the changes in the two's expressions, Il said in a deep voice, "Okay, there are still many things to deal with, I hope you can bring us good news next time." Abandoning these words, Il and Yi Seng did not stop and turn to leave. At the same time, in the New World, inside the huge flight editor-in-chief of Big News Morgans, the phone bug kept ringing. In the independent office, Morgans looked at the sighting report on the desktop, and his face was even more excited and excited. Big news, just big news. Not only did the Chambord archipelago make a riot, beheaded Kaido's men of the four emperors and beasts, but also single-handedly captured Fa Dao. When this news spreads, it will definitely shock the whole sea. It is definitely super big news. With this level of strength and deeds, I am afraid that it is only slightly inferior to the big skeleton demon that appeared not long ago. As Morgan spoke, the hands that held the intelligence trembled with excitement. In his eyes, all this was far beyond his expectations. Thinking of this, Morgan suddenly stood up and shouted in a hurry, "People outside, type the news for me, and I want to send the news today." Bang! The door to the office was pushed open. Figure rushed in quickly from the outside and said, "Editor-in-Chief Morgans, great news, the front page you have in your hand can't be published yet." There can be no inexplicable scene, so Morgans can't help but startled. What's the matter? Is Zero planning to do our news? As the largest in the New World, Big News Morgans is also one of the kings of the underground forces. Has the largest news channel. Looking at any era, newspapers and culture are powerful soft powers. If the world government wants to control the fishing reels, it must control the source of the news agency. Therefore, there are often a lot of spies in ambush around the Big News Morgans. Usually, they will pay to rewrite certain news reports. The deputy editor's subordinate suddenly rushed in to stop it. This gives Big News a kind of preconceived notion. Editor-in-Chief Morgans, no. Deputy editor hurriedly shook his head, took out the latest information with his backhand, and immediately reported it in a hurry. This is the latest big news about Escanor, and the shock is far from the island of France. Worse than the Isle of Fair incident. Morgans was startled for a moment. Before he could continue to ask questions, he looked down at the sighting report he received in his hand, as well as various photos. Expression changed drastically in an instant, and the whole person couldn't help falling down on the chair, mumbling to himself. Crazy madman, that's just madness. If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid not to mention the sea, and even the fourth emperor will be shocked by it. Not long ago, a big skeleton demon of unknown origin rose to become the new 5 emperors, and now there is a lunatic Escanor, who also has no origin to pursue. Will they be people of the same power, if they really know? As a journalist, Morgan's is also known as the big news. Regardless of, is it the sense of news, or the ability to add salt and vinegar to news? No ordinary person can compare. However, it is precisely because of this reason that what he is looking for is exactly the same as the speculation of the 5 old stars, the wonder of the same song and the same sound. Editor-in-Chief Morgan's, are we going to schedule the news now? If it is delayed, I am afraid that the incident in the French island will be reported first. The deputy editor hurriedly said. At the same time, he took out another photo and said, this is a follow-up request provided by witnesses. She said that Escanor thought the moniker of madman was too bad and needed to be changed to Escanor the sin of arrogance, which was the lion tattoo on his back. The crime of arrogance. Morgan's couldn't help but be startled. Remembering the intelligence information he had been through, he couldn't help but show excitement. As expected of a defiant, arrogant and rude man, I know what to do to completely magnify the shock of the news. Already. Hurry up and go to me and print the newspaper. New World, in the flower capital of Wano country. The huge courtyard, many dancers were dancing. The girl at the head has long light blue hair, and the makeup looks perfect. The lotus step is like a blooming flower, and a glance and a smile add to the seductive posture. Under the flow of a pair of beautiful eyes, the eyes flowed from time to time on the 2 people who were drinking in the first place. Chapter 713, Is My Beast Pirates Easy to Bully? In particular, I paid more attention to that burly figure like a mountain. Xiaozi, why are you staring at Kaido all the time today? Could it be that General Ben doesn't look good to you? Come and give General Ben a few glasses of wine. A drunken shout suddenly sounded. Xiaozi quickly reacted in a trance. After signaling the singing and dancing to stop, she saluted with a smile and said, General Orochi, if you say this, it means that Xiaozi is unbearable. Why is General Orochi not in Xiaozi's eyes? I'm just curious, Admiral Kaido, why are you so unhappy today? Is it because Xiaozi's dance is not popular, or Admiral Kaido and General Orochi are tired of Xiaozi? The light voice of words gave people a feeling of self-pity. Especially when paired with Xiaozi, the self-blame and resentment on his face makes people feel more pitiful. Looking at Xiaozi, her brows were pressed down, and her eyes were almost filled with tears. The big snake quickly got up and comforted. Xiaozi, don't misunderstand, it's too late for this general to love you, how could he be tired of you? As for Kaido, it's just that he was slumped overseas, so he's sulking here. Admiral Kaido is deflated. Xiaozi's expression couldn't help but stagnate. During this time, she lurked beside the big snake. Also knows a lot about Kaido's information. Wano Kingdom is indeed an old concept of seclusion and isolation. However, Orochi, the supreme ruler of Wano Kingdom, still has some connections with the outside world. At least, I still know a little about the big news in the New World. It is precisely because of this reason that Xiaozi clearly knows that Kaido's weight outside is far from comparable to that in Wano. There are not a few countries and islands that can be honored as the 4 emperors of the sea. Can make this existence shriveled, still sulking here, not to take revenge. It was the first time I saw Xiaozi. Xiaozi, you have this problem. Do and hurry up and apologize to General Orochi and Admiral Kaido. Still on the side, dozing off, a madman with a super jet. After opening his eyes a little, he scolded with a smile. Xiaozi's complexion changed slightly, and Lianhe stepped forward to apologize. She was so intent on finding out more useful information that she completely forgot the iron rule that more words must be lost in her daily life. Xiaozi, don't accuse you. Big Snake hurriedly said. Don't listen to Quangshalang, this guy doesn't know how to pity fragrance and cherish jade at all. Kaido once came here to drink and drink, this time because Jack was caught by the Navy during the drought among the 3 disasters, and he was indeed rescued afterwards, but Kaido ran to hunt down the rookie of the Navy. Watching the other party jump into the sea and disappear. Admiral Kaido is injured. Xiaozi's complexion changed suddenly, but she was still more shocked in her heart. She is no longer the ignorant girl she used to be, and she already knows how powerful Kaido is. At least, in the mouth of the so-called Wano country social man, the gang boss, he is completely unsure of defeating the three disasters. Not to mention, defeating and even wounding the beast's Kaido. HMPH, this little injury, I will heal in the blink of an eye. Kaido slammed the wine glass in his hand on the table, and said angrily, Orochimaru, what I'm angry about now is that not long ago, in the Chambord Islands, someone beheaded my subordinates. During this period of time, is it because the 100 Beasts pirates' reputation is not enough, or it has not been dispatched for too long, so that the world thinks that my 100 Beasts pirates are easy to bully? Boom. Speaking of which, the beast Kaido shattered the wine glass in his hand. However, don't worry, I have given an order to bring back the head of that bastard. I will let the people on this sea know that the madness of my beasts, Kaido, is not. They can provoke them casually. The rolling voices echoed in the courtyard like thunder. Looking at Kaido, the beast, who was clearly in the mood for drinking. Many people present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They knew very well that the big man in front of him was very powerful, but he couldn't compliment him for lack of wine. However, in the face of all this, Xiaozi silently recorded this information in her heart. She clearly knew that relying on her own strength and the power in Wano's country, which was like a piece of scattered sand, there was absolutely no way to avenge her. The only way to do it is to rely on external forces. Perhaps it can be achieved. Come here, pour me a drink. After I finish drinking this glass, let the people in this sea know that the madness of my beast Kaido is not. Anyone can provoke it. Kaido touched the remaining drink at the corner of his mouth again, and after burping, he roared in a hurry. When Xiaozi heard the words, she quickly regained her senses, snatched the jug beside her, and planned to go up to refill. Pity that before she could take any further action, there was an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the sky. A black shadow projected in the sky and finally attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 714. With the power of one person alone, the Sifa Island will be captured. The burning embers of the three calamities. Huang Shilang raised his brows, looking a little surprised. The affairs of the three disasters are very clear, and the epidemic disaster Quinn manages the Rabbit Bowl, the largest prison in Wano country. Drought Jack is in charge of overseas missions. As the strongest fire disaster among the three disasters, it is the most important gateway to the sea guarding the country of Wano. 365 days a year, Jin rarely leaves this place. Today's sudden visit means that things may not be so simple. Jin, why are you here? Come and have 2 glasses of wine with me. When I go out this time, I must nail that Escanor to the wooden frame, and the naval supernova, too. Kaido opened his hazy eyes, and began to shout in a hurry. However, in the face of Kaido's persuasion, after Jin fell from the sky, he did not take the wine glass, and glanced at the arena indifferently and said, Boss Kaido, there was a big incident at sea 3 days ago, and it was the same as the one in the Chambord Islands not long ago. About the man who killed West Hepstead. There is a big event. Kaido's sense of drinking dissipated slightly, and then he waved his big hand and laughed recklessly and said, What big event, in my eyes, is not the destruction of the Navy headquarters, or the killing of Lingling and Whitebeard. It's not a big event. Damn Morgans, I was slashed with a knife, and I told him about the big incident. The next time I meet him, I have to turn his head off. An unhappy roar echoed in the courtyard. Looking at Kaido, whose face was red and his ears were red, and he was clearly drinking, no one dared to speak to him in the huge courtyard. In their eyes, there is an existence that can cut even the beast's Kaido. Definitely not an ordinary person. Looking at Wano, it can definitely be called a big event. However, the fact that others did not dare to speak up did not mean that Jin, the leader of the three disasters, did not dare. After putting down the wine glass that Kaido handed over, he took out a newspaper and said, Boss Kaido, that Escanor did not kill Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling, nor did he destroy the Navy headquarters. On the contrary, with the power of one person alone, the Fa Island was captured. Kaido's expression after having captured Fa Island couldn't help but stagnate, and even said, "That kind of broken place, I can also break through." "Jin, what are you making a fuss about?" spread out Lao Tzu's face. "But where does it go?" Kaido's mouth. "That's it, I'm still a little surprised." At least, in their eyes, the French island and the naval headquarters have different meanings. As pirates and the Navy headquarters, it's not strange to go to war with each other. Thing that FA mainly deal with are the major kingdoms, underground organizations, and the Revolutionary Army. The conflict with the pirates is not that big. A pirate suddenly ran to attack the island of Fa, which is undoubtedly beyond the expectations of many people. "No, Boss Kaido." Jin took out the second newspaper with his backhand and said, "In the beginning, like the boss, I didn't take the matter of Fa Island's breach to heart. It was only after half a day that I got the second newspaper. After half a day, that guy went to the Red Earth continent, made a scene in the Holy Land Marijoa, and then took Nico Robin, the son of the devil, away under the eyes of the great general, the Yellow Monkey. Now, and it was mentioned in the newspaper that Escanor, the sin of arrogance, and the great skeleton demon Uchiha Ryayu are probably from the same faction. Isn't it just making a riot in the Holy Land Marijoa? You said that the arrogant person and the bone may come from the same force." Kaido didn't care at first. Soon, his expression stagnates, and when his eyes are round, he asks and exclaims. At the level of Kaido, it is indeed shocking to make troubles on Fa Island and the Holy Land Marijoa. However, in the eyes of their four emperors, as long as they want to do it, they can also do it. It's just that the thing that affects Kaido's nerves the most right now is that the skeleton demon and Escanor may come from the same faction. Not long ago, the rise of the five sovereigns at sea was a riot. In particular, the naval siege of the world destroyer Bondwald. It even made the Skull Demon's fierce reputation soar to the position of the fifth emperor, and the reward reached 22.4 billion Baileys. Although there is still a huge distance from their four emperors. However, facing the growing power of the skeleton demon, Kaido also felt a little bit of fear. Believe that as long as time passes, the power of the great skeleton demon will probably grow stronger. After all, even the world destroyer Bondewald, and the former Seven Sea Sand Crocodile, two giant leaders who offered a bounty of over 100 million 100 years ago. They also joined the subordinates of the skeleton demon. According to this lineup, looking at the sea, it is no longer comparable to Chiwahai. It can be said that the group that is infinitely close to their four emperors is no exception. However, now the big news Morgans also broke out that suddenly appeared, in a short period of time, attacked the Chambord Islands and killed his own men. The morning, they captured the Isle of Fa, and in the afternoon, they made a scene of Escanor in the Holy Land Marijoa. Chapter 715, Eardrum Pain. If these two people really come from the same force, there are other people behind them. Would definitely be a huge impact on their four emperors, and even the entire Great Channel. Not careful, I am afraid that all parties will be shuffled. Boss Kaido, should we continue to hunt him down now? Ash asked in a low voice. After the time of the Chambord Islands came out, Kaido the Beast personally issued a hunting order to bring back Escanor's head. Now Escanor's identity and the things involved are completely different. Little careless, I am afraid that the status of the four emperors will be shaken. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the arena swiped and locked on Kaido's body. Especially Xiaozi, she was eager to know, in this sea, whether there really exist people who make Kaido fear the beasts. You bastard! The beast Kaido roared and slapped the table with his backhand. Bang! The desktop shattered in response to the sound, and the wave of air caused the complexion of many people in the field to change dramatically. Even the big snake sitting next to Kaido is no exception. Jin, are you planning to make me Kaido laugh at the sea? Kaido's face sank, and he roared angrily, I am the admiral of the beast pirates, one of the four emperors, Kaido of the beasts. When have I ever been afraid of death? I'm just afraid that no one can take my life. Pass on the order to me. Whoever can bring back Escanor's head will have a chance to get a big kanban. If anyone has an opinion, even if it starts a war, I'm not afraid. The rolling voices echoed in the heaven and the earth for a long time, and there was no way to disperse. The faces of many people in the arena changed dramatically. Even the indifferent Jin is no exception. Boss Kaido, you give a big look. Are you planning to send those guys out? Ash asked lightly. Under their 3 disasters, there are also the 6 sons of the volley led by Quinn. However, the 6 sons of the sky seem to be under the command. It's just that when we really investigate it, among the 6 sons of Linkong, there are still people who are dissatisfied with the 3 disasters. Those guys are also bored. Instead of destroying everywhere, it is better to let them carry out their tasks. It seems that during this time, our beast pirates, in the eyes of outsiders, are too calm, so they were repeatedly attacked. People come to the door. Beast Kaido's face sank and said angrily. It's also time, let them go out and spread the terror of our 100 beast pirates. Speaking of which, Kaido looked at Jin and said, you and Quinn have no problem with qualifying for the big Kanban challenge, right? Who can make Kaido absorb into the beast pirates is a thorn. If it wasn't for Kaido's face, I'm afraid that the position of the 3 calamities would definitely be challenged every day. Right now, Kaido of the Beasts proposes to let the 6 sons of the sky to chase after Escanor, which is to allow the 6 sons of the sky to challenge the 3 disasters and get a chance to be promoted. Boss Kaido, I have no opinion, and I believe others have no opinion either. Ember replied lightly. It's just that, not long ago, where Whitebeard was, the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, was killed. I heard that it was the work of the new captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace. Do we need to take the opportunity to attack a wave? Trouble to find that ill man with Whitebeard. Kaido's brows furrowed. They were both crew members of the Rocks Pirates, and they had never met each other for a long time. What's more, the rules of survival on the Rocks ship are that the strong are respected, and whoever has the bigger fist speaks. Death is not uncommon on ships. Therefore, as the former crew members, Kaido and Whitebeard became queens, and there was no shortage of conflicts and battles. Contrary, there is a kind of feeling, the feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Last fight, that guy Marco, owes me a kick. Ember said lightly. However, anyone can hear the hatred between the words. Facing his confidant, Kaido was clearly aware of Jin's temperament. After frowning for a moment, he waved his hand and said, that guy with Whitebeard, didn't he keep saying that day, the position of the 2nd Division will always be reserved for Odin. Now I suddenly recognize a new godson, and I immediately broke the oath of the day and handed over the position of the 2nd and 2nd Division to a newcomer. The speed of recognizing my son is always much better than that of outsiders. Haha, this is a typical pirate ruthless. Kaido laughed and said, if you have a chance, let Jack harass those guys. If you can, kill a few of him and see how he reacts. Just remember that we, the beast pirates, are never afraid of anyone. I've always wanted to die, but unfortunately no one in this world can kill me, no matter what. Is it Whitebeard, or the so-called 5th Emperor Skull Demon? In front of me, it's just bullshit. The rolling voices were like thunder and thunder, which shook the eardrums. It can be said that each of the 4 emperors has their own distinctive characteristics. Chapter 716, Going to Sea. Whitebeard likes to have a son, and Charlotte Lingling likes to have a son. The beast Kaido has animal fetish to close his subordinates. Redheads love elite lineups. However, as long as you take a closer look, you can find that Kaido has crazy capital. Not only does it have the best combat power on the sea itself. At the same time, it also relies on the country of Wano as the old nest, and the snake seems to be in trouble. It's just the complementarity of the alliance between the two, but it gives the beast pirates more confidence to kill. Tens of thousands of samurai, as well as the natural danger of Wano country, a group of powerful snake men. Regardless of, no matter how Kaido is killed, he can come back here to hide. It can be said that this place is much better than the beehive island that Rocks chose that day and now belongs to Whitebeard's old hive. Moreover, in Kaido's lineup, there are also cold lips and teeth. In the original work, Doflamingo, who played against Luffy, always has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, and Kaido will run away, still maintains a deep cooperative relationship. It can be said that, to a certain extent, the comprehensive alliance strength of the Beast Pirates is even greater than that of the other 3. I see. Jin didn't stay any longer, turned around and left. Jin already knew all about Kaido's crazy actions. As the think tank of the Beast Pirates, the only thing he can do is to minimize the risk. Big Snake, I still have something important to talk to you about, go inside. Kaido dropped those words and turned to leave. Facing the drunken beast Kaido, the snake did not dare to be vague, and turned around and quickly followed. Without the 2 backbones, this banquet obviously cannot go on. Huang Xilang glanced at Xiaozi with a smile, shook his head, and turned away with her hesitant to speak. After the 2 were far away from the ears and guards monitoring the courtyard, Huang Xilang said, Xiaozi, I know that you are eager for revenge, but facing Kaido and Orochi, once a flaw is revealed, I am afraid that even I will not be able to rescue you. You don't plan to put your chips on the skeleton demon and Escanor. Huang Xilang is responsible for guarding the Light and Moon Sun and Xiaozi, who has been incarnated for 20 years, and knows exactly what she has in mind. Xiaozi nodded in agreement. Uncle Xilang, we have waited too long, no matter what. Whether the Emperor can come back, at least we need to make arrangements in advance. I want to go out to sea to meet him. I'm afraid it's too big a gamble if you want to go to sea. This will put us in Wano. Over the years, your efforts have been completely in vain. Madman's. His face changed suddenly. Over the years, Guanyuerahe has transformed into Xiaozi, and has endured humiliation and burdens by the side of the big snake for a long time. Only then did she climb to the status of this all-time dancer. Now suddenly said to go to sea to leave. This is undoubtedly beyond the cognition of Kuroshio. Uncle Kwangshilang, I stayed in Wano country as a dancer, just to better respond to the Emperor's revenge plan in the future. However, Hiyori knows that the current Wano country is not comparable to 20 years ago. Don't forget, we are growing, but Kaido and Orochi are no exception. If we continue to stand still and wait for us in the end, we will only lose. I hope Uncle Kwangshilang, you can make peace. Having said that, Guanyueri and Shenshin performed the etiquette of a junior. Huang Xilang flashed a hint of hesitation on his face, and finally sighed and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll try to arrange for you to go to sea, but then I'm going to ask someone, I hope he can escort you. Abandoning these words, Huang Xilang glanced around, and after seeing the news and domineering again and again to confirm that it was correct, he took Guang Yuri and turned around and left. Same time, on a desert island somewhere in the New World. Collided with a stern sound of breaking through the air. The sharp knives in his hands collided with each other. Boom! The moment the blades collided, immediately. The sword that stirred up a large hurricane swept away with a rolling gesture. The surrounding earth seemed to be slashed by an invisible blade, and a large piece of rock was directly smashed. That or a little further away or directly crushed. For a time, the silence of the entire desert island was instantly broken. Facing this terrifying confrontation, there was clearly a group of people in the distance. Their faces were indifferent. Instead of showing excitement, they commented on the battle while holding a banquet. On the farther coast, one of the 4 emperors, the pirate ship the red-haired Shanks belonged to, the Reeves, was moored. There is also a small coffin ship next to it. It can be said that if the world knows, Mihawk, one of the 7 seas, and the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, meeting in such a place, and then fighting each other. Definitely big news. However, the two had just finished their collision and were planning to continue to fight head-to-head when a figure appeared in the battle circle without warning. "Captain, another big event has happened." A cigar in his mouth, Ben Beckman was the first to remind him after dodging the attacking Gangfang sword. Chapter 717, Shock the Whole New World. Another big event. The red-haired expression couldn't help but stagnate, and the attack in his hand also slowed down a beat. Who was excited about the battle, frowned, and the black knife in his hand quickly turned over to avoid the red hair. The air was torn apart instantly, and a knife gang of more than 10 meters flew across the barren hills of hundreds of meters. Abruptly cut it in half. The mountain collapsed with a bang, throwing up a large cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, the redhead laughed awkwardly and said, "Hawkeye, you see I'm distracted again, this battle is yours to win. However, this time, your fighting spirit seems to be too high, and you suddenly came to me to discuss. I'm really not used to it. Didn't you say you don't like bullying disabled people? Isn't it, because of the Laxus thing, it was affected?" As one of the 4 emperors, the red hair of course knew clearly about the fight between Laxus and the beast Kaido. What's more, this incident involved his old friend Hawkeye. Every time you make this excuse, Shanks, you just haven't made any progress. Hawkeye returned the black knife to its sheath, and said with a cold snort. However, at that time, I did underestimate that kid. I didn't expect him to hide his identity as a great swordsman. If we can meet again, I hope to play against him once. Looking at the cold and dreary temperament, the eagle eyes of a straight man of steel, there was a hint of eagerness on his face. The redhead was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw that Hawkeye would be interested in a person. After all, in the eyes of the redhead, among the older generation, the number of swordsmen who can rank in the scene is completely limited. For Hawkeye, those who can learn from each other only have the most familiar red hair. The face of this kind of opponent who is already familiar but not the most familiar, Hawkeye is keen on the younger generation, and can produce some existences that can be seen. Of Laxus undoubtedly became a knock on the door. It's a rare little guy that interests you. It seems that I will watch it next time." The redhead smiled dryly and put the saber back into its sheath. Looking at Ben Beckman who was approaching, he frowned and said, "I rarely see your reaction so big. Could it be that the kid on the Whitebeard ship had an accident? I originally planned to negotiate with the beard. That Blackbeard Tiki, it's not as simple as it seems. If Ace pursues him alone, he will fall into Titch's trap. At that time, Whitebeard will definitely go berserk for his godson. No, it should be said that the old era, which has been silent for so many years, will definitely run wild." Looking at the dignified red hair on his face all of a sudden, Hawkeye couldn't help but raise his brows and said, "Shanks, you're worried. You've been waiting for this moment for a long time. It seems that the little devil you relied on, who put his arm in the new era, hasn't grown up yet." The red-haired Shanks, who was infinitely close to the position of the 4 emperors that day, lost an arm in the East China Sea and returned. That shocked the whole new world. Eagle-eyed Mihawk, who was even a close friend, arrived immediately after getting the news. However, in the second dimension, squinting and the disabled are symbols of perverted powerhouses. After losing his arm, Shanks, instead, made great progress all the way, did a few big things, and had a fight with Whitebeard and the others. He completely sat on the chair of the 4th emperor. "Mihawk, you still understand me?" The redhead smiled and patted Hawkeye's shoulder. "That kid, and Fire Fist Ace are brothers. If Ace has a problem, Luffy will never sit back and ignore it. If he is a little careless, he may lose his life. What's more, Fire Fist Ace, who has had a banquet with me and drank alcohol, is a good kid." Faced with these remarks, Hawkeye did not go into detail, saying, "Since you have the intention to intervene in this matter, but still remember that the guy with the white beard is not a good-tempered guy. Being able to become the 4th emperor is all cruelty. Character. Looking at your words and my words, it is completely like two people who have gone astray. Ben Beckman forgot to smoke the cigar he was holding. After the soot burned the corners of his lips, he suddenly regained his senses and said in a hurry, "Shanks, Hawkeye, you have misunderstood. The big incident this time has nothing to do with Whitebeard. Instead, it has something to do with the 5th Emperor skeleton demon who recently appeared at sea." Ben Beckman handed over 2 newspapers. 3 days ago, Escanor, the sun-fruit-capable person who attacked the Chambord Islands, beheaded the officials of the Beast Pirates, attacked Fa Island, and destroyed the Judicial Tower. After half a day, he appeared on the Red Earth continent, destroyed half of the Holy Land Mary Joa, and finally confronted the General Kizaru, and took away Nico Robin, the son of the devil who was secretly arrested. Speaking of which, Ben Beckman dug out the newspaper, revealing the second front-page headline, saying, "However, what makes us more worthy of attention is this Escanor, who is known as the crime of arrogance, and now offers a reward of 1 billion Baileys. It may be from the same local faction as the skeleton giant with a bounty of 22.4 billion Bailey. If this intelligence guess is true, it means that there are infinite possibilities behind them. The worst inference is that one will emerge. Like the Rocks Pirates 50 years ago, it is terrifyingly huge. Power groups, when the time comes, the power of the new world will be reshuffled." The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated in the sky, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. Chapter 718, No Wind and Waves. Even the faces of Lackey Jezusbu and the others who arrived later couldn't help but change slightly. Ben Beckman didn't say it clearly, but they knew very well that the rise of a hidden force would bear the brunt of the shock for their 4 emperors. The Rocks Pirates. The red-haired eyes narrowed slightly. He joined the Red Hair Pirates, and when he was a trainee crew, the Rocks Pirates had been disintegrated. Rocks, the captain, also disappeared completely. However, in the mouths of Rayleigh and others, Shanks also often heard about Locke's murderous name. A terrifying existence that can gather the beasts Kaido, Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, and the Golden Lion. Is really a connection between the skeleton demon and Escanor. 2 have already shown the strength to be able to defeat the general and retreat completely. If there are other people hiding behind, that can definitely be called a huge impact on this sea. Even Shanks, who was the 4th emperor, had to face it. Ben Beckman, immediately. "Get ready, I'm going to see Whitebeard in person, and if possible, I'll stop the times from running rampant before the situation in this sea is clear." Shanks' expression sank, and he spoke first. Facing his decision, Hawkeye Mahawk fell into silence. He vaguely thought of a more important question. According to the inference from the newspaper, the relationship between the skeleton demon and Escanor was linked from nowhere. That situation is undoubtedly similar to the sudden appearance of Laxus. At the same time, when the 4 emperors shook. Inside the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in the huge office has become extremely depressing. Facing the newspapers spread out on the table, the expressions of all the admirals became abnormally blue. In particular, many generals did not dare to take a sigh of relief when they saw the sunken cheeks of the warring states period. On weekdays, Akainu, who likes to fight against Sengoku, also shows rare security. After all, this time he had a part to support Maya, the holy land of the Red Earth continent. Now that this situation has occurred, Escanor has made a riot in the Holy Land Mary Joa and then retreated. 3 celestial dragons were also killed and seriously injured. As an admiral, his responsibility is beyond doubt. "You bastard!" Warring states slapped the newspaper on the table and shouted angrily. "What's the matter? Don't you usually like to express your opinions?" Seeing this newspaper now, we of the army headquarters was completely lost, and one by one they pretended to be dumb. Speaking of which, the warring states grabbed the newspaper and said angrily, "This Morgans, there is no wind and waves. Poke out the matter of the Holy Land Mary Joa, it is already courting death, and also confuse Escanor with the big skeleton, saying that there is something hidden behind it, comparable to the superpower of the Rocks pirates, and will shuffle the new world. The next time I meet him, I will definitely use shockwaves to kill him." The hysterical roar echoed in the huge office, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. It was the first time they had seen the dignified admiral behaving so hysterically. However, looking at the description in the newspaper, there was an introduction to the Rocks pirates from Suruguchi not long ago. The young generals who were present knew it very well. And Escanor really have a huge force comparable to the Rocks pirates. What awaits their naval headquarters will be a huge challenge. Little careless, the pirates attacked, and the Navy headquarters, which has been losing successively during this period, is probably not their opponent at all. It will eventually perish on the sea. Thinking of this, the admiral's nerves suddenly became tense. They desperately wanted to know that the warring states, as a marshal, faced the assumptions in the newspapers. Is there really any countermeasure? Okay, warring states, you should finish complaining. Crane spoke first. This time the matter has been cast. You must have thought of a way to deal with it when you called us at this juncture. During this period of time, our Navy headquarters suffered successive defeats, except for Laxus, as a Navy supernova, after the Beast Pirates, and even Kaido suffered a lot, after helping us save a little face. Our Navy's prestige, not only in the Great Route, but also in the Four Seas, has been greatly weakened. Having said that, Crane threw a stack of reports on the table with his backhand. During this period of time, many new pirate groups have emerged in the Four Seas, and it feels like a blowout. It is one of the big pirate eras that opened when Roger, the Pirate King, was executed. Among them, there are also many newcomers with outstanding strength, and the reward has reached 7 or 8,000, 10,000, and they have committed numerous crimes. If our Navy headquarters, there will be no other actions. No matter what. In the Great Waterway, even among the slightly weaker Four Seas, the prestige will also plummet, the accusations of the world government will be greater, and the funds of the Navy will be greatly reduced. Chapter 719, The Key to Turning the Situation Around. The voice of Chang's words echoed in the conference room, making the complexion of warring states turn ashen. Not to mention, the generals who were subordinates. Crane's words meant that he did not show any sympathy to their admirals at all. But everything said is true. Since the appearance of the skeleton demon, the advanced city prison has been breached. Their naval headquarters suffered too much. Moreover, most of these losses are still under the leadership of Akainu, which can be called a dog eating shit. If it continues like this, let alone the naval headquarters has no prestige in the sea. Even their admiral's face could not hold back. You said so much, I think you should have some ideas. Warring States turned his eyes and landed on the Crane, and he was the first to ask questions. For a time, everyone's eyes turned in unison, and there was a hint of urgency on their faces. Warring States, don't pretend to be confused. I have the same idea as you, and call Laxus into the Navy headquarters as soon as possible. Crane glanced at Warring States and said mercilessly. Compared with the pirates, the combat power of our younger generation is completely irrelevant. The rise of Laxus, no matter what. It hit the beast's Kaido, and it can also strengthen the reputation of our Navy, and at the same time, relying on his training methods, it may be possible to add a group of powerful forces to the Navy headquarters in a short period of time. He will be the key to turning things around for our Navy. Voice fell, and Akainu's face became a little livid. As a dignified naval admiral, in this major event, not only was he not relied upon. Instead, the Navy's hopes are placed on a newcomer. Moreover, this newcomer is still embarrassed by him, which is undoubtedly slapping his old face in public. Watching Crane speak his heart out, Sengoku's expression softened slightly. Looking around the arena, seeing Lien holding his stomach and keeping silent, Sengoku said again, I think Crane's proposal is very good. However, I hope that if you have any opinions, you can put them forward. This statement can be raised as long as the current situation of the Navy headquarters has changed. These words fell. Sengoku looked around the field again. However, wherever their eyes passed, everyone nodded in agreement, obviously not daring to express their position at this juncture. Regardless of, let's fight. The marshal of the country was worried about it, but he was still hated by the general Akainu. It's not what they want to see. What's the matter? No one has an opinion. Warring States frowned and said, if there is no opinion, then I will send the search order to the various branches of the Navy, and let Laxus contact us as soon as possible. HMPH, Marshal of the Warring States period, now that the decision has been made, I would also like to see how Laxus can turn the situation around in our naval headquarters. Akainu suddenly spoke up. However, I won't back down on the bet I made a month and a half ago. If he can't even pass my test, I believe that everyone here will not put hope on him, so as not to let the Navy. The headquarters has made another appearance. Speaking of this, Akainu stood up suddenly and said, Marshal of the Warring States, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. During this period of time, there seems to be traces of fugitives from the Advanced City Prison in the Mosha Sea area. I want to go there myself. Those words, Akainu suddenly turned and left. Looking at this scene, the admirals present, their expressions changed slightly, and they could only look at the Warring States period. It can be said that Akainu's remarks seem to be violent. However, in reality, there is nothing wrong with it. If Laxus even made a bet a month and a half ago, there is no way to win. In the Navy headquarters, trust a new person so they can do business. That's harder than getting to the sky. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the conference room, the Warring States said with a solemn expression, it seems that your meaning is similar to that of Akainu. However, don't worry, when the bet contract was signed that day, I didn't think about revising it. This is also a test for Laxus. What's more, when the beasts Kaido chased and killed Laxus, there are probably not many people present. I believe that Laxus can fight against Kaido, but isn't the final result equally impressive? Having said that, Warring States glanced at the newspaper in his hand and said, next, I hope everyone can work together to get Laxus back, and don't let our Navy continue to lose face. Along with this, the news of the Isle of Phi and the Holy Land Marijoa spread. The whole sea shook violently. Facing the sudden rise of Escanor, the sin of arrogance, and the big skeleton demon Uchiha Ryayu, the relationship is unclear. Everyone couldn't help but keep an eye on it. Chapter 720th, Saitama of One Punch Man. After all, the fierce name of the Rocks Pirates represents an era. There really are other powerful forces behind Escanor and the skeleton demon. As long as it is people who are mixed in this sea, there is absolutely no way to stay out of it. New World, in an unknown sea. A single-masted pirate ship, moving with the wind on the sea. On the bow deck, three figures gathered here, their eyes swiped, and they landed on the other, like an iron tower. Yu has brought Nico Robin and Cavendish together since he left Marijoa, the holy land of the Red Earth continent. Faced with the appearance of Nico Robin, Cavendish and Frankie only realized afterward what crazy things Long Yu had done. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the fidelity of Escanor, the sin of arrogance, has reached 70%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 500 points of unrest in the world, the current unrest point is 515, and the third stage is unlocked, and you still owe 485 points of unrest. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the third character template has successfully reached 70% fidelity, and the fourth character template has the opportunity to be drawn, whether it is immediately. Start drawing. A series of ethereal prompting sounds from the system echoed in Long Yu's mind. 500 world turbulence points that skyrocketed in an instant. Long Yu looked surprised at the same time. I didn't expect that there would be a fourth chance to draw a character template. According to Long Yu's calculations, if this time, using the new character template, on this sea, do something else that will shock the sea. Get 10,000 points of world unrest. Perhaps, there is an opportunity to lift the world, blockade on the Eye of Reincarnation. Only by freeing the Samsara Eye, Long Yu's strength in Naruto world is enough to restore 70%. At that time, let alone the 4 emperors, I am afraid that the 5 old stars and Yimu will also be able to fight with them 1 or 2 times. Once this time is reached, with the space-jumping ability of Samsara Eye, perhaps Long Yu can return to Naruto world to take a look. Thinking of the many familiar faces in the past, Long Yu secretly sighed. As soon as the thought in his mind moved, he directly issued a new order. Immediately. Extract the 4th character template. Ding dong, please wait a moment, the system is drawing templates. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the 4th person template extraction was successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the bald cape man Saitama from the world of One Punch Man. Saitama of Saitama One Punch Man. Long Yu was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. He had thought that this time it was about unlocking the Samsara Eye, and the system might make him a stumbling block. Let him get some cold dimensional weak character templates. It is difficult to make up enough world turmoil value. Never occurred to me that the random selection of the system this time turned out to be the legendary coercion, from Saitama, known as the Bald Cape Man in One Punch Man. In the original world, Saitama's appearance, as well as the way of doing things, make people feel unwilling to compliment. However, Long Yu knew very well. The most powerful being in One Punch Man. If Long Yu can gain Saitama's strength by improving the fidelity of the character template. Once the fidelity reaches 60%, or even 70%, I am afraid that the strength is enough to match the strength of Long Yu after unlocking the Samsara Eye. The fidelity of the characters is 100%. Saitama's strength, I am afraid, can hit a big ending with one punch. Feeling the information entered into his mind by the system, Long Yu quickly opened Saitama's attribute panel. Character template. One Punch Man Saitama Dao Strength. 10 Combat Skills. Ordinary Fist, Super Speed. Fidelity. 20%. Looking at the simple and clear character template, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. Start is 100 points. According to the setting of One Piece World, as long as one's own strength exceeds 500 points, he can be called a Superman. Now Saitama's character template, when the fidelity is 20%, the fidelity will reach 100 points. This horse is at the same level and is invincible. How many superhumans can he compare to Rob Lucci, who was destroyed by him not long ago? Under normal circumstances, his Dao strength is only 400 points. With the blessing of fruit ability, it may be infinitely close to 100. However, compared with the 20% realistic Saitama, I am afraid there is still a certain degree of gap. If I meet Rob Lucci now, Long Yu really wants to try 1 or 2. With the current Saitama template alone, can one punch Rob Lucci? Captain Escanor, here we are. Nico Robin looked at the island that appeared in front of her and couldn't help but said. Long Yu withdrew from the consciousness space, squinted slightly, looked at this island in the new world, and said, okay, you can send it here. This is the life card to go to the Glaciaki. It only takes half a day to arrive here. Having said this, Long Yu reached out and rubbed Robin's head lightly, and said, wherever you go, no one will dare to trouble you, and you can sleep peacefully. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 721 to 732. Chapter 721. The Unknown is the Most Terrifying Existence. The violent scene made Nico Robin startled at first, and Chang's nose twitched slightly, and nodded in agreement. Captain, the Glaciaki you're talking about, isn't that the pirate ship of Bondewald, the world destroyer? Wasn't he taken away by the Great Skeleton at the last moment of the siege of the Navy headquarters? You and the Skeleton Demon, do you really come from the same place as the rumors say? At the same place, Long Yu raised his brows. During this time, he had also heard about the big news Morgans made up on this sea. This kind of speculation without wind and waves has undoubtedly brought the relationship between the Skeleton Demon and Escanor closer. However, in the face of all these speculations, Long Yu did not intend to make any explanation. With so many character templates just to cause enough turmoil in the world. He can obtain enough world turmoil to unlock the world's restrictions on him. Re-unlock Naruto World's Tuba. If, because of the random speculation of the big news Morgans, Long Yu can get more world turmoil. Long Yu didn't mind. Thinking of this, Long Yu nodded lightly and said, "That's right. It's just that the Bones' temper is too strange. I don't like him, so I rarely meet him. The temperament is so strange that the facial muscles of Cavendish and Frankie can't help twitching. During this period of time, they clearly know what it means to be arrogant and arrogant. If we really want to talk about what a weirdo is, and the skeleton demon is one, then Escanor can definitely be one." Under this half-hearted evaluation, Cavendish and Frankie were slightly startled, and after looking at each other, they thought of a key point. Could it be that the mysterious force that is rumored to be comparable to the Rock's pirates, every existence that comes out of it? Are they all weirdos? PFF'd. Nico Robin couldn't help but snicker. Compared with the Cavendish duo, Nicole Robin knows that no matter what. Is it the skeleton demon, or Laxus, and even Escanor in front of him? It's all Uchiha Ryu alone. If this matter is spread out, I am afraid that the whole sea is not only huge. It was completely overturned. You girl, stop snickering here. Long Yu flicked his hand directly on Robin's forehead, and said, "If Cavendish and Frankie don't want to stay on the Glossiaki, you can leave. If you encounter any problems in the future, you can talk to Luo. Get in touch and I'll help you." Leaving Cavendish for a moment, he quickly shook his head into a rattle and said, "Captain Escanor, if you put your words out, I'm afraid only a lunatic will leave this thigh. Right now, the relationship between you and the skeleton demon has been revealed, and behind the scenes there will be a powerful force comparable to the Rock's pirates. Looking at the whole sea, the Prestige is completely chasing the four emperors. With time, if there is another strong man, I am afraid that they will be able to overwhelm them." Speaking of this, Cavendish's eyes flashed with excitement, and said, "If you, boss, go out now and say you want to take some younger brothers, I think even if this thigh has thorns, it will be full of people running in the sea." It can be said that no matter in Cavendish, or in Frankie's eyes, the unknown is the most terrifying existence. Like the Skull Demon and Escanor, the powerhouses that gradually surfaced. Undoubtedly, the definition of this horror has been raised to the extreme step by step. Okay, it's not too early, you go back first, and the pirate flag will be handed over to you. After Long Yu patted Nico Robin on the shoulder, he turned and left. What he urgently wants to do now is to test to what extent Saitama's strength can reach. Ulan Island. This is one of the islands in the New World where pirates gather. It is a pirate colony where pirates come and go and choose supplies. Of the residents here are still the so-called pirates, who carry out various activities here. Looking at the gradually clear outline of the town, Long Yu quickly quit Escanor's character template. The fourth character template from One Punch Man. A Banana King bodysuit, red cape, and gloves. There is also a big bald head with no grass. A nasty aesthetic for the bald-caped man Saitama. Long Yu did not dare to compliment. Maybe, as the saying goes, when God takes one thing from you, he will definitely leave you something else. Right now, Saitama is clearly the being who is loved by God. He was deprived of a black hair, a body of muscle pimples, and an invincible hang-up. Thinking of this, Long Yu touched his big bald head, this cool swooshing feeling, as if he was not wearing underwear, it was sour and refreshing to play in a vacuum. However, just as these feelings were born in his heart, Long Yu instantly realized an important problem. Saitama's stupid character design, how to imitate and read the novel without underline. Chapter 722, Pirate Tavern. This is an existence that has been imitated and has never been surpassed. Forget it, get the business done first, and then find a way. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. Looking at the gradually clear outline of the town, the increasing numbers of pirates clearly made the atmosphere lively. This time, he came to this pirate town mainly to find the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace. Originally, Long Yu was not like blending, Ace was chasing Blackbeard. However, when I think about it, if Ace falls into Blackbeard's hands, let Luffy's one-headed person know. Absolutely will not sit idly by. Once Luffy ran wild, it would disrupt Long Yu's layout in the Navy headquarters. What's more, Long Yu also intends to find a stepping stone to increase Saitama's prestige. It is for this reason that Long Yu intends to obtain the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace through Pirate Island, a tavern specializing in selling information. As for why not look for Shachi? Long Yu owed Shachi's favor because of Nico Robin. After more than 10 days, it was a bit greedy to go to Shachi to ask for information for Fire Fist Ace. What's more, finding Fire Fist Ace is not as difficult as Nico Robin. Not difficult to find Ace's whereabouts by relying on outside intelligence dealers alone. Following his calculations, Long Yu gradually set foot in the center of the town. The cries of buying and selling all around were incessant. When Long Yu's eyes lit up at the scene in front of him, he finally saw the destination of his trip. Pirate Tavern. Anywhere, especially people like pirates who put their heads on their waists and lick blood on the edge of their knives. The tavern is their golden den. It is also the fastest place for information to flow, and it is not difficult to obtain information about Fire Fist Ace. Little brother, what do you need? Of the bar, a woman with a bright figure and red hair was the first to see Long Yu's arrival. However, the moment he saw Long Yu, who was wearing a attire that was inaccessible to the sea, the whole person was obviously sluggish. Aesthetics of the pirates who travel to this place on a daily basis, the eyes are too strange. Shaved rhubarb hanging, wearing a red cloak. This is totally indecent to this woman who is wearing a tight-fitting low neck, high-slit long skirt, and a hot body, with a strange look. Long Yu's cheek muscles twitched slightly. However, this emotional fluctuation just flashed in Long Yu's mind, and it was quickly calmed down. He clearly knew that this outfit, in the original book, was a battle report that Saitama personally chose for himself. He never cared about the eyes of outsiders. If Long Yu can't ignore these negative emotions and other people's strange eyes. To improve Saitama's fidelity, it is simply more difficult than ascending to the sky. No. When I think of Saitama's stupid setting, and that kind of self-care behavior that ignores the eyes of the world. Instant that Long Yu understood that this time the system was not giving a big gift in vain. Instead, he dug a big hole. I'm afraid this is too difficult. Little brother, what do I need? The woman quickly restrained the strangeness on her face, and after a little bit of facial expression management, she smiled charmingly. You can call me Ilan, the person in charge of this tavern. Looking at Ilan, who was still able to chat and laugh in the den of thieves, Long Yu knew clearly that this kind of person who could be sent outside to meet with guests was definitely a well-rounded existence. He also said coldly, can we inquire about the information here? You want information? Ilan's beautiful eyes lit up involuntarily. Seeing that it was business, she flipped her hands down, made a glass of cocktail, and handed it to Long Yu. Our shop rules, since you are a guest, you can send a glass of wine, but I don't know what information you need as a guest. You also know that we can only get information by spending a lot of effort and risking, the risk of being settled in the autumn, so the price of each information is different. Speaking of which, the woman originally stuck out her fingers, wanting to subconsciously tease Long Yu's chin. However, after seeing Long Yu's bright bald head, this action suddenly stiffened in midair. With an embarrassed face, he pulled his hand back and said, furthermore, we do not guarantee the authenticity of this information. After you get the information, we will not be responsible for the consequences. All the responsibility is on you. You need to judge by yourself. If you think there is no problem, then we can make the transaction. Looking at Ilan, who took a breath and revealed the rules of conduct, Long Yu frowned. He finally knew that it wasn't that Shachi liked to open ripped-off taverns, but these people who opened taverns and sold information. They all like the existence of white wolves with empty gloves. It's just a mouth, the kind of conceited authenticity. However, for a shop that wants to do long-term business, it is obviously not possible to speak the vernacular. In front of him can be regarded as someone who has experienced many storms. Chapter 723, Brother Ace. He opened his mouth, he revealed all the rules of conduct, and in Long Yu's eyes, this should be regarded as a real businessman. Little brother, under such harsh conditions, are you still planning to ask for information? Alan asked with a smile again. Although, Long Yu's outfit makes people not to be complimented. However, no one is not happy to have a smiling face in such a high-yield transaction of selling intelligence. Yes. Replied to Alan and said, I want to know about the whereabouts of Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace. The smile on Fire Fist Ace Alan's face suddenly stiffened. No, it should be said that there was a brief silence in the huge tavern. The eyes of many people fell on Long Yu's body in unison, seeing this invincible hero costume in a banana peel. He laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha, this big bald head, dressed so strangely, came to this kind of place to buy the whereabouts of Whitebeard's 2nd Division too. Fire Fist Ace, are you going to die? A burly man with a body like an iron bear took the lead and said with a big laugh. The people sitting beside him all laughed and agreed. In their eyes, Fire Fist Ace, who can become the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard, is not something ordinary people can compare to. Dressed in this outfit, Rashleigh went to inquire about the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace, no doubt to die. You bald brat, why are you looking for Captain Ace's whereabouts? A cold voice sounded suddenly. Soon, a black-haired pirate with a monkey on his shoulders and a pair of knives wrapped around his waist came out. Behind him, dozens of people gathered here to drink. Seeing the man with the monkey walk out, everyone looked at Long Yu with a hint of coldness. Isn't this not long ago, I joined the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the captains of the pirates, Dorma. I heard that he is now offering a bounty of 210 million too. I didn't expect him to be here. I heard that this wanderer Doma was able to join the Whitebeard Pirates entirely because he was defeated by Fire Fist Ace. This big bald head suddenly ran and threatened to find Fire Fist Ace, and now he was met by the Ranger Doma. I don't know how it ended. Quote. The huge tavern became, there was an uproar. Looking at Yuma approaching, Long Yu frowned slightly, and quickly calmed the emotional fluctuations in his heart. If Long Yu wants to improve Saitama's fidelity, the first thing to do is to enter Saitama's goofy mode. Thinking of this, Long Yu tried his best to empty his head, widened his eyes slightly, and looked at Doma with a dumbfounded expression. Did you mean Brother Ace? I am old acquaintance with him. I heard that not long ago, he left the New World. The sea is chasing Blackbeard Tiki, so I want to see if I can help. Brother Ace. Doma was slightly startled, and after looking up and down for a while, she suddenly became a bit dumb, with an expression on her face, as if the supermarket couldn't get a discount, and Long Yu, who was resentful of a woman, was obviously a little unable to respond. Frown, he took the lead and asked, what do you have that can prove the relationship between you and Captain Ace? If you can't prove it, then don't blame me, you, welcome. Having said that, the Ranger Dorma, locked onto Long Yu's body, trying to find a weakness. In his eyes, as long as Long Yu showed the slightest bit of wickedness towards Ace, it would definitely lead to a stormy attack from him. However, this thought just flashed in the mind of Ranger Doma. Seeing Long Yu's stupid face, an absurd thought flashed in his mind. Of him was a big bald head like an imbecile, dressed in strange clothes. It gave him the feeling that he was a fool all over his body without any flaws. Regardless of what means does he use to attack that seemingly flawed weakness, the moment his eyes fell. The stupid gaze in front of him will also be locked on every part of his body that is about to move. Doma, it was as if all his thoughts had been shattered. No way. The Ranger Dorma shook his head quickly. In his eyes, he was in existence with a reward of 210 million too. Looking at the new world, it is also a top-ranked existence. How could it be possible to be frightened by such a strange flower in front of him? Thoughts flashed in the mind of Ranger Doma. When he saw Long Yu clearly again, the big bald head with a stupid expression in front of him really had the same understanding as him. As expected, he was just an ordinary man with nothing special. Suffocating him just now has long since disappeared. As for this kind of person, he would be a threat to Captain Ace who single-handedly defeated him. That was a complete joke. If he really has such thoughts, it means that he can't compare to the big bald head in front of him. This kind of nasty bald head will be stronger than himself, then he is the Ranger Doma. To mix in this see. Chapter 720th, Fucking Play Dumb. Have you finished? To imitate Saitama's tone of voice. With a dumbfounded expression. Humph. The Ranger Doma came back to his senses and snorted coldly, you guys can handle it with just one hand. I don't know, what is your relationship with Captain Ace, but forgive me, you don't dare to have any intentions with Captain Ace, he is the strongest rookie king. The new king. That's right, the skeleton demon is now the new 5 emperors, Escanor is the uncle, Laxus is the naval supernova, and Fire Fist Ace is only the captain of the 2nd and 2nd divisions. Long Yu still responded with an indifferent tone. That indifferent tone, the attitude of being indifferent, and the feeling that it gives people, is basically a kind of feeling, inexplicably hot. You bastard, what nonsense are you doing here? Ranger Doma just turned to leave. The stride that he took, suddenly stopped, and Huo Ran turned to look at Long Yu, who had an indifferent face, and clenched his fists. A slaughtering aura that was still standing on the sea, accumulating. In an instant, he was released by the Ranger Doma. Like an invisible pressure, it rushed towards Long Yu. This murderous aura can also be regarded as the aura accumulated over a long period of killing. There is no way to compare with the Overlord, the high-quality things. However, it is definitely a good way to scare people. Looking at the big bald head and frowning in front of him, Doma, the ranger, couldn't help but have a hint of shyness on his face. You're too close, your breath is a little big, did you eat garlic today? Long Yu pinched his nose, took a half step back, looked back at Ailan at the bar, and said, I want to find the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace, how much Bailey do I need? Ranger Doma is stunned. This is completely different from what he had imagined. I thought that the big bald head in front of him would be frightened and beg for mercy in public when he was domineering. Now, on the contrary, it is disrespected in public. This is not afraid of his own murderousness, and the big bald head in front of him is too weak. He didn't realize his murderous intention at all. Captain Doma, you see this is me, I hope you don't go too far and break the rules. Alan smiled and opened his mouth to make a clearance. Of course, if this guest leave the tavern, we will not interfere in any troubles. Having said this, Alan looked at Long Yu and said, this little brother, have you decided to know the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates, the leader of the 2nd and 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace? As the person in charge of a tavern, the first thing to do is to be exquisite in all directions. After all, in this sea, hidden all kinds of bull people, and monsters. It's not a pub in their neighborhood to provoke them. Of course, the people who opened the tavern also relied on the major forces behind them. However, to be able to cause as little trouble as possible, they are not willing to let people make trouble here. Clarifying the advantages and disadvantages, and clarifying the rules, is also to make Long Yu retreat. The ranger, stop making trouble here. Captain Doma, don't worry, the person behind this tavern is Doflamingo Shichibukai. A burly deputy was the first to speak. Dad doesn't take Shichibukai seriously, but at this time, don't cause any trouble to Captain Ace. On the sea, the Shichibukai, the 4 emperors, and the Navy headquarters. It is a force known as a 3-legged confrontation, and the 4 emperors will not be afraid of the Chiwahai. However, As one of the affiliated pirates, being able to avoid unnecessary disputes is the most basic thing. After all, none of the 4 sovereigns likes to carry oil bottles. HMPH, big bald head, be careful with me. The Ranger Dorma snorted coldly, turned around and returned to the table. Watching the tense situation dissipate, the pirates who were watching the play still did not take their eyes back, wanting to see if Long Yu would tuck his tail and leave in despair. Little brother, it seems that you can't buy this information today. Alan said with a smile. Why, don't you want to sell it to me? Long Yu turned his head sideways with a puzzled look. Of course he knew why, but in order to better take on the role of Saitama, he had to take good control of his character. At this moment, Long Yu realized that no big pie would fall from the system. He would rather play someone who likes to attack and kill. I don't want to come across such a natural character template. This is fucking stupid. Damn. The Ranger Dorma roared angrily. However, he was quickly stopped by his deputy. Thinking of the rules of the tavern, Dorma the Ranger could only stare at Long Yu with murderous eyes. I thought that Alan's words would make this big bald head hard to retreat. It was completely unexpected, and the other party didn't take it to heart at all. Brother, are you really determined to? Ailan had a headache, looked at Long Yu with a dumb-looking face, and said, if you insist on the whereabouts of Fire Fist Ace, you need 20 million Baileys. 20 million Bailey. Long Yu raised his brows slightly, never thinking that as the captain of the 2nd and 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace's information was so valuable. Chapter 725, The Dry Cow Pirates. After all, the current ace, but has not revealed the identity of the son of the pirate King Roger. If you even have this background, you need 20 million. Before that, Long Yu was in the Chambord archipelago, asking Shachi repeatedly for information. That's worth several hundred million. Little brother, don't be surprised. Looking at your expression, I'm afraid it's the first time to buy intelligence. Alan explained lightly. After Fire Fist Ace became the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the reward was worth 500 million Baileys. We charge you 20 million, which is a fair price. If there is any need afterward, we can also charge a little less for the handling fee. However, I think you have no money. If you can't afford it, don't interfere with my mother's time. I really didn't bring any money, can I take credit? Long Yu said dumbly. Get out of here. Alan was stunned for a moment, and then spoke out in a huff. As the person in charge here, she can't even say anything good. I never thought that the big bald head in front of me would actually go into the left ear and come out of the right ear. It was completely out of my mind. Can't you? Long Yu was still doing his own way, looking at him with a livid face. He did not leave at all. According to Saitama's own words in the original novel, he has a big trouble, that is, the weakening of emotions. Because of overwhelming invincibility, there is no fear, no joy, no tension, and no anger. In order to become stronger, Saitama lost some of the most important things in people. Alan suddenly became angry, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, come. Bang! The heavy tavern door was suddenly slammed open. A figure wearing a cloak took the lead in attracting everyone's attention. The stumbling posture, and the black robe on his body, hung a lot of holes. Dirty, obviously being hunted down. I used 20 million Baileys, people protect me. The light voice was mixed with an inexplicable anxiety. However, no one has yet to give back. A loud laughter suddenly sounded outside the door. Ha ha, you beauty, you haven't traveled far. In the den of thieves, you pay the pirates to protect you. If you let the wolves here see your appearance, you will only need the money, even your people. Now. A burly man walked quickly outside the gate. Tendon is full of explosive power like a rock. Coupled with the height of more than 2 meters, and the lines across the face are hideous. Scar like a centipede. When he was talking and pulling, he looked extremely ferocious. Immediately behind the big man, there are more than a dozen pirate servants. This is the dry cow pirates under the pirates, how could they come here? Wan Niu is the one who offered a reward of 190 million, slaughtered the entire town, thousands of people, and became the famous executioner Yan Niu. This girl, how did you provoke this guy? Look, this woman is too beautiful. Scene suddenly became again lively. In particular, under the cloak, someone saw that the skin was like white jade suet. Beautiful eyes flowing like water, with long light blue hair, red teeth and white lips, it is more natural with the weakness on the face. Gives a feeling of pity. This woman, but she's not much better than Empress Hancock. Che, have you seen the Empress? I think she is more beautiful than the Empress. If I get this woman, I'm willing to die immediately. Scene suddenly became boiling. For the pirates in the tavern, just as the dry cow said. With such a beautiful appearance suddenly broke into such a place. Not to mention 20 million Baileys, I am afraid that even people will be taken away. Quote. Ha, you girl, you have made me chase the sea for so long, and now you are still going to catch me obediently. If you make me unhappy, be careful that I share you with others. Hanyu laughed loudly and said, forgot to tell you, I am one of the captains of one of the 4 emperors, one of the pirates, and in this sea, no one dares to provoke us for you. If you want to blame yourself for being too beautiful, not staying at home well, and running out of the sea to cause trouble. You're calling it a red-faced disaster. Words fell, the dry cow laughed and reached out to catch the girl. The violent scene made the girl's face turn pale all of a sudden, and she quickly took a few steps back. Unfortunately, in such a narrow tavern, there was absolutely no way to hide, and she crashed into the bar in an instant, completely cutting off her escape route. The group of pirates who were indifferent and just watching the show, there was only a sad smile on the girl's face. She never imagined that she would have to escape in that hellish place. I thought I could breathe fresh and free air. Blink of an eye, he fell directly into the pursuit of the pirates. Facing the big hand that came, the only thing he could do was to clench the dagger hidden under the cloak. Although, she is carrying deep hatred, but if she falls into the hands of these pirates. 720th chapters, the hero of interest. She was more willing, self-destroying the features on her face. Let these pirates lose interest in themselves. Of course, she also wanted to die in the past. However, the great hatred she bears does not allow her to be so willful. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded instantly. The rough big hand that came, was directly clasped by the wrist. The violent scene made the girl's expression stagnate, and she hurriedly followed. That catches the eye is a big bald head. Still the kind of bright yellow tights, red cloak, and a pair of dangling eyes like salted fish, with a sluggish face. This is definitely a passerby with a very character. At least, in the eyes of the girl, it is completely impossible to feel the aura of a strong man on the bald head in front of him. If there is, I am afraid that it has been completely destroyed by the big bald head. Is there really 20 million Baileys? Looked at the girl sideways and asked in a casual, completely indifferent tone. The pair of hanging eyes fell even more on her body. Completely ignoring who was holding the wrist in his hand. That's right. The girl looked at Long Yu. She couldn't recover her mind, especially the big bald head, so she could only stammer back. Who the hell are you, you bastard, die for me. Dry Cow was stunned for a moment, feeling the stinging pain in his wrist, and roaring in anger. Quickly pulled out the big knife from his waist and slashed back towards Long Yu. So close at hand, but in the blink of an eye. Seeing this violent blow, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Even the maiden and the Dry Cow are no exception. Dang! The crisp collision sound suddenly sounded. Looking at the blade of the cold light flowing, Long Yu opened his mouth to bite it. The visual impact is simply a feeling of being caught off guard. You ask who I am. Long Yu bit and said inarticulately, my name is Saitama, a hero with a passion. The pirates who were present with heroes who were interested were stunned. They never thought that Long Zhang would say such shameless words. Dry Cow was stunned at first, then his face sank, and he roared angrily, "You bastard, since you want to be a hero, I will kill you first." Slash me. Long Yu raised his brows, and then a serious look appeared on his face. The snow-white teeth, under the sudden force, clenched down. Bang! The sound of metal shattering suddenly sounded. The snow-white streamer-colored blade shattered and opened in front of everyone's eyes. Dang! The crisp metal snapping sound resounded suddenly. Watching Long Yu shatter the sharp blade with his teeth alone. The pirates present were stunned. This tooth is too much, and even the blade can be crushed. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe this is true? Are you going out on your own, or let me do it? Long Yu spat out the broken blade in his mouth and looked at the Dry Cow indifferently. Crazy. The pirates present suddenly woke up. Who was indifferent like a dead fish? There was a hint of interest on his face. Long Yu smashed the big knife in one bite, which indeed gave them a kind of inexplicable visual impact. However, this does not mean that they are optimistic about Long Yu. Instead, I wanted to see the scene where Long Yu was killed by a Dry Cow. HMPH, it really is a guy who doesn't know the heights of the sky. He provokes that guy with dry cows, but he's not as easy to talk as I am. Ranger Dorma snorted coldly and said, but this big bald head, if you really know Captain Ace, let him suffer a little bit. Doma was unhappy with Long Yu, but it was mainly manifested in the attitude of not being serious about anything. Now if it involves the Captain Ace in their hearts. The Rangers still can't stand idly by. Okay, what an arrogant idiot, since you insist on meddling with my affairs, I will let you know why I can join the pirates. The Dry Cow roared. A furious roar came from the depths of his throat. That was originally more than 2 meters, when the muscles and bones of the whole body made a crisp sound, it soared to 3 meters directly under the body. Dark and dense skin, a pair of huge horns, and a round bull's eye. There was a murderous aura of tears all over his body. The scarlet eyes turned in vain, staring at Long Yu in an overlooking attitude, and said in a deep voice, "Little devil, are you scared when you see this captain like this? If you're scared, don't kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. If your attitude is good enough, I can consider leaving you a whole body." These words fell, everyone's eyes turned and locked on Long Yu. Even the girl was no exception. At least, in their eyes, in terms of momentum, the big bald head in front of them was obviously crushed by the big black bull. "Are you finished?" Long Yu's dead fish dangling eyes slightly raised, and he looked up casually. "You were scolding me just now, this isn't. Apologizing is enough. Eat me a normal punch." Chapter 727, Ordinary Punch. The words that came out of the mouth gave people an inexplicable and strange feeling of emphasis. It smells like a child playing at home. Even the angry Dry Cow was also stunned for a moment. Who relaxed his arm muscles as if nothing had happened. Everyone could react. Long Yu waved his fist and left. Ordinary punch. The move is just like the name, this punch is too ordinary. In the eyes of most people, there is no domineering, no electric light, no dazzling special effects. Some feel like a child playing at home. A little pink fist swung out when a little girl is being bullied. Power is absolutely pale. However, these messy thoughts just flashed in their minds. PFF'd. Punch out. The air circulating in the whole space seems to be stirred inside. With the dragon feather as the center, an invisible hurricane rolled out. Boom! A thunderous blast of air came. An unpretentious fist suddenly landed on the Dry Cow. Bang! The violent breath, with a destructive gesture, vented and rushed out with a tenacious force. Wherever he passed, the huge body of the Dry Cow was quickly distorted by the backlog. The next moment, the whole body shattered in front of everyone's eyes. Regardless of its blood and everything else. Even the dozen or so pirates standing behind him were also enveloped by the air pressure of their fists. Away by an invisible column of air. The tavern gates, walls, ground, etc. that you pass along the way. Straight to the top of the rock wall hundreds of meters away. Along with the deafening sound of explosions, the rock mountain of more than 10 meters shattered. The sand and dust that turned into the sky flew backwards and fell like a torrential rain. Looking at that one, as if being punched by a fist, a tunnel 3 or 4 meters in diameter and about 1 or 2 meters deep was rolled out. All the pirates at the venue, including I, who is the owner of the liquor pipe, also exploded. In their previous thoughts, the seemingly ordinary punch was completely the pink punch of the young lady. Okay to act like a spoiled child. Murder is simply an extravagant hope. However, the scene in front of them now completely subverts their cognition. Of one punch directly smashed the dry cow with a reward of 190 million to pieces. More than a dozen pirates were thrown out, and the rocks hundreds of meters away also shattered with a fist. The deep ditch that spreads hundreds of meters away from the tavern. This is simply a shocking feeling. In this moment, they literally feel their scalp. It's going to explode. Is this still an ordinary person? Is this still an idiot? This riding horse is a human-shaped beast. Who can block an ordinary person with a punch, especially Doma, the wanderer who threatened to teach Long Yu a lesson just a moment ago. At this moment, the spine is almost cold. More than Hanyu's 190 million reward. Dryox did not seriously respond to the enemy, nor did he even use his armed arrogance. But in the face of the shocking blow just now, the Ranger Doma firmly believed. Even if he is domineering with armament. I'm afraid I don't dare to really harden such a terrifying ordinary punch. Looking at Long Yu, who was staring at her fist in a daze, the girl couldn't help it, and stammered, "What are you thinking about? Don't worry, I will give you the reward." Seeing what Long Yu casually swept towards the girl with dead fish hanging eyes, he said, "I'm just thinking, it's boring to have overwhelming strength." The small voice, like a magic sound at this moment, echoed in the tavern for a long time and could not be dissipated. The expressions of the people present instantly changed, stiff. Looking at Long Yu's red cloak, and his bright bald head. At this moment, the only thought in their minds. In front of him was too much to be beaten on a horse. However, when I thought of that terrifying fist shockwave, the thoughts that had just popped up in the hearts of everyone present were instantly dissipated with the strong wind of fists, and then dissipated in the void. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes, all locked on Long Yu, eager to see what this human-shaped beast is doing. "Why are you staring at me?" Girl was obviously not used to it, and Long Yu's dumbfounded gaze couldn't help but ask. "If you want me, I will call." "Call." Long Yu Deadfish frowned and said, "Are you going to default on your debt?" "I don't hate this kind of person, but I'm short of money now, so please settle the bill first." Money. The people present couldn't help but froze in place. In their eyes, facing such beautiful women, they should rob both money and sex. Now Long Yu, he only needs money when he opens his mouth. This is too sage. However, there is no way to do this. Let's not say that Long Yu doesn't like to take advantage of others' dangers. In the original One Punch Man novel, Saitama has overwhelming and invincible strength. However, subconsciously, he still likes to be a law-abiding ordinary citizen. However, this citizen is a bit random. "Do you want Bailey? I'll give it to you now." Girl came back to her senses and quickly took out the Bailey deposit slip hidden on her body. Chapter 728. The first person to fool the world. "There are 20 million Baileys here. Thank you." Long Yu took the deposit in one go. That ordinary people deposit Bailey in the bank in the world of pirates. Of course, there are also underground black markets that also operate such activities. However, for pirates, it is safer to keep money in their own hands. More big pirates, keen to dig a pit, draw a treasure map, and hide the treasure until death. If it wasn't for this kind of ethos, when One Piece Roger was dying, there was no way he could fool a large group of people out of the sea with one mouth. There is no reason to speak the vernacular. Fool the world's first person. Is this enough? Long Yu's dead fish turned his eyes and looked at Ailan. Looking outside the tavern, the person and the rock hundreds of meters away were razed to the ground with one punch. Ailan's long legs under the high forked skirt had already been shaken into a sieve. The bright and charming face was also a little pale because of fear. If I had known earlier, this big bald head full of idiots in front of me would have such strength. Alan, will never miss these 20 million Baileys. She believed that with her small body, not to mention a punch, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to hold a half punch. Little brother, you are laughing, my family's young master appreciates it very much. For a powerful person like you, the 20 million Bailey will be exempted. Ailan hurriedly returned to the background, took out an envelope, and handed it to Long Yu. This is Fire Fist Ace, the area where he was active 3 days ago. You can go and have a look, but I can't be sure if he is still staying there. He may have left. These 20 million Baileys, take them back. That's good. Long Yu smiled directly. In the original book, Saitama is someone who thinks about saving money even for a bowl of rice. It is better not to consume or not to consume. Didn't you just wait for you when I left? After Long Yu put away the things, the dead fish squinted at the wanderer Doma. This glance fell, which directly caused the people present to shudder. Even the ranger Dorma's spine was full of chills. On his shoulder rolled his eyes and fell directly to the ground happily. Thinking of the cruelty of the previous moment, the knight Dorma Cheng put on a stiff smile, and hurriedly said, "Little brother, you heard this wrong. I just said to take you out and say hello to us when you see Captain Ace." Looking at the dignified reward of 230 million too, the domineering side leaked a moment ago, and it was Doma, the wanderer of the pirate group affiliated to Whitebeard. In a moment of cowardice, the people present did not dare to laugh. After all, looking at the deep ditch formed by rolling outside, and bombarding the past with a punch, there is not even a dregs left. With the 30 million reward gap, no one really dares to gamble. Huh. Long Yu's eyes drooped, and he glanced back at the ranger Doma indifferently. He waved his hand and said, "No, I don't like this kind of sophistication. In case the next time we meet, I want to invite you to eat hot pot. I'll go first if I have nothing to do. By the way, the group of people died just now. His pirate ship should be useless. Now it's mine, and it can save a lot of money." Looking at Long Yu, who was like a miser, muttering money and turning away. The girl was slightly startled, looked back at the others, and quickly followed. Seeing the back of the human-shaped beast disappear in front of him, Ailan slumped on the ground in relief, and hurriedly took out the phone bug. In the face of Long Yu's sudden appearance, he also made a big noise in the tavern. Even the pirates under the pirate group, one of the 4 emperors, were directly killed by one punch. This kind of thing happened within the confines of her tavern. She must report to Shichibukai, Doflamingo, who is relying on behind the scenes. "Miss Allen, are we going to keep an eye on him?" A young servant quickly stepped forward and asked. For them, Long Yu's punch just now was shocking. Who offered a reward of 190 million Bailey was caught off guard and smashed into slag. However, behind the dry cow is Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors. If the 4 emperors really pursued it, it would be an intelligence tavern like Ailan. As one of the Chihuahai, Doflamingo, in order to avoid conflict with the 4 emperors, would give them up directly. Once that time arrives, there is probably only a dead end that awaits them. It is for this reason that what Alan must do is to maximize his chances of saving his life. If it can be grasped, Long Yu's next whereabouts, of course, is very good. However, once discovered by Long Yu, they followed. In case of angering them, the fate that awaits them, I am afraid it will be a punch. If one punch can't deal with them, then 2 punches down. Alan didn't believe that he could resist. Sister Aylin, what should we do? If we go late, I'm afraid we will be lost. The little boy hurriedly asked. Let's follow first. Lord Doflamingo and I will report this matter first, and see how to deal with it next. If it doesn't work, we will not work on this island for the time being. Alan forcibly suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said through gritted teeth. She never imagined that she had run a tavern on this island for such a long time. Chapter 729, One Punch to Clear the Field. Will be a desperate lunatic who will fight with the people of the four emperors on his own territory. However, the strength displayed by Long Yu is very powerful. But Aylin clearly knew that behind the dry cow, the four emperors possessed more powerful abilities. After weighing it again and again, Alan still made a decision. By the way, have you checked the bounty board just now? Did you find out what the bounty amount is for this big bald head? It should not be a nameless person who can knock the big pirate with a bounty of 190 million into scum with one punch. No, the guy's strange clothes and a big bald head, such a special shape. If there is a bounty, we would have been able to find out. Looks like that guy is a nameless person. The scene suddenly boiled over. However, when they heard the words, nameless person, the people present couldn't help but startled. Punch, it can kill 190 million pirates. If this is also a nameless person, are they still pirates? Little brother, can you wait for me? The girl looked at the big bald head in front of her, and couldn't hold back. Beauty and trouble, this word, no matter what. In that world, nothing is wrong. Especially like her kind, under the beauty of a smile and a city, a smile and a country. It's even more devastating to the country and the people. A little careless, followed by a person who is almost in strength. I am afraid that it will definitely become a broom star who will die with whomever. Especially, looking at the coveted eyes along the way. Girl knew very well that the bright bald head in front of her should be the one who made her the safest. At least, this guy is a self-proclaimed hero. Heroes match beauty since ancient times. The girl quickly annihilated this excessive reverie thought in her mind. Cheeks with his hands, he didn't see it at all, and the figure in front stopped. Immediately hit it. Bang! The squeezing of her embrace made the girl let out a soft cry, and the cloak she was covering was also lifted with the wind. For a time, the blue hair fell on the waist, and the skin of suet and white jade was matched with the cherry red lips. Instant, it attracted thieves wandering around. Looking at a big beauty, she actually inserted a big bald head. Of male creatures shouted loudly. Dozens and hundreds of people poured in from the pier. In their eyes, this alien dressed in this quirky dress is accompanied by a beautiful woman. Totally waste. No, it should be said that this is a gift from God to them. It is worth living 10 years less to be accompanied by such a stunning beauty. You are too noisy to prevent us from talking. Also, you are blocking my way. Long Yu looked back and saw the people rushing in front of him. Soft as a punch. Bang! As if the air was being penetrated, the wind and waves circulating around stopped abruptly. The next moment, as the fist was swung out, it turned into a violent tidal wave, crushing the dozens or hundreds of people who were attacking. Boom! The rock floor of the pier shattered. The pirates along the way were directly crushed by the shock wave, and the ships moored on the coast in the distance were also blown to pieces. Turned into scum all over the sky, splattered on the sea. As for those pirates, they have long since disappeared. All that was left was a mess. Another punch to clear the field. The girl was stunned. No, it should be said that she almost suspected that her eyes were about to split. Such a crazy attack, and such a powerful strength. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that all this is true? The pirates who came from all around were dumbfounded. Under the eyes of Long Yu's dangling eyes, he directly covered his cheeks. That feeling seemed to be afraid, and it looked a little shabby, polluting Long Yu's sight. Invite a punch from the sky. In particular, the three little servants who followed, had already slumped on the ground, feeling their crotch was inexplicably wet. in their eyes. This was absolutely discovered, and after being followed, he deliberately used force to warn them. There is absolutely no way this man can go on. Thinking of this, the three little servants rolled and crawled and hid aside. Koyuki Riwa, why did you follow me? Long Yu looked back at the girl with no energy. He didn't care about the punch just now. As for the origin of the girl in front of him, he has also already recognized it. You know me. The light, moon, sun and expression suddenly changed drastically. He quickly took a half step back and looked at the man in front of him. In her eyes, she secretly escaped in Wano. Even the people of Orochi just thought she was missing, and no one would know that she would come to the new world. However, at the moment, Long Yu was able to point out her identity in one sentence. This would inevitably make Guangyuerahei and his heart tighten all of a sudden. She thought it would be easy to go to sea. It is also a way to help her and get revenge as soon as possible. Chapter 730th, Conspiracy. Never occurred to me that as soon as I left Wano, I was attacked by the Sea Kings. The kappa with the boat fell into the water and disappeared. He was chased all the way by pirates and fled here. If not saved by a guy who calls himself a hero. She might have already been slapped by a group of big men. Right now, I thought it was the only sense of security I could get. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she pointed out her origin. This undoubtedly made Guangyuerahei completely confused. Could it be that this is planning to do something wrong with himself? If there is regret medicine in this world, Koyukiri now would rather hide in Wano and become a dancer. Revenge. It's too hard. What's the matter? Scared? Then I'll go. Long Yu glanced at Guangyuerahei, then turned around and left. The original novel, Saitama's character is that he hates those devious dialogues. Even meeting Genos for the first time. Genos opened his mouth to betray himself, intending to take Saitama as his apprentice. It is also directly limited and must be summed up in 20 words. Since Long Yu has plans, he will use the promotion of Saitama's character template to increase the turbulence value of this world, so as to unlock the Eye of Reincarnation as soon as possible. Long Yu has to better integrate into Saitama, this character template. Especially from the details. Looking at Long Yu who turned around and left suddenly, there was no sign of nostalgia at all. The fear and worry in Guangyueri and the heart, there is a kind of feeling, the feeling of a punch on the cotton. Moment ago, she was still thinking that Long Yu was planning to do something wrong by revealing her identity in one sentence. The current scene, it seems that she is thinking too much, especially, looking at Long Yu's indifferent and careless expression. This made Guangyueri in a little doubt that the days floating on the sea are not tanned and ugly. Your Excellency Saitama, please don't be impulsive. Guangyueri and Yi gritted their teeth and quickly chased after them. I don't know why you know my name. But I believe you have no ill will towards me. If possible, I would like to entrust to take me to meet a guy named Skeleton and Escanor. I have a bloody feud on my back, this is my last chance. Seeing the pace of my Long Yu, I couldn't help but stagnate for a while. I turned back and glanced at Guangyuri and said, it's expensive for me to do things, do you have Bailey? Bailey Guangyueri and stunned. She was speaking of deep hatred and hatred with all her blood. I thought that a woman carrying such a heavy burden and shouting out with a gesture of grief and indignation would definitely get the world's mercy. This is also the usual demagoguery method used by Koyukiri and Wano. In the original book, with just a few tears, she made a few upper-class old men living in the flower capital willingly scatter their wealth for herself. Everyone bowed under her pomegranate skirt. It was always men who paid for her. Never thought that one day, a man would ask her to take out her wallet. What's the matter, don't you have Bailey? Long Yu's dead fish raised his eyebrows and asked. Guangyuerahei quickly reacted and said in a hurry, the Bailey just now is my everything. If you're willing to take me to see them, I can agree to any of your requests. Having said that, Koyukirahei bit his red lips, showing an expression of resignation. She also tried her best to stand up to the murderer. She knew very well that a woman had nothing but wealth outside her body. There is more wealth on the body than men. As long as this wealth can be used properly, no man can escape from his palm. Although, the melon eaters who were looking around were hiding hundreds of meters away, and they were not very clear about the content of the conversation. However, under the very tempting actions of seeing the light and the moon, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In their eyes, if you let them choose, it will definitely be voted down. By the way, I really have something for you to do. Long Yu took out a piece of red cloth with his backhand and handed it to Guangyueri Hidao. Help me sew this pirate flag and hang it on the mast. If we go out to sea, if we don't have a pirate flag as a talisman, it will cause a lot of trouble. The strange blood-colored flag thrown directly into his hands. Looked at it subconsciously, but he couldn't see the toes when he lowered his head. That indescribable part still is stiff, so warped, and so elastic. I touched my face subconsciously, and it was very elastic and silky. Your Excellency Saitama, is it that simple? Koyukihika couldn't help but ask. Simple Long Yu's dead fish dangling eyes, touched his chin and thought for a while, and said, you think it's too beautiful, of course it's not that simple for me to take you to see those horrible guys. Next, you have to do laundry, and that's all for cooking for now. If there are no other problems and it's getting late, I'll have to go after someone. These words, Long Yu turned around and left without any energy. Look at the big bald head that goes away. Chapter 731, Taishan Rolling. Listening to the first half of the speech, Koyukihiro thought that the man in front of him would definitely be as shallow as an ordinary man, and he would do something indescribable to her. I didn't even think about it, this gap is too big. This undoubtedly made Guangyueri seriously doubt whether he was permanently disabled. Was another absurd thought in my heart. I would rather the big bald head in front of me do that to myself rudely. And he want to, and the capital that I am fascinated by thousands of men is directly ignored. However, after thinking about it, this shameful thought just sprouted in Koyukihiro's mind, immediately. Annihilated. Seeing Long Yu boarding the boat on his own, he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly chased after him. With the departure of Long Yu, the melon-eating crowd present finally slumped on the ground as if relieved. Especially, looking at the messy pier and the ships that were smashed into pieces. Makes their nerve strings taut to the extreme. Punch is so terrifying. This is by no means unknown. Red pirate flag. Is this piece of blood red cloth a pirate flag? How could it not be counted? As long as we can find a way to confirm his identity and origin, even if he uses the pirate flag of the colorful seven, there is no problem. Let's hurry back and report to Miss Aylin. This big bald head that suddenly appeared is really scary. Following this, the three servants returned to the tavern. What happened on the pier was fully revealed. Regardless of, is it Aylin, who is in charge of the tavern, or Dorma, the ranger who is staying here, intending to get more new information, and other pirates. His face changed dramatically in an instant. It was another punch, which was too simple and rude. It is even more terrifying than those fancy moves. No, I have to deal with this matter immediately, Dad, and Captain Ace. Ranger Doma grabbed the phone bug in his hand. As for the pirates of other forces, in the huge tavern, they can also do the same kind of operations. New World, near the Terra Seas of Hive Island. The huge Moby Dick, above the sea. A smaller pirate ship, number 1, was leaning beside it. The pirate flag fluttering above it is in the New World, and it has recently become famous. A reward of 150 million won, known as the new King of the North Sea, the pirate ship of the pirate ship Allens. As a newcomer, he was able to set foot in the place known as the Whitebeard Pirates. On the deck of the Moby Dick. For many pirates in the sea, this is simply an honor. Of about 25 or 6 years of age, wearing aristocratic clothes, with blonde hair, wearing a saber, jumped down and landed on the deck of the Moby Dick. Fact, as the rookie king of the North Sea, Ahrens, who only had a reward of 150 million won, was not qualified to contact the Whitebeard pirates, let alone contact him directly. If this time, Ahrens is not burdened with the task of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks. I am afraid that his pirate ship will be directly sunk into the sea by the pirate forces that Whitebeard belongs to as soon as it appears in this sea area. Although, this time, I came to send a letter to Hong. The rookie king, who has offered a reward of 150 million won, has lost his identity. However, Allens knew very well that this was just the threshold for joining the Red Hair Pirates. Compared with the other four emperors, the pirate group route taken by the red-haired Shanks is the elite mode, just like the former pirate King Roger. There is no fixed territory, only the petty nature of random intervention. It was as if Ahrens sent the letter this time to persuade Whitebeard to let Fire Fist Ace stop chasing Blackbeard Tiki. Thinking of this, Ahrens, who had just established his footing, couldn't help but look up at Whitebeard. HMPH, the red-haired stinky boy has really become. He is arrogant, let a trash send me a letter, does this look down on my Whitebeard? Whitebeard snorted first. The thunder-like voice, as if mixed with endless might, rushed straight into Ahrens' mind. Dormant, in Whitebeard's body, the violent overlord domineering arrogance is even more directly detonated like a frenzy. Turned into an invisible storm, rushing towards Ahrens with a rolling gesture. Bang! Ahrens, who had just stepped on the deck and stood firm, his high, spirited expression instantly turned into pain. Shoulders sank, his whole body seemed to be crushed by the invisible Mount High. In front of everyone's eyes, he fell to the ground with a bang. The painful expression and the hands gripping the neck gave people an illusion like drowning. Bang! A dull crashing sound echoed on the deck. Allens, who was in a tyrannical and domineering arrogance, slammed his hands on the deck, supporting his entire body. That kind of difficult and breathless feeling made Alon's face flush. According to this situation, it will only take a few more seconds. He will be overwhelmed by the domineering, forcibly impacted by hypoxia and coma. Chapter 732. The Strong Fight. For Ahrens, who has always regarded himself very highly and as the new king of the North Sea, when has he tried this feeling? Even when I joined the Red Hair Pirates, I never met. You can't kill me, otherwise our captain will never give up. Ahrens raised his head with difficulty and spat out these words between his teeth. This is his first mission in the New World. He didn't want to be buried here before he became famous in the New World. HMPH, arrogant brat, even if your captain is here, you wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Today, I'll give you a small punishment. If he wants to meddle in his own business, let him come by himself. Whitebeard roared. The backhand slammed down suddenly, and the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air was mixed with a powerful shock wave. Boom! The invisible impact, with a rolling gesture, rushed directly towards Ahrens. With the dull sound of collision, Ahrens was thrown out like a sandbag. The huge impact force directly took him hundreds of meters away. Smashed into the sea. Captain Ahrens. Moored on a nearby pirate ship, the young servants witnessed this scene, and their expressions suddenly changed drastically. I thought that if I could replace the four emperors' red-haired Shanks and send a letter to the Whitebeard pirates, I would definitely be treated with courtesy. For a pirate group like them who just set foot in the New World. This is the highlight moment. However, people never imagined that the result would be so different from what they imagined. They offered a reward of more than 100 million, and Ahrens, known as the new king of the North Sea, would be swept out of the house at will. However, they were angry in their hearts, and they only faced the dignified Whitebeard, the head of the four emperors. They dare not speak out. Only thing that can be done is to bite the bullet, and hurry up and fish out their captain. Looking at the pirate ship going fast, Marl frowned, looked at the letters scattered on the deck, and said, "Dad, you seem to be in a bad mood today. Then, do you still want to read this letter? looked at the Whitebeard and snorted coldly, and said, "What else is there to see? That bastard with red hair. If a newcomer sends me a letter, he will completely ignore me. Don't forget, Ace is that guy's son, and he has the ability to burn fruit. During Rayleigh's training, he has already mastered the use of 3-color domineering. In this case, the newcomer, among whom he will be headed. That guy Titch, dare to kill Thatch, that is breaking the rules of the ship. If he can't bring back his head, who will obey in this sea? My Whitebeard's rules." The awe-inspiring voice, like a magic sound, echoed on the sea for a long time and could not be dissipated. There is no doubt between the words, and it makes Marco speak to his mouth and swallow it back helplessly. "Dad, why don't you let me and Ace go together? It's better to take care of one more." Foil Beasta spoke first. "That guy Tiki has been holding back on the boat for so long, and now he is in trouble. So many of us haven't seen it. Let Ace be responsible for Saki's death alone. I'm afraid it's unreasonable." "Father, Beasta is right," Josh couldn't help but say. Seeing that many captains on the ship agreed, Whitebeard's face sank and said, "I know you are worried about Ace. But the matter of chasing Titch was brought up by himself. Right now, in this sea, the wind and waves are starting to get bigger. If Ace wants to rise again, he must need a stepping stone." Speaking of this, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of Whitebeard's cloudy eyes, and said, "That guy Tiki killed Sachi at such a juncture. If Ace can bring him back single-handedly, it will not only be able to defend the rules on our ship, can also make his name famous again. At that time, Ace will be able to compete with other sea powerhouses and truly be able to carry the banner of Whitebeard." These words fell, the huge deck fell into silence. They are also very clear about Whitebeard's mind. However, in their eyes, Tiki was able to endure under their eyes for so long before showing his minions. This kind of ability is not ordinary people can compare. "Okay, I know what you are worried about. In this sea, as long as those guys don't take action in person, Ace can still win. In case of any unexpected situation, it is not a problem to retreat." Whitebeard sighed. "Don't forget, during this period of time it was widely rumored in the ocean that there might be a deeply hidden power behind the skeleton demon, even more so than that guy Morgan's and the Rocks pirates of the past." "Dad, do you believe these guesses?" Marco's expression changed slightly. They also paid attention to this rumored report on the sea. In particular, this so-called force comparable to the Rocks pirates suddenly appeared 2 lunatics who rose up in a short period of time. That defiant, pushes all means. It also made this unwarranted speculation provide a trace of evidence.